gelatinous cube shirt.
Oh, nice.
I know it's in reverse a little bit, but it's
No.
PA did like a series of what if D&D monsters, but like
So
B horror movies.
it's actually not reversed. Like it reads straight.
Oh.
It's because normally things are flipped, but if you flip them again, I think it double flipped.
We're in a double flip situation. But yeah, I fucking love this design. Hey!
I mean,
to
the,
roll
like,
those
the,
dice.
the 50s movie poster is really powerful.
Yeah.
Like,
Although, so Bacon, fearless, what and welcome. Bacon did say it's time to roll dice, so that does mean we have to roll for initiative. I don't know if you have a d20 handy.
My dice are packed away still.
It's like I don't even know you anymore!
And I don't have that many dice, honestly. I've got like a couple bags, but like that's it. I have less than 100 dice.
All right, no, you know what? We're making this a Patreon goal. Get Ket dice. Get Ket more dice.
I've got a dice cube. I've got like a couple sort of like the D&D sets of like Calchop D4 to D20.
Don't even know you anymore. I have a sack of dice.
Also, hey caffeine and people.
Hello, everybody. So Legend, Hookshot, caffeine. Shaunerus, Keldris, Slanbar, what ho and welcome.
And as Will said, he has a sack.
I'm gonna need way more coffee.
Way more coffee, way less coffee, one of the two.
It's easier to increase. Oh, and Kitish, what ho and welcome. Hello, friends, come on in. Unlike usual, like we're actually set up technically.
Yeah, no, we got prepared and did the thing, and
I don't really know what to do with this section apart from say hello to all of the lovely Longshipians coming in, because usually this is the point where I'm panicking and like wailing on buttons and shit. No, we're good to go.
Yeah, I feel like a certain amount of just see the pants things is going to happen, and because we're doing sort of improv on the fly stuff inherently, so it's like we've planned for the chaos.
Yeah.
Hey, numbers.
Numbers! Okay, so Hookshot, the when can I buy board game we will be talking about in just a sec. I don't want to bury the lead, you know. This is
yeah. So the answer is it's complicated, but also
no. The answer is very yes, but we're gonna get to that in a second.
Well, the thing is, it is complicated because it's yeah, it is complicated.
You know what? You design board games for a living. I'm not going to tell you your business. But I found it to be a very simple process.
So, I would love it if people contribute to my Patreon and be a part of it and give me money. However, all this stuff is public domain. So, if you just want to play it, I'm going to go nuts. And by far the problem with board games is finding people to play with. So the last thing I want to do is to have people go, oh shoot, I paid for this and my friends didn't. Well, I guess,
Guess we're playing Ticket to Ride again.
Yeah, or it's like, like, oh, this is a cool game, but like, I have to contribute to Patreon to check it out because I don't know someone else. Like, discoverability, it's not that different from computer games. Like,
yeah,
it's
you
just,
right. Just doing a bit,
also,
it's fine.
Caffeine is eager. And the other thing is, got the thing set up.
Okay, so friends, we'll do a proper pitch and introduction once the full might of the Longship is in. But the TLDR is that Ket is has gone into
yes,
full-time bespoke board game crafting via the medium of Patreon.
Yeah.
And we're basically going to be doing like a condensed Longship edition. So we're all going to be able to contribute ideas, and Ket's going to have to deal with that.
Yep. And you're going to have to deal with it because, I mean, these people wouldn't troll you through the medium of board games.
No. Wow, Numbers was asking, Will, is the camera angle, or did something happen to your face? Wow.
So, Jay, so funny you should mention that. One of the early games I got to help workshop on was licensed Jaws game, which is actually quite good, and I recommend going and finding it. It's
I'm still
maybe
amazed.
It was Target.
I'm still amazed. The fucking
actually, do I have it?
Do you have it to hand? I'm still amazed though. I'm still amazed that the Funkoverse Jaws expansion didn't just say "fuck you, Will" on the box.
Yeah. So, it's nice and big. Ravensburg, long history of doing excellent German engineered board games for over 100 years.
No. So numbers.
Yeah.
It's basically I haven't managed to get the lighting right because a lot of the stuff that we're looking and working on today is doesn't have a dark mode. If there is a Patreon dark mode, please tell me. But right now, I'm just basically getting this the sun blasted look. See, this is me. This is me on Twitch backend. This is me on Patreon.
So at least the forum, if you sign up, you can switch to dark mode. That was like the first thing I did when setting up the forum.
Yes, and we'll get a forum link and stuff going in just a second.
Yeah.
But yeah, so friends, come on in,
Yeah.
grab yourself a cup of tea. If you've not met Ket before, we'll do proper introductions in the ilk.
In like
10
minutes or something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It is wild how quickly we managed to pull this together a little bit. It feels weird. Like, I was expecting chaos and it didn't happen.
I think like the planning, because we talked about it week before last, right? About getting started, I think something like that, a week and a half ago-ish. It's more than a week ago.
It was definitely more than a week ago.
And we definitely talked about planning it, and then we did absolutely nothing until like 2 days ago, maybe. Which is, as expected. But then it all come together. So like, I mean, crossing fingers. Not to jinx it, but like everything feels like it came together.
Classic us.
Yeah.
So Vanderbeast, thank you for the pint glass.
Yes.
Reactor online.
Oh.
Sensors online. Weapons online.
Oh,
All
I was going to
systems
say
nominal.
bacon.
Oh hey, it's been a bit, but also it's
So,
my
like,
birthday.
21 months does not feel like a
months.
real number.
No, dude, the current max is 53, and I don't actually know how to process.
I remember you were trying so hard for so long to just get it to a point where they'd let you have money.
I know, because I was living on your fucking sofa. I will tell them all the story in just a second. They need, for those who are new here, there's backstory, there are arcs.
There's like, that's like, I don't know that I have time for it. Like, like your first round of hand issues because of signs.
The signs were there. Yeah.
Surprisingly, yes.
Oh, yeah, I went there. Negative breakfast.
Oh, this is command. Oh, I see. Okay.
Yep. But
Okay,
no. So John Bacon, thank you for 41 months. It's lovely to see you. Happy birthday! Fucking yo!
Yeah.
We're gonna be making a board game live, and
Gotta hand it to you, the signs were indeed
Negative
there.
breakfast. So, like, not to jump ahead, but negative breakfast is like an excellent theme for a game.
oh. I think I'd want to go a bit weird with it. If you're playing the game of Negative Breakfast like that, that's like evocative of like Night Vale and stuff like that. But...
Yeah, no, totally. Like, you're at Beth's Diner at 2 a.m. Like, this is not normal. You've got like whatever you want. Like, unlimited mediocre hash browns.
Let's go.
Steak and eggs.
But puns, thank you kindly. Yeah, we'll do the... we have a lot of stories to tell.
I've started a chicken dating site.
No.
Not full time. Just enough to make ends meet.
Boo! Boo this person! Puns! Why? I have to say thank you, but also... but yeah, so for those of you that only found the Longship recently, there is a slew of tales. I'll give you the speed cliff notes. So basically, Ket here was very kind enough to let me stay with him for far longer than it should have been. When I moved to the US, I thought it would be very, very easy to get my legal situation sorted because I was born out here. I have an American passport. Should be a piece of cake, right? Right? No. It took 10 months to sort out my legal working status because I am an anomaly in the system. And during that whole period, Ket let me stay on a sofa. And the reason we even have the long ship today is that during the day while you were at work, I could use your rig to stream. And now we're here. Like...
And then I remember Stooge was super generous with that. Are you still working on that rig?
Yeah.
That was a really beastly rig, I remember.
Yeah. It's still kicking ass down here.
Yeah.
Good times.
Yeah, no, it's sweet. Yeah, I'm not gonna say I'm gonna start streaming, but this new place in my old place, part of the reason why I sort of stopped streaming was that the place that I moved was close to work, walking distance, which is great because I hate commuting. Commuting sucks, as I'm sure you're well aware because you don't have to. I was opposite kitty corner to a fire station in the university district, so there's they were very busy, and also I was on the alley. And people would walk up and down the alley at all hours, screaming profanity at each other, and people in buildings. Also, neighbors is modern construction, so the walls were paper, basically. So, hear the neighbors, hear people upstairs. And also, between 10 and 10 p.m. and 4 a.m., there was quite a bit of drag racing up and down the street in front of me.
Oh, great! Goody.
So, the audio quality was not great there.
I told you about the sport fuckers in our last place. Thankfully, they were morning people, but sometimes that would go into about midday, 1, 2 o'clock. The amount of times I had to not stream because the people in one of the units behind us were just going at it.
I mean, good for them, but also
right. It's one way to stay energized, I guess, but did we all... That's why, yeah. You know what? Got a lot of stories I have to tell you off stream.
I see.
There was some psychological warfare going on between these two units for a while.
And you were between them?
Yeah.
I can imagine, but favor. I don't think I need to recover. I think we had a good time together. We did all right.
I'm not going to speak for you. I had a great time.
Yeah,
you had to put up with me. It was not. I didn't have to put up with you.
No, it was great. I get to mostly stay by myself, and then if I want to do social things, you're always doing social things. I just sort of get to just drift along in your wake and.
And
not have to.
Would pre-make a batch of homemade cookies, and then occasionally at 1 o'clock in the morning be like, "You want cookies? Fuck yeah, I want cookies."
I just literally did that last night. I haven't for a while, but I'm movie and I'm organizing things. I'm I've got a bunch of stuff I should use up. Let me put stuff in a bowl and make it at midnight-ish. It's and now I've got cookies whenever, more or less, which is great. Yeah, it's a good life.
I mean, J-Post, I've not come across a situation where someone's like, no 1 a.m.
Yeah.
No 1 a.m. cookies, please.
Also, Numbers, you totally can. I've got... so Numbers very kindly agreed to hold Frosthaven for me because... So this story. So I moved to my new apartment.
Yeah.
And I've been waiting for this game for a long time. And 2 weeks after I move, I get the email that it's finally shipping.
For those of you who don't know, it's Frostwood, isn't it?
It's Frosthaven.
Frosthaven, sorry, because it's Gloomhaven. Frosthaven is the sequel to one of the best reviewed board games of all time, Gloomhaven. Oh.
Midnight cookie making ranks up there with BB Ching in the snow.
Yes.
If you haven't done neither one, are you really living?
Snow barbecue is pretty hard to beat.
Yeah. However, eating people's snow barbecue is also on that list.
I think on both sides, yeah. Not that I mind making cookies, but having someone else make your cookies is pretty excellent.
So, Gloomhaven has often been boiled down to what if D&D but no GM. It's just you and up to 3 other friends playing a kind of scenario-based tactics game with an overarching story where you have a character that you carry through from session to session. It is a behemoth and it is expensive, but from everything I have been told about it and from everyone that has experienced it, it is one of the greats.
It was on the Board Game Geeks, which is the main board game site, period, which is, another story, but like it's on the #1 game for multiple years on end, and only very recently in the past couple of weeks has it been dislodged. And I fully expect Frosthaven, once people get their hands on it, to overtake it.
Yeah. The image that Numbers put in chat is Frosthaven next to Gloomhaven, next to Gloomhaven's expansion. And it really does look like don't talk to me, my son, or my son's son ever again.
Yeah, so that's the story. So it shows up at my old apartment because I get the notification it's too late to change where it's going. And I basically went all in on this game. I got the extra sleeves and holders and the metal coins, and that box is £50.
Ooh.
And I don't have a car, so I got to take that bus on public transit from my old apartment to my new apartment, and then up the stairs because this apartment is 100 years old and change and doesn't have an elevator. So
you are now officially swole.
Sore. The word you're looking for is sore. Yeah. So, but some numbers it was kind enough because we played Gloomhaven almost to the end together. So we're probably going to play it at some point in the future, and houses are bigger than apartments.
Heck yeah. So jumping back into chat, so Vanderbeast, thank you for filling the pint glass. Rilu, lovely to see you. Rilu's saying that their local shopping centre, think kind of like British mini strip mall, has a Turkish bakery now that does like fresh baklava. That's dangerous. I love Turkish bakeries. There's a lot of other ones that are like less like the ones that like the Erd bagel, the thin bagels with lots of seeds. Like street food, you buy them and they give you like the basically look like a baby bell cheese. Yeah.
Yeah. So actually, so Legend, you're saying that your game got failed due to plague. We were like some numbers, and I and another friend were like 1 or 2 missions away from the final boss, and then plague happened.
Stupid plague.
So, which, yeah.
How have you, if you don't mind my asking, have you tried the digital version on Steam?
I tried it, but super early when it just launched. It was functional but very rough and was not fully featured at the point.
Okay.
So my understanding is that it's much better now.
Okay.
Rilu's got a Polish bakery and a Turkish bakery.
But
and also, I guess, a British bakery.
Like, just roll around. Like, pop a Greg's in there, and, like, would you ever need to eat anything else? Would you ever need to eat unbaked goods? I don't think so.
I don't know why you would. Like, if you had the choice.
So Numbers says they're working on a campaign on the digital version of Gloomhaven, and it's pretty good. Coding is odd sometimes, but it functions.
Good to know.
And Rilu has a drive-through Greg's.
Just rubbing it in.
Yeah, just showing up now. Sorry. Fiona did homemade sausage rolls the other day, and they were absolute top tier.
So I saw them. I've never had one, but I might try to take a shot at making one at some point. Cause...
Oh, yeah. Fiona was saying that, like, so long as you get the pastry on point, like, the rest is real easy.
Yeah, and I'll say, as someone that's made puff pastry, it's not worth it. Just buy the puff pastry. It's one of those things that, like, you can do it yourself, but it's not really any better, and it's a bunch of work, and it's not that expensive. So just, like, yeah.
Oh, sorry. I guess we're falling into patter. For those who don't know, alongside being an exceptional board game crafter, Ket is also a qualified, I want to say baker? Is that the correct term?
Yes, baker. A degree in pastry and specialty baking.
That
So
is-
don't ask me to cook you anything, but yeah, baking.
Baking's on point.
Yeah, baking's fun. I don't do it as much these days just because when you live by yourself, a lot of times if you bake a bunch of things, then you just sort of eat a bunch of things, and that's like,
There's a causality.
yeah, there's not super sustainable long term. But yeah, occasionally it's nice.
The power to destroy yourself.
Yeah, exactly. And I fail as a Dr. Smarter is saying, gluten-based temptations.
I was going to go one heavier. I was going to go Forge Master of gluten-based temptation.
Well, the thing is, like, I fail that will every single time. I just eat them. If I have baked goods in my house, I eat them until they're not there, and then I'll eat other things.
Yeah.
So it's just like, the solution, unfortunately, is to only get baked goods when I want to eat baked goods, because, yeah.
Being able to sample one's own supply is a dangerous power.
Yeah, it's just like I can easily self-destruct myself at any point. I've got the prototypical villain big red button to blow up the layer. Just turn on the oven and just go boom. So favor 6. So like that's the thing about making them is you can make whatever you want. Like if you can't eat dairy, you just make ones without dairy. Also these days, there's some pretty good margarines which can be used in place of butter for a lot of baked goods, even like puff pastry. So
Ooh, lovely.
This is not your 90s. I can't believe it's not butter.
I refuse to believe it's not butter. I laugh in the face of evidence that this may or may not be butter.
So like,
we had a whole thing. See if these last night got weird.
Unlike all the times where it doesn't get weird.
Sometimes
the thing
it's
is, like,
really calm.
The thing is, like, so for me, I got a soft spot for margarine. Actually, not to go too deep, but like, it's not butter. But like, it's one of those things. Like, most of the world that's not the U.S. drinks like Folgers instant coffee, and that's just like what they do. And I guess just normal. It's like a separate thing. Like a lot of the world just uses margarine, including like Southeast Asia. So there's a lot of times where it's like, if you made the thing but with butter, it would be weird because it's not supposed to have butter. It's supposed to have margarine. Oh.
Sorry, here's me like just nodding along.
Sorry.
I'm getting us a fancy tweet going on. It's right good.
And see, actually, if I was more prepared, what I would have done is I'd have messaged Fiona to have her play the Jaws theme subtly at some point.
All right, for those of you who don't fucking know, all right, you, those who don't fucking know. So, one of the OG Longship games was Subnautica, and I'm sure you can all guess how that went. But there was one particular session while we were exploring the Aurora, and I had this like fucking out-of-body experience where I thought I started hearing the Jaws theme while we're exploring this burnt, irradiated wreck full of new horrors. What was it? It was this bastard outside the bloody window playing the Jaws theme on his phone just to fuck with me.
Numbers, unfortunately, I don't, because I took all my Funkoverse and put it into like nice things because the boxes are huge and there's like 20 of them. I had 20 of them.
Yeah.
So I condensed them down so they're all stashed away. Yeah, it was fun. It was a good time.
And yeah, jumping back in, Favor 6, I think anybody who's worked in the UK, especially in like an open plan office, you learn how to doctor instant coffee to a point where it's survivable. Like, I don't know if you've all seen The Expanse, but in the opening episode where he's shaving little bits of matchstick into coffee to make it taste a little bit better, I've seen people do that unironically. It's one of the
like the wood off the matchstick, or like the striker.
The striker.
I don't even know what that stuff is.
It's some kind of. Oh god, I used to know this. Sorry, I'm still getting caffeinated over here. Like I'm to.
I've heard that flavor about salt helping bad coffee. I have no idea what the science there is, but that's... Oh, phosphorus? That sounds about right.
the tricks that I learned is that dissolve the granules in something other than boiling water. Takes that like really nasty edge off of it. So like put a couple of spoonfuls in like a little bit of milk, like stir that up, wait for that to dissolve, then add boiling water.
Fascinating.
Yeah, it just takes the edge off.
That's different than having it in boiling water and adding a little bit of milk.
Yeah.
So like the order actually like somehow.
It's the only time I put the milk in first is the correct choice. Or
Fascinating.
if you have shit china. All right, Will's random fact. I don't have many random facts, but Will's random fact. Milk before tea was a traditionally British thing. The reason being, British china was so fucking shite that repeated exposure to boiling water could often crack and break teacups. So the milk was used to diffuse the heat as you were pouring it in. Because while the teapots would be sturdier, the cups tended to be really shit quality. There you go. Random fact for you.
But now it's tradition, I'm guessing. So like there's a portion of people that will just do it forever because tradition.
I think there's a portion of people who would do it because they have some kind of hatred of humanity. There's a group of people out there who put milk in the tea bag as a threat. If you see someone pouring milk into their tea before water, then just get out. There's something unhinged. That's the point where the audience is going, no, get out of the house! It's a trap! They're gonna eat your face!
Yeah.
Alright, so, friendos.
People with tea. Yeah, sorry.
Oh, fuck.
What did the Jarl say to their warriors? March 4th.
Ah! Okay, so firstly, Ehrman, fucking thank you. Secondly, fucking yo. Ehrman, fucking yo, thank you. So, I'm just cooking us up some social media posts, getting everything. Because I guess this is kind of like the unofficial announcement of this thing going live. Like, Longship gets to be the first people in, which is pretty fucking cool.
Pretty much, yeah. The only people in are like jerks who I go, hey, take a look at this, and they just like jump in and put money in without even asking. You know how rude that is? You know, not even waiting until I launch.
Look, I wanted to make sure everything worked from the back end, alright? And there's one thing that caffeine taught me, is that when your friend is doing a thing, jump on the moment you know it's there. To this day, Stooge is still mad that Stooge didn't get the very first sub on the Longship.
Did I get the second or third? Because I remember Caffeine got the first one.
Yeah, I think you either got second or third because you were in the room.
Yeah.
Oh, Rilu has a question for you while I'm playing Tippity Tappity.
Oh.
Yeah.
Books on my shelves. So I've not been doing a lot of reading lately. So I collect a lot of books, and most of these books are either role-playing game books or books about food. And specifically, I like books. I don't find books that are just recipes very useful, because if you want recipes, the internet has unlimited of them, basically. So for me, the book either has to have some sort of interesting lore, or history, or culture, or politics, or something about the food that's interesting, or some other reason why, if it does have recipes, it's special. Like, this is, I think I got when the CIA, like, Culinary Institute of America cookbooks. So it's like, yes, it's recipes, but I'm pretty sure that these are well-tested recipes that work, and also they've got metric weight, which unfortunately a lot of American books don't have, which is a pain in the ass, because I don't want to do cups and tablespoons and teaspoons of things where I could just go, oh, this is how many grams everything is. I'll put the bowl down and just dump stuff in by weight. So I think books on here. Books I recommend. It's been a little bit since I read it, but one that I really like, I sort of recommend that people that are interested in books that are like sort of accessible, is this, it's The History of the World in 6 Cups, Glasses, I want to say. And it's tells sort of like the history of civilization through the lens of the 6 most influential drinks, which were in order. First was beer, then was hard alcohol, then was wine. Because so beer was like fermentation, grain stuff, and then hard alcohol was distillation, which is like the next big technological leap. Wine requires the cultivation of grapes, which was hard to do when you're like in the sort of in the like Indus Valley, I think, somewhere around there. So that's sort of like a level of transportation required. And then we have coffee, because that's sort of the Enlightenment, Middle East. And then we have tea, because the British, unfortunately, and also China. But like the British did a lot of things because of tea, which were like
what? No.
Yeah. And then Coca-Cola is the last one, because Coke is, in its own little way, conquered the world, as much as Pepsi wishes otherwise.
Oh, Coca-Cola.
Yeah.
I was about to be like, I did just see Cocaine Bear the movie. Like, I'm up on my knowledge.
I mean, you go back originally, that was a thing you could get. Get your Coke in your Coke.
Okay, finding out that the cocaine in Coca-Cola was a reaction to prohibition, because tonic wines were outlawed because of their alcoholic content. But you used to be able to get cocaine wine.
Yeah,
and then they took the booze part out of it because prohibition. So someone was like, I really like getting drunk and fucked up. But I can't get drunk anymore. Why don't I just
get
put
real fucked up
drugs in a regular drink? Let's fucking go!
And it turns out, it sells real well. People love it.
Uh-huh.
Prohibition was a whole thing. Like, I love that you can find the ads of people selling blocks of compressed grapes, like, and with very specific instructions of what not to do, because if you do it, it'll turn into wine.
Yeah, you can't be doing that.
Specifically, like, don't put it in like 5 gallons of water in a dark room at this temperature. Yeah, it's just like.
Also, what's fascinating is cocktail culture in the US sprung up from prohibition because the alcohol was so fucking nasty. You had to mix it or cut it with something, because otherwise, like, when they say bathtub gin, it's not a joke. That's not that's not a shorthand. It's gin someone made in a bathtub somewhere.
You just hope they washed it out between when they took a bath.
Right, sanitary conditions were.
Yeah.
Oh, and to the beard, Watto and welcome.
Yeah. Also, also prohibition in Seattle was wild, because there's a whole story about it. But I mean, rather than having Capone, we had repeating my history. So most of the booze was coming down from Canada, I want to say. And so pretty early on, there was this police officer, Roy Olmsted, who was corrupt, because they all were, and got busted in force on force because he was running alcohol, I think. And basically what happens is, okay, well, now I don't have a day job, so let me just do this full time. And so he was just this super big bootlegger. But the thing was, everyone loved him. Like, he told his people to not carry guns because I think his quote was something along the lines like, "This isn't worth someone dying for. Like, if someone catches you, just like let them take it, go to jail, whatever. Like, we'll take care of it. But like, no one should die over this alcohol." So like, everybody loves him. All the cops are corrupt. All the politicians are corrupt. Like, everyone's in on it. And like, over on Mercer Island, had a house, and like his wife would do bedtime stories over radio because that's what you do when you're rich and you can do stuff.
Okay.
And so there's sort of like the stories of the gentleman criminal that everyone loves, and it's like it eventually got busted because some wiretapping laws, which actually are the reason why we have a current federal wiretapping laws. Like, because I can't remember. It's something like Chapman, something that they basically use it to catch him, and then they said, "Yeah, this is not great. Let's make it so people can't do this." Basically, the government has to follow some laws.
I mean, it's not good for him, but
yeah. Well, also, I mean, it's nice that the government has some rules about how they tap your lines.
We're all
I
learning today.
recommend this. There's some good documentaries on it. I highly recommend people looking up rather than just sort of my half-remembered ramblings. But
do you think it's fair?
that was really cool about it.
Sorry to interrupt as I'm just summoning the grand people. Do you think it's fair to call your operation bespoke board games? Is that aggrandizing?
I think Yes, it is. Yeah, bespoke. I at one point I had that. I've shuffled things around, but yeah, definitely bespoke. You speak it and I make it. And then
Can't spell any of these things.
I don't know how to spell anything. Like, if spell check goes away, I'm helpless because I'm far too lazy to look up all the words in the dictionary.
Oh, Square Peg, we've only just gotten started. Oh, that's to say we've been doing the usual, like, pre-start wafflemancy.
Yeah, you have not missed anything other than rambling. Which is, up to you how much you want to...
And numbers, we'll be doing the full pitch in just a second. I'm just trying to get the tweets and the ilk out. I'm trying to be good at this! For as long as Twitter is actually worth doing.
Yeah. I didn't mention, like, that's part of why I'm doing this is just because, like, I don't have a lot of reach. Like, Twitter is where I have the most contact with people. I was like, I should probably start this now while there's still, like, a tiny bit of value on Twitter.
There's still a Twitter left to post to.
Yeah, like, I'm too old. I'm not going to do the TikToks. Like, I don't have the energy to dance in front of videos. I'm sorry.
God, mine is just strange, weird facts off the top of my head and a whole bunch of nonsense about me Gandams. Did you see my latest beefcake? My accidental...
No, I haven't.
Alright, this is an accidental Liquid Death themed beefcake. So this is my newest one.
Oh, incredible.
Yeah, big chunky unit. I don't know if I've got I haven't got the original art nearby, but this was originally in this horrific mustard yellow color. And I was
so what you should do is please tell me, like, you're gonna take one of your cans and, like, snip out some part of it and use that as like a logo, as a sticker, an actual branded Liquid Death.
I hadn't thought of that till you said. I could probably do a shield. All right, well now I know what I'm going to be working on.
That's so cool. Also, it's a Mortal Land. Unfortunately, I can't, but I can make you a tribute. Yeah, it's.
Remember.
Such a good song.
To Prima Neutrina, Watto and welcome. We're making board games live. We're just getting through the preamble, the pre-banter.
Yeah. Sorry, now I'm just thinking, like, what does a Tenacious D board game look like? It's like the nerd sniping from XKCD. There's, like, thinking about potential board games.
All right, so my brain immediately says, no one can truly embody the power of Jack Black. So Jack Black is a force for good that you must move and use through varying... Okay, the idea is you want Jack Black to bless your album. But you can't control Jack Black. You can only place things in and around to either draw him or block him.
Sure. So this is part of a whole thing that I think is a very interesting discussion, which I don't have a good answer for, is making games based off of other things. Like, one of my big complaints about a lot of the board game adaptations of video games that are happening these days is that they try to as accurately recreate the experience of the video game in the board game. And the better of a job they do to it, the more I'm like, okay, why don't I just play the video game? If you're all you've given me is like your best effort to recreate the video game, but like, I've got the video game. It's a great video game, so why do I want a board game version? Like, what are you giving me that's new or different?
Yeah,
so
there was a Sniper Elite board game announced, and I'm still very curious as to how that's supposed to go. On a game that's about sitting there with a cup of tea and shooting Hitler in the testicles, how do you convey that into a board game?
I guess that's like, so to bring it back, so like, the one that really hits me is like Slay the Spire. It looks great. But what little I've seen of the Slay the Spire board game is it's basically the video game, but there's I guess some way to play multiplayer. But like I've got Slay the Spire. I don't need to buy a $60 board game to play Slay the Spire when I have Slay the Spire. And it's much faster and easier.
Yes.
Or like Deep Rock Galactic. I love that game. But the board game is just that you got 4 dwarves and you move it around and mine stuff. But like you're not getting anything that I'm not getting in the video game much better. So it's on one hand, you don't want to do that, I think, but you don't want to go too far away. Otherwise, because you can't give people what they don't expect too much, because otherwise they're just like, oh, I don't know what this is. I don't want it. So like where to go properly, like what's like the slightly oblique angle that you take that's interesting but different. Like they're taking this type of elite game, like maybe there's a game where instead of you being the sniper, maybe you're the person that's like handling logistics of like, okay, let me how do I place all my snipers in the right places, and then figure out where the target's going to be, and like compile all this information to give to the sniper that in the video game is where you start. Like how do you get them there? Sort of like Into the Matrix. Did you ever play that one?
Yeah.
So like in the movie, like it's like they get we got the things that the Sentinels are coming in, blah blah blah, and they just sort of go with it. In the Matrix, they have the whole thing of like, okay, you've got the files, you got to play through the game of like how do you get the files there. So rather than strictly saying like you're playing the Matrix story, it's like okay, you're playing adjacent parts, so like it sort of combines and then like it's a different experience. You're not replacing the movie. So like to me, I think you need to do that to some degree, but you can't go too far, otherwise people get confused and don't want it. Also, Bismarck, so you said the Pokemon board game is a chip. Which one? Because there's more than one. So I'm definitely curious, because there's some of the older ones which I've looked at for reasons, and they were. I don't like the term cash grab because, like, generally no one goes out to make a bad, like, just like video games, no one tries to make a bad game. Like, when you're working with IPs, you've got a lot of restrictions and requirements. It's not often it's like, okay, they go, here is the style guide. You can only use art that appeals in this style guide, which in the style guide's got like 5 screenshots from the movie. And like, that's just what you got to do. And it's like, well, this game's gonna look like shit. There's nothing I can do. So like, some of the Pokemon board games though were, is Pokemon Master Trainer the one where you've got all the little circles and you have to like go around?
This is fascinating, by the way. Like I know I'm quiet. So, no, this is a sphere of knowledge that I don't know, and it is fascinating to hear about.
Yeah, so I think it was. Yeah, look at it, there's some cool ideas there, but that's very early 2000s game design. Lynn, I have actually not looked at the Binding of Isaac game. So I unfortunately cannot play that. Numbers, I do not think Will has ever played Viking. That would be a fun game to play at some point. That would be one to set up a stream somehow, because
okay.
I don't want to spoil it. It is a game made by Milton Bradley based off the 1978 Milton Bradley game based off of the Lord of the Rings animated movie.
Oh, as in like the I want to say Bashy. It's not. It's but yeah,
it's Bass. I can't remember, but yeah, that one. And they take some very liberal interpretations. Rankin Bass, that's it.
Well, no, because there was 2. There's Rankin Bass, and then there was the wild one. Oh God.
What's that?
So there's the Rankin Bass one, and then there's the one that's like part rotoscope, part hand animation. That's fucking wild.
I think it's the Rankin Bass one.
Okay.
I have not actually watched it, which is I need to do at some point. I've seen clips and the "Where There's a Whip There's a Way" song, because that's a very good song. But yeah, let's just say it's a competitive game where you're racing to deliver one of the One Rings to Mount Doom before anyone else does.
Let's fucking go! Hobbit racing,
then,
I'm in. Sign me up.
Yeah, and it's a vicious, spiteful, and petty game.
Okay. Now, first you had my curiosity. Now you
Yeah.
have my attention.
Yeah, no, there's no way. That's all I'm gonna say. Like it's well worth experience. I've tried to find copies of it multiple times, and it's hard to find a board game that's 45 years old.
Okay.
And
so the squad is here. Tweets have been deployed. I think we are ready to get started on this whole little adventure. So, friends, Longshipians, random miscreants, it is my esteemed pleasure, if you've not met him, to introduce you all to Ket. Now, God, I'm trying to find a way to sum up your career in board games because it is a fascinating one.
It's not too complicated. So I'm fortunate enough to live in Seattle, where there's a lot of board game activity. Like obviously, it's the tabletop. Like Wizards of the Coast is here, and they've done Magic, obviously, but they've also done like Lords of Waterdeep and a bunch of other reasonably well-known games. Time to End Dark. Also, Ravensburg, North America, is headquartered here. Force Museum, which is where I worked, is probably not super well known, but they worked as board game designers for publishers, so that people would come to them and say, "I've got an IP I want to make a game on," or publishers would say, "I want to make this." So they were a middleman design firm, and they got bought by Funko. So like they do it. There's also some other because Wizards here, a lot of tabletop role-playing games sort of also have sprung up here, like Pathfinder and many stuff. So it's being in Seattle, I've had many opportunities. I ended up doing some playtesting for a design firm, for about a year, I want to say, before I ended up working there full-time for 3 years, making mostly Funkoverse, which is a tabletop skirmish game that has modular design, lots of boards, lots of scenarios, lots of different characters, all based off IPs. Golden Girls, Kool-Aid Man, Batman.
Yeah. So you get the Golden Girls kick the shit out of Batman. If you needed any other reason to look
it happened
at that
a
game,
lot.
Yeah.
Because we definitely go, balance is squishy, so let's just make them a little bit better.
I always like to imagine, like, it's mainly because Batman would never punch Blanche, but Blanche would absolutely punch the shit out of Batman. That's how I like to imagine.
Yeah. The most recent one, which is like... so I was only very slightly involved with it, is they did a Squid Games one, which is like... the lack of awareness of making a Squid Games... I'm going to talk a little bit trash. Making Squid Game Funko Pops is so missing the point of Squid Games and capitalism, and it's like... So, like... I mean, we made it because that's what we were paid to do, but, like... Yeah. Funko Pops have... they're going through a thing. But anyway, so yes, I did mostly Funkoverse, but did work on lots of other little projects that are cool. Some big ones, got to work on Jurassic Park Legacy, which some numbers did a ton of playing on. He's probably played it more than I have, honestly, with all the testing. Did lots of little games. Villainous was probably the one best known.
Villainous being a game based on the varying Disney villains.
Yes, you're each a villain. You've got your own custom deck, and you're trying to do your thing. So, like, Prince John from Robin Hood, your goal is to get 20 money. That's all you're trying to do. You don't care about anything else. Just pile up the money. Like Ursula, you're trying to kill King Trident and get his treasures. And there's lots more. And then eventually, when the studio got bought by Funkoverse, by Funko, we lost the right to do it. So all the Marvel stuff, except after the first one, is done by Ravensburg. So they are no longer... Funko is no longer affiliated, but there's a lot of Disney anime villain board game IP.
A boyfriend. Mega Boss, that is a very different kettle of monkeys.
I'm not sure which one that is. There's the Lorcana, which Ravensburg is doing the announcing, which is... It looks interesting. There's not enough information, but Disney trading card game. Just because coming out with a trading card game in the year 2023 is like...
Boy, I sure wish I didn't have money. Let's.
Oh no, Twisted Wonderland. Yeah. I'm familiar with that. I haven't actually. I know it exists. I have not looked at it. Actually, just recently I got a new hand-me-down phone because my old phone would just not run new stuff because it was like 6 or 7 years old, and that's how phones work these days. So I might actually check out some of the new stuff, but yeah. But the new one, the Lorcana's a TCG, which is, and this is where I don't know this part of the industry very well. Trading card games are making a comeback.
Really?
Like collectible ones. Yeah, there's like Flesh and Blood is a big one.
Huh.
There's a couple. So like,
because it used to be the whole thing was like, there's no faster way to bankrupt your team than trying to launch the CCG.
Yeah, no, it's like the fresh faced indie dev. I want to make an MMO, like sort of the problem.
I want to make a Magic-like game.
Yeah.
Oh, you're serious? Let me laugh harder.
Yeah. Yeah. There's so many wins, but I don't understand the market super well. But they are doing better. So, yeah, I can't speak to authority, but yeah, Lorcana exists and it might do okay because it is Disney.
One that it's killing me. I cannot remember it just because my brain's been like Swiss cheese recently. But there is a Jackbox party game hybrid title, which is kind of like a short form paradox nonsense, and it is killing me that I can't remember the name of it because I was going to bring it up today because it's one of those like.
Wait, this is a board game or a computer game?
It is a video game, but
it's a video game,
but plays very board game-esque. You know, ever since we got into Armello, I've always been fascinated with titles that don't try to convert a board game into a video game, but just go, what if we could go absolutely loopy bananas with board game design, but keep it a board game? But that's another story. I don't want to derail us too far. But yeah, so friends, suffice it to say, it is King of the Castle. Thank you, Immortal Len. It only came out like 2 days ago. Yes, we will be playing it as a long ship thing. Yeah. Okay. So, Ket has been in the board gaming field for a bloody long time. So, if you needed the qualifications, if you needed the scars and marks as to why Ket is absolutely worth your time and money when it comes to board games, that is why. You have danced with Disney villains, you have walked with dinosaurs, and you made the Golden Girls fight fucking Jaws, you psychopath. Yeah, you were part of that.
Yeah.
That's a war crime. Anyway.
Yeah, no. Jaws is great.
As of this week, you have started a new endeavor, and that is what we are here to support. That is why we are making a board game live, to show the guts in real time. So, do you want to tell us a little bit about that? While I give people links and stuff and things.
So, the very simple version is that, thank you for the link, is if you give me money, I'll make board games and you can say what they are. Very short. You give me money, I make your board games. I feel like it's a thing that someone would have to have done before, but I cannot find it anywhere, so as far as I can tell, it's somewhat new. The structure that I'm thinking is that Patreon exists and similar services, is so people subscribe through, right now just Patreon, but if there's traction, we'll try to look at other services which are more ethically run and take smaller cuts. And in exchange for subscribing at some level, you'll get to vote on different things, decisions, and submit ideas. And the structure will be, each month I want to start a new game, and all the people past at the $5 level higher can submit some ideas. I'll go through all of those ideas. I'll pick out the ones which I think are interesting and viable and won't get me sued, all the important things in game design. I'll take that smaller list, put them out, and then everyone can vote on them, and different levels will get different number of votes. And then whatever gets the most votes, I will make for that And games will probably take a couple months depending on how complex. So at any given time, I'll probably have a couple games going on. And then as I work on them, people will vote on various key points, like maybe vote on names, or if I make it halfway in and go, okay, well, there's 2 interesting directions I could go, and I think they're both viable. Well, I'll just put up to vote and see which way should it go. So people have kind of input. And then I'll post. My plan is to do weekly updates, play tests, and then at the end of every month, sort of say this is where we are, and post a tabletop simulator version of the game, so people can sort of say this is where we are and we're playing. And this is it. And if you want to play, it's great. And at the end of it, once sort of I think the game's done, or if we vote the game's done, I'll package it all up and it'll be on Tabletop Simulator, so people can just play it on there. There'll also be print-to-play versions that you can download and do that. Additionally, my plan is, because it makes things legally easy on my side to make a quick cut, I plan to do all of the things that I do as public domain. So if you give me an idea, you just put it out in the public domain, so don't try to come back for it, because you can't sue me for it. It's just gone. It's public. Additionally, if you think I did a stupid decision, or you got a vote on something, the files will be there, so you can just go take them and do it yourself. Like, I want people to do it, or if we make villainous, I can say, okay, here's a cool 6 villains in villainous. You can say, okay, cool, I like it. I want to do these villains. You can take it, just go do your thing. If you want to sell it, that's great. Do whatever you want. I don't have to be involved.
And
so my goal is to just create things that the community can use.
Yeah. And so as we were talking about in the preamble, like, if you end up supporting this and you find a title you love, you don't have to be like, all right, I need all of you all to cough up $5 if we're going to play this. You can just bring it to people.
Yes. Yeah, I think that's it.
And especially if it's on Tabletop Sim, like, that makes it perfect for, weird, strange, late-night, Longshipian, like, hey, do you want to play Punch a Goose? What do you mean Punch a Goose? Oh, it's a game Ket made. Called Punch a Goose. Yeah, I want to play Punch a Goose. How do we play Punch a Goose? Oh, whoa. Yeah! We're getting back to the classics.
Yeah. And also, I want to be clear, so if you contribute money, you get to vote and submit ideas, but anyone can play the games. I'm focusing on a forum, so just because I like Discord, but ideas get lost in Discord and discussions disappear, and I want people to have cool ideas and talk about things, and I want to be able to go back and find them, so I'm trying to use a forum for now. But so anyone can participate in the forum, anyone can talk. Like, I fully get not everybody can pay money. I can't pay a ton of money right now, because turns out getting a job in game industries right now is a little tricky.
It's a bastard.
Yeah. The other reason I want to do it, because I wanted to do this for a while, but definitely public impetus for this was like, I'm not going to find a job. The odds of me finding a good job in the game industry right now in the near future, not great. Like, it's good enough. But so
I mean, this is something
I want everyone to be here.
Yeah, this is something that you can do where you're able to do like a whole bunch of different creative, interesting ideas as a collaborative thing with people. And everybody gets a board game at the end. Now, I have been pitching at Ket to potentially look into doing some like bespoke for print, like fancy editions in the future.
So I'm all for that. Bespoke fancy editions take a lot more work, because my plan is I'm not going to make a game that's like what you would buy off a shelf. I'll look at the game what's fully playable, but I'm not going to pay for an artist. Like, if people want to submit art, that's cool, but I'm not going to try to do the art direction. I'm not going to try to do, like the 4-color layout for printing for the rule books and the components, and
for Goose Puncher, we'll be just using free access Goose images.
Exactly. Like if you want to get a fun, fully functional, playable game, that's actually only 10% of the work involved in getting a board game on a shelf.
Yeah.
So much work involved in the art, the graphic design, all these things, which some of it I can't do at all. Some of it I can do, but it's a lot harder and slower. Yes, Lizzie. I eventually got rescued only 4 years later? 3 years and something later?
I can't believe you're still giving me shit about that! It wasn't my fault! Can't believe this is still happening. All right, for those of you who are new
Yes.
here, we did an XCOM game to celebrate when we first got subs turned on. And the idea was every person who subscribed was going to get a character. And by the numbers, I guessed we'd get somewhere between like 40 to 60 characters. Just based on how many people we had in the Longship. Plus maybe a few people who might show up for the first day. We ended up with 210 on day one. It took us 10.5 hours to make every character. But it was an Iron Man.
I never got one either.
Oh, come on! Does it just make Will feel bad? Fiona just dead eyes me and goes, I never got one. We'll do another one. We'll do.
There, because I
Oh,
met you at TwitchCon.
We can do like a couples XCOM campaign. It'll be great. There's no way it'll go badly.
Nah, I'm good.
Oh, so you're gonna abandon me again? I can get left to die twice.
Fuck!
Incredible.
Wow. I have actually wanted to go back and do another XCOM campaign. Mainly because, one, it's gloriously ridiculous, but there hasn't been another game that cycles through people quite in the same way. Like all the
Most
others...
games don't kill people hard enough. Is Chimeras? I mean, what's the most recent XCOM? Has there been any big updates?
No, they did Chimera Squad, which was more
That's like a different thing.
Yeah, like teeny tiny door breach, and then well, I guess Midnight Suns was that team's like next big thing. Which apparently Midnight Suns is fucking great for all the like inter-character banter. Apparently,
Well, I mean, maybe there's some mods or something, or I don't know. I'm sure there's something you can find to make it fresh.
kill more people mods. I have actually looked at the XCOM 2 like long war mods and stuff, but the amount of people we'd go through, I might not be forgiven for that. But okay, friends, Longshipians and Miscreants, before we just devolve into discussing Will's failings, let's get this proverbial board game show on the road. So, today, we are making a whole-ass board game live. We're going to come up with ideas, we're going to throw them into a dock, we're going to... I don't know why I keep saying punch geese. I don't know if that's like a turn of phrase or if I just have problems with waterfowl today. It's one or t'other. With the ultimate goal being, we're going to take this thing, we're going to bundle it into a tabletop simulator. So that is our finish line. That is our end goal.
My goal is to have something that could be online and anyone that wants to can play whatever we end up with. And then after that, I plan on continuing to developing it like as if it was one of the things from the kickoff, from coming through the normal pipeline of Patreon.
Yeah.
So
this gives you like a little snippet experience that if you do end up subscribing to KET'S Patreon, this is what you will get to do.
Exactly.
With longer form and again less goose hate apparently. I don't know what.
Maybe not. Like I feel like swans deserve a lot more hate, but you know
they do. It's a goose with privilege.
I don't. Maybe you want Goose and Swan Puncher game, like.
If I had to choose, if I have to choose between Goose Puncher and Swan Puncher, I want to make Swan Puncher.
What if you could have both? Like, what if a game that you punch all sorts of waterfowl?
Pond Fighter is a go.
Oh, no. So Immortal's got the foul puncher. I feel like foul should be in there somewhere like foul play or something.
I like
there's
foul
got to be
play.
some good pun.
Fists of Foul, I think, might work as well.
There's something there. But anyway, so
I hope you all just imagine me in a fucking duck pond in Horsham, just wading up to my waist and just wailing on swans.
So
we
anyway,
do not condone animal cruelty in the Longship. I just really hate swans.
So to quick recap, structure is, I think brainstorm sort of like ideas, names, hooks for the game. So it could be like we want to punch swans. It could be like maybe you got a really cool name that you like. I don't know, what's a cool name for a game? Like I was just talking about the dinosaur book, All My Friends Are Dead. Like maybe we make a game called All My Friends Are Dead. We don't know what the game's about, but like that's just sort of like the prompt. or maybe you got a thing where it's like, maybe we want to have a game that feels like it feels like you're playing Magic, but it happens in 5 minutes and has 2 5-card decks or something. Like it could be like a vibe that we're going
or
to.
Marvel Snap, as it's known.
Basically, yes. So like, I think so. We start off with what is the prompt? A theme, a vibe, a title, something like that.
Okay, so which document do you want us to bring up for this one?
Yeah, let's do the kickoff.
Okay.
Let's see.
Okay, and I've got us a special. Hopefully this doesn't fucking break everything. Yay! You've got our little faces up here, and then down here, it's Idea O'Clock. So while we're doing this, there was one thing that I wanted to ask, and this is actually a genuine question, is that how many of these kind of situations does the name come before the concept? Because pun names are strong.
Surprisingly often. Just because it's, I mean, despite what people would say, like people buy books because of the cover all the time. Like the number of board games that get, like, if you have a board game on the shelf, like the reason people will pick it up to even look at it is like because it's got a really cool cover or a really funny name or interesting name. Like, yeah. So like I've definitely had times where someone's go like, oh, I've got this name that I think is really cool. If you have an idea for the game, like I'd love to hear it. So it happens all the time.
Now, we've got a few bangers already. So, Pun Spectre, obviously Foul Play is like the first one off the bat, but also puns through in Featherfall, like it. Vanderbeest with a Pond Calypse. A Pond Calypse. We're throwing out gold here. Do you hear? Geese versus Swans. Pay Bill. It's a series of waterfowl that owe you money. And it's your time to collect.
And also, I don't want to say don't do this, but I just want to say, like, there's lots of, we can do anything. So, like, if you want to do a game about Vikings, we could do a game about Vikings. Like a cooperative game, competitive game, we could do a game about sharks. We could do a game about so many sharks. Like, at Force Museum, they had a game called Hundreds of Horses. So we could do, like, I don't know,
many
thousands of sharks. Yeah.
Too many sharks.
And like we want to do like sort of like some that's like Vainworld vibes of like maybe you're trying to just survive a set number of time in this environment that does weird stuff. And you've got, you know, a cast of interesting, cuddly, cute characters that have different abilities and, you know.
So Lizzie wants...
What's this about penguins? I don't know if I know this one.
There's a clip of it, but the TLDR was during a game of Depth. Tobias informed me that the penguins were invincible. The penguins could not be harmed. So I tested a theory out and put a spear gun bolt through the fucking forehead of an emperor penguin like a bastard. Yeah.
What was it? The game was like shoot the thing to quiet the dogs or something, or like distract the dogs.
Are you thinking of Hunt Showdown?
Was it Hunt? That might have been Hunt.
That's the one where you had to put the horse down, lest the horse make noise. That game was dark.
Yeah. You killed a lot of animals in that one.
Don't like it. I've just, like, we've done a replay of Bloodborne. I'm like, they're not dogs, they're shit werewolves. That's my emotional justification.
But anyway, so I'm gonna just start grabbing things and just dropping them in the thing.
Puns was put in, and no, you know what? No, I know what you're going for, puns, but just like with the unfortunate one, Gapex Predator, it's a great pun, but if you stop and think about it, it's like no.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, Caffeine's just got a solid, good idea for a game.
Yeah. So what do you mean by co-verse op? The cooperative team? I'm not quite sure what that was intended by that. Oh, that's true. Sometimes they are MASH.
I don't know
But
why.
ideally, you get both. You want both.
I don't know why, but I fucking love Darkness mods who just put in dragons. Like, it's like bees, but as a mystical question. Dragons?
So.
I don't know why I like that. Hey, what do you want to play? Dragons?
I mean, again, it's like a kind of a cool title. Like, if you see a game that's called Dragons question mark, it's like, oh, you're kind of curious.
Wait, dragons? Yeah.
Yeah, so like that's a legitimate, I think, potential place to start.
Just
Um,
dragons?
Ponies, okay.
The Wild Punch Geese game.
The Wyverns, ooh, that's good.
Ah, nice. Oh, Fencer, come on in. We're making a board game live. Ket's on this side. Ket is a professional board game maker and has just launched a Patreon for bespoke board games. Which, if today is something you enjoy, it's a thing that you can keep doing. So we're doing basically, I guess this is like the first opening act, but live on Twitch.television.
Yeah, we totally know what we're doing. We're very organized and professional.
I'm a disaster, and they all know it. We can't even joke.
Bee dwarves. This is interesting.
So
I have
Fencer,
questions.
yeah, we're gonna need specifications. Are those mini bees, or are those dwarves, as in like diggy diggy hole, but in bee attire? Like, specifications are required.
Yeah.
At the moment, we're coming up with just some overlying hooks.
I ask
I
again,
bespoke.
what does the term
Basically, that
bespoke
means
actually
custom made.
mean?
Yes.
Sorry, some numbers. So it's often used with like design stuff or like clothing. You can often get bespoke tailored suits or.
Okay, this is why I've been saying bespoke so much. I actually found out the origin of the term bespoke.
Oh, really?
It's one of those like tailoring terms that's become ubiquitous and is slightly morphed. But it comes from the term spoken for. That when you would go to get yourself a suit or a garment tailored, you would choose the specific fabrics that you would want for that. And because the actual stitching and construction of said garments would happen in the evenings, like during the day while you're taking measurements and people are commissioning stuff, you might get multiple customers through the day. And so if I came into the store after you and was like, oh, I want a suit in that goose fabric. What is up with me and geese today? There's some deep-seated trauma that has not been resolved. Anyway, so I choose the goose pattern. And the tailor would say, I'm sorry, that particular fabric has been spoken for. Yeah, so that's where bespoke came from. And it's just come to...
Honk, 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 honk.
Also,
honk.
Legitman, long time no see.
Welcome back.
Yeah. Also, dwarf-sized bees with beards is interesting. I'm very... Just because, like, dwarves mine things and make holes and tunnels, whereas bees make tunnels, but, like, in hives. So, like, there's something that's really interesting, like, something going on there.
My brain went to just like an all Glaswegian
Honk.
Very honk. Also, like numbers in J-Post. Honk! My brain immediately went to like an all Glaswegian reworking of the Bee movie. Especially the scenes from the hive where it's just, fuck you, fuck you, fuck you! Out me wee! Bee business coming through! The only person whose voice isn't changed is what's-his-face from Seinfeld.
Jerry Seinfeld.
Yeah. It's that bloke
I'm
from
also thinking,
Seinfeld. Mr. Seinfeld.
Also, like, you've got honey. So just honey becomes mead. Just like one-to-one easiest.
Yeah. It's cutting out the middleman for dwarven construction.
Yeah. Oh, anyway, so compliment campaign. So for wyverns, could be so cataloging wildlife,
and covering the varying traits and behaviors, and winning when you've completed as much of the beastry as you can. Okay.
So it's
Well, let's keep going with the let's keep going with the brainstorming session.
Yeah.
For the name storming session, I should say, before we get into the guts.
Yeah. Glass Region Twitter. I don't live there, but I've gotten to visit a couple times through people sharing posts, and it's wild.
It's beautiful. Scottish Twitter in general is just great.
Like, I believe they're not just like doing a bit, and like I believe that's actually real. But also, like, if he told me they were all doing a bit, like I wouldn't be shocked.
Okay, so going through some of the, and at the moment we're just throwing in names, throwing in some just overarching concepts. We've got the Wild Punch Geese game, Too Many Sharks. You're a slug cat eating everything, so I guess Rain World's the game world. We've got the Indiana Jones Boulder scene, but Co versus Op. Wyverns is good, but dragons is definitely better. However, I think that the overarching themes definitely work for either.
So I think what you do is the game is dragons ?
Yeah.
And then you release the expansion, which is wyverns.
Yes. You got to set up the pun.
Exactly.
Give people the construction, and then bam.
Exactly.
I say Fence is suggesting that if the Bee Dwarf game would be called Mountain Hive instead of Mountain Home.
That's catchy. Like it's not quite. It's like generic fantasy, but one step more interesting.
The thing is, the pitch is let's be dwarves. That was fucking gold, and I am not getting the respect I deserve for the banging puns I put out here.
No, we're being bees that are the size of dwarves with beards.
Yeah.
Yeah. Dwarven tavern fight. I misread that as drunken tavern fight, but honestly, they both kind of work.
I'm trying to think of a good dwarven punch-up joke for that one. Although weirdly, one of the few things that another weird little pocket of Will knowledge was they made an orcish pub fight game as a free expansion to Gorkamorka, where the amount of damage you did resulted in teeth, which was the currency. So it wasn't about winning, it was just about doing the most hurt to the other people and then just scooping up all the leftover teeth after the fight so you can go buy stuff. It was that quirky thing back when White Dwarf used to just
Captain on the bridge.
Oh.
Perhaps today is a good day to continue the subscription. Also, hey KET'S, long time.
Yeah, no, teeth is a really good currency.
And Stooge, I mean, obviously, thank you kindly. It's good to see you, friend. And we were talking about you earlier because Ket was asking if if Unit 1's still running a longship, and I'm like, fuck yeah, it is. That rig's a beast. It's a behemoth. Ragnar's articulating on dragons with sea serpents, a game where you spy different nautical beasts.
Ooh, and Hydra is also pretty. I feel like that one's less obvious, but once you get it, is great. I'm thinking like a Hydra, but all the heads are in question marks.
I'm glad I'm the only person who seems to have beef with geese today.
I've seen pictures of a Hydra, but each head is a goose head. It's a terrifying monster.
Actually, I got to agree with numbers. I think if we're doing pun mythical creatures, I think the Wydra is way better. Wyvern, good. The Wydra, I don't know why. That just seems like the kind of infuriating D&D quiz monster that someone would throw out mid-campaign.
So totally agree. The one thing is dragons and wyverns are so close, whereas Hydra's a slightly more removed. Which, if the game really cares about the fact that we got a flying lizardy thing.
Air Dragon says the only animal they feared on the farm was the goose. That's right. That's right. Because they are evil. But again, going back to our earlier conversation, swans are worse. Why? Because if you take a goose and give it privilege, then you get a swan.
I've never had. I don't think I've ever eaten goose, like a Christmas goose or anything, just because it's not really a thing over here.
It's just big
At some
duck.
point, I should.
It's just big duck.
I think I like ducks. So like a big duck, and the problem with the duck is often like not a lot of meat, a lot of bones. So like a big duck sounds kind of good. Yeah, suggestions. Okay. So numbers. So I think a Dwarven Tab Fight dexterity game would be really cool. For mechanics wise, I'm avoiding dexterity because dexterity does not go great in Tabletop Simulator.
Oh,
it's
you
possible, but...
shush your mouth. It goes hilariously in Tabletop Simulator.
I guess
It doesn't go well.
It doesn't. It's hard to create a consistent experience between Tabletop Simulator and like a print and play.
Oh yeah. Oh no, sorry.
And then similarly, like I put a veto any games that have like really big toyetic components, just because. Yeah, it's hard. It would require me to do a bunch of 3D modeling and then.
So, friendos, for those of you who've just joined us, the goal is whatever we create today, we're going to get into Tabletop Simulator. So there's.
I figure that is Welsh.
I can't
like
read
Welsh
that.
sound.
My dyslexic ass is very confused.
I don't think it's your dyslexia talking. I'm not sure what that's other than labyrinth.
Leviathan.
Hey, Wolfcrad.
I mean, numbers, and all of you, thank you kindly for the bits. Wolfcrad, Watto, and welcome. Much like the Leviathan itself, I think we've got to let that pun sink to the ocean floor. However, the goal is ultimately to get our creation into Tabletop Simulator. Mm-hmm. If you haven't seen Tabletop Simulator, it is an exceptional piece of kit. It's a wonderful little...
exceptional... It is unique. It does what it does, but it's also probably one of the least intuitive pieces of software I've ever used.
Yes. You can do a lot of fun nonsense, but it has its own strange and interesting quirks. Hang on, I've got to get some more tunes going. There we go. Now back. Oh, look, it's KET'S Patreon!
Yeah, card battle board game, Legend Man. I definitely think that's cool. Like sort of like there've been some in the past, like the post-apocalyptic Mad Max style, and there's a really good one. So we did at the studios that did words Fast and Furious board game. Which not strictly battle, but like I think. It's a fun thing.
But jumping back, because I just wanted to highlight a couple of things you touched on. So toyetic is a term that's generally referred to as board games that have large dual functioning pieces. I'm trying to think of some examples.
Like Crossfire or Fireball Mountain.
Yes.
Like Jenga. Jenga is a very toyetic thing. Like the play is on the physical properties of the components.
Yes.
Whereas with like Magic, the physical properties of components are all the same. It's all about the information and the mental stuff.
Now, from what I hear, board games, especially if they're going for a Kickstarter type element that have lots of lovely miniatures, are usually very successful.
Yeah. So miniatures you wouldn't call toyetic though generally. Because toyetic means like there's like the functional element. Because like you could replace a miniature with a cardboard standout or a token, and it generally would not change the functionality. Whereas you can't substitute like it. So like you're talking about TikTok, like have you seen like the pie face game where like it's sort of like Russian roulette, but you get hit with a cream pie?
Yeah, which I believe was a #1 seller a few Christmases ago.
Yeah, so like that's very toyetic. Like you can't. That involves stuff going on. So miniatures generally would not be considered toyetic. It's things that have mechanical function or properties. But yes.
I'm making sure everybody's got the info.
Gotcha,
and again,
sure.
we're at the names and concept stages. So.
Ooh, okay. So I really like Scald and Alaska's Sticks and Stones.
Ah, yes. Yeah, that's going in.
Yeah. Okay. So like that one we're talking about like.
If I had to guess, Sticks and Stones is a rudimentary racing game where you and other recently dead people try and race to the other side of the River Styx to be the first one to say, no, I'm the good one. These guys are the assholes.
Okay.
So you're literally pinging rocks at each other trying to slow them down.
I mean, if you kill, so I can also see it's like more like instant battle, like you're trying to like verbal wordplay because Sticks and Stones. I can also see some sort of like more direct fighting because like Sticks and Stones, like there's a lot of fun things you could do with that. My memory of the Greek myths around the River Styx are a little sketchy. So it's a vehicle. I think that's a vehicle is a reasonable name.
It's not bad.
Yeah, exclamation mark's important.
I do know that between this squad, we have enough people that know that sphere of Greek mythology that we could get right into the paint.
Yeah, because I mean, does that one also make you forget when you drink it? I can't. Carmageddon, it's probably trademarked.
Oh, Carmageddon is absolutely trademarked.
Like they made 4 of them. I can't remember they made another one.
There was a Kickstarted reboot, which I don't remember if they could still use the old name. I'd have to go and look it up.
Yeah, and I definitely would not try to do that.
Because again, friends, this isn't just a quirky little exercise. This will be a board game that you can play at some point.
Yes, and so full disclosure, so this is public domain, so anyone can sell it. So if I think a game that we make is reasonable that a publisher might want, I might try to sell it too. Like, if someone else wants to take it and sell it or make some changes and sell it, like, go for it, go nuts. So like, yeah, so I'm going to go with every intention of putting the same amount of effort I would in another thing. So River Leth, I don't know how to pronounce that, was the one that made me forget, but I can't remember if that was because the different mythologies sort of cross over in squishy ways. Like, I can't remember if that was like a parallel or not.
Carmageddon.
But I feel like that one you want to like not fight against people. Like if you fight, like it's maybe not good.
Okay, Carmageddon. You play a group of nondescript monks trying to make the other people trip up and, I don't know, step on bugs or accidentally eat a ham sandwich. So your goal is to be as pious as possible while bringing other people's karma down.
So it's like karma graded on a curve.
Yeah.
Okay, so don't poke the blank. Okay, that seems reasonable.
But,
don't poke the...
Okay.
Yeah, and there's just like different horrible things could happen to you, and you have to take different measures depending on,
Okay.
You don't poke the Mind Flare for different reasons that you don't poke the Basilisk, which is different from you don't poke the Turescu or whatever.
Although, let's keep it to one thing, because finding out which monsters and creatures are public domain and which ones aren't is a fucking ball ache. Sorry, I should use my apologies. Yeah. I should use a better term.
It's
because
the open gaming license stuff. I think Mind Flare is there's like a list of them.
Yeah. Because I partially still under NDA, so I can't talk about the project, but it was my job to play Whack with a Spoon for people trying to implement different mythical creatures into an thing, because the amount of time I had to be like, no, that's owned by the Tolkien estate. No, that's one of the core monsters owned by D&D. Mm-hmm. So with some of them, it's like the name is fair game, but any imagery relating directly to it isn't, and stuff like that.
Sure. I mean, it's like Winnie the Pooh is now in public domain, but the version with the red shirt isn't.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's all messy. Also, yeah, so Caffeine saying that Mindflayer and Beholder are no longer locked down. Like, so I remember when Wizards sort of capitulated, they said they put something in public domain. I did not look closely, so that could be maybe now the public domain, or not the public domain, now the Creative Commons. But Creative Commons has a whole another thing, so like maybe they're like non-commercial or something. So like,
yeah, I would not touch Beholder with a 1,000-foot pole because Beholder, Eye of the Beholder, and things like that have been used as commercial licenses, and it's
also, hey Fred, doing a thing.
So Fred, how's it going? We're making a board game live. Come on in. I do like Ragnar's Medusa. I don't know why, but it's just the idea of a Medusa that just makes you super disinterested and stuff. Like, trying to keep motivation in the face of the Medusa.
So like, I love it as idea. Like, it's different from like the dragons, wyverns, question monsters, and it's not a don't poke the Medusa. So like, I think it's cool. I'm not sure what it exists in, but yeah.
Though Don't Poke Medusa does sound like a very different kind of game than some of the ones that have been pitched so far.
Mm-hmm. Well, if it's Don't Poke the Medusa, like traditional, then that would fit in, but this one is like its own. This is like a monster high school something character.
There's something there. I can't quite see it, but there's something there. Mathdusa. Solve the equation or turn to stone. Do algebra or perish.
I've mostly lost the ability to do basics math. If I can't do it in my head, either I can do it in my head or I can do it in Excel. But like in between, yeah. Yeah, Kevin. It's easy. Like, and it's again. Right now, just dumping everything in, and maybe it'll be used, maybe it won't be, but like just...
Yeah, none of it's lost. But this is the tricky thing, is it's like, it's trying to start wide and then start narrowing it down.
But part of it is like, you want to consciously try to not filter it too much, because if you try to filter it, that's where you start second-guessing yourself and like...
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Oh, Medusa is also good. Well, the thing is with the Medusa is also, then you're talking about, it's kind of close to Medus, which was one of the very big guns. I think it was one of the ones on the ships, maybe? I can't remember. Medus was sling for one of the weapons. Someone like Caffeine might know better than me. $50 cal, thank you. M2, that's it. Okay, yeah.
Okay, so Numbers is going with Karmageddon, a game in which you have a karma or calmness meter, where everyone secretly submits ways to alter the other player's meter to try and instigate a fight. I think riffing on the idea of you're all monks in a state of meditation, quietly fucking with each other, like, haha. Deploy like some beetles on somebody's back and try and blame it on so-and-so.
Totally, yeah. Okay, we've got a pretty good number of ideas. I'm probably going to drop ponies for now.
It's just the word ponies.
I mean, when we can remember just, ponies as an idea, but like...
Some of us never forgot ponies. Some of us never left.
Just trying to think, so like, if I was to look at these and like, thin these down into... Got what, like a dozen ideas?
Let's give it to the hour. Let's give it another like 10 or 15.
Are you want to give another 15? Okay.
Let's give it another 15. Also, are you wearing one of the artifact shirts?
Oh yeah, they're super comfy.
They are.
And also like because they're so faded that you're basically wearing a black T-shirt. Like no one will notice unless they're really close to you. And, like,
they didn't splash on the printing quality.
If they choose, I'd rather have like understated printing and high quality shirts than the other way around. It's kind of like the
Vagabond Valkyries. A group of Valkyries have to carpool their way to picking up the souls of the recently dead. I mean, Fred's not wrong. The artifact merch has become an artifact in itself.
That's true. I've got a bunch of the pins still.
Makes me... I feel a bit like a bastard, but, you know, the Longship outlived a Valve-backed Magic the Gathering competitor, and I feel pretty good about that, you know?
I mean, that one wouldn't quite have been outlived by a head of lettuce, but, like, if you got, like, a head of cabbage and kept it in the fridge, it might have given... The cabbage might have given it a run for the money.
Yeah. Oops, all Daka. You attempt to stack varying guns atop one another, and the first person whose Tower of Misadventure explodes loses.
I can see that.
And Stu, you are right. Yeah. We did manage to outlast Google Stadia as well. No big deal, but I think that's what because, dude, next month is the 5-year anniversary of the Longship, which is fucking wild. And I think it's just going to be a day where we drink and list off things that we beat.
That'd be a fun list, yeah.
Reactor online. Sensors online.
Hey!
Weapons online.
Hey!
All systems nominal.
Speaking of almost... No.
Doom,
that's not
doom,
what-
doom, 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 doom to the tube of the doom
Yeah.
sound.
You said 53 was the absolute longest?
Yeah, so that is but a hair's sliver.
That's true.
Well,
Yeah, pretty soon you'll... Yeah.
Very, very confused, but very, very grateful. So thank you kindly.
Oh, dogs with DACA. Okay, sure.
Not bad. Dags with Daka. A series of puppies try and operate a heavy machine gun. It's a cooperative game.
So it's kind of like a different take on the exploding kittens.
Yeah. Is that bad? Did I come up with a bad idea there?
Yeah, no, it's hard to keep up. I've lost a couple months just because of inattentiveness. Okay, it's got this. A lot of animals. Got geese, slugs, sharks, slugs, various mythological creatures,
But yeah, we definitely went on a mythological...
dwarf-sized bees. And
there's
dogs.
definitely a few like really good standout ideas already.
Mhm.
All right, so friends, titles, wide concepts, general ideas, like terrorist. Stay away from the exploding hand. The only reason I'm going to veto that one is so that you don't end up on a fucking watch list.
So okay, so we're not going to do it. But what if it was Terror Whist? Just some sort of scary version of Whist. Again, watch lists. So yeah, that's definitely an easy veto, but also Terror Risk is just Risk. Like Risk is terrifying. Like so when the first exposure I had to
damn
Risk,
it! Fred got to the joke before me because I was waiting for you to finish. Damn it! Damn it, Fred! It's a spooky cooking game. Fuck.
with explosives. That's it. My first exposure to Risk was as a computer game on my old Power Mac, and I played single player, and because the computer handled everything, I thought, oh, this is like a 5-10 minute game. Like if you want to really think it takes 10 minutes to start playing stuff out, or just do stuff and like just throw your troops around and it's like 5 minute game. It's cool. Like, whatever, it's fine. Not too deep, but fun. And then I played it once with some other people, and I go, oh, I will never do this again in my life. This is that same 5-10 minutes worth of fun in like 6 hours.
I don't know if I've ever described Risk as fun. Oh, actually, no. Risk Legacy was great, but
Yeah, there's some cool stuff there. Yeah.
yeah.
But still.
You know how like family Christmas board games, like a lot of households have that. For some fucking reason, ours was Risk, and it was just everybody getting their fucking grudges out across a board. I'll never forget my nan just Like being told, no, you don't have to take this to win, and Deadeye being like, I'm not trying to win, I'm making sure you lose, and that has stayed with me for my fucking life.
It's a favorite. For a long time, Mac was where the games were, like Power Mech era.
Oh
like
shit,
that's
yeah.
where like like Marathon, all the Bungie games were on Mac. All the Blizzard games were cross-platform.
All the Blizzard games were cross-platform, yeah.
No, for a long time, Mac gaming was where it was at, and then like I feel like a little after like Unreal came out, I want to say is when it just like they stopped because they don't like nice things. Oh, Ambrosia Software had they were mostly on Mac.
Woof. Dustin's got curry coming. All right.
Ooh, curry's good.
So, if you see any other good ones, add them through. As we'll call it in 9 minutes. 9 minutes. We'll lock the list and we'll start picking in some absolute bangers. But again, friends, this is what KET is doing via Patreon. If you're enjoying this, if there's things that don't get picked that you'd like to see expanded, join the fucking Patreon. Join the forum that KET's gonna be putting up to run this through. Like, it's all valid. Yeah. You know, we're probably gonna be picking a smaller, simpler concept today because we want to get it like prototyped and going. But yeah.
So then.
I just wanted to plug your thing before I run to the loo because I've just had like several pints of coffee and I gotta pee.
Fair enough. Yeah. I mean, so Destin, that's the question. It's like the theme is probably one of these unless something else comes up. What do people want? The idea is bespoke, custom board games, and rather than having to figure out what the market wants and try to as someone that's been in the game industry a very long time, predicting what people are gonna want in a year, like, I mean, you could try, difficult. You can have an idea, but also you could just read bones and stuff. You're about the same odds. So like, rather than doing that, the idea is like, what if I just ask a very small number of people what they want and they pay me and I make it? And it's like I don't have to ask. Like, it's like, this is the game I'm making. Do you like it? Yeah.
Heck yeah. And this is kind of like the jumping off point for it all. Anyway, I'll be back in just a second. I leave you with these lovely miscreants.
Yes. Misnomers, that is 100% the universe Medusa very much. I see you conveniently waiting till Will is gone for the Nautical board game, of course. Yeah, artisanal, bespoke, custom, something. Okay, so we're talking about Bluffing, Hidden Roll, Carmageddon. Sure, we're gonna add that on. Let's see. So I scald in the last week saying Cards of Heresy. I'm interested in hearing more. Like, is that just Cards Against Humanity-ish, or is there something else going on? I mean, so Fred, I think you just described the game, which has been made many years ago, and I guess we all lost. Okay, so come again. Let's see. Expansion on things blank would never say. Fred, and this is actually something that I don't know, and I've talked to multiple publishers, and I don't know the answer. Is there are a huge number of Cards Against Humanity judge-style games, and the market's pretty flooded with them. And I do not know, and no one has been able to tell me if it's because they're easy to make because you're literally just cards and prompts, or if it's because the market actually supports them and there's actually a lot of people that want them. I don't know, and no one has been able to tell me. So legitimate card games are not only allowed, they're encouraged, just because as far as things that are quickly prototypable, card games are really great and easy because generally they're just text and I can work in a spreadsheet and I'll show how that works when we get there, but it's very easy to make card games and prototype them quickly. So I like them, and also I like games that are modular and customizable and different playthroughs. And card games tend to be that. Yeah, and numbers like so. Yeah, definitely is apples to apples. There's also lots of judging games with a twist. And yeah, it's if you want them, they're out there and exist. I've worked on a couple. Numbers actually, I love dice, but again, the idea is, what do people want? If people want dice, I can do dice. If people don't want dice, you know. So I have no personal stance on the matter. I think dice are fine. They do the job. You know, Lies Dice is a pretty cool game. Happy Gloom, but happy. So I have not played Gloom for like, gotta be like going on 2 decades now or something. It feels like. So I very vague memories of how it works. But I was gonna put down. So Legend Man. Okay, so you got a game called Smithy. We build weapons and sell them, and then we also see what's best. So it's like we're selling them to like adventurers or sold to someone, and then so it's like 2 parts, like build weapons, and then they're not just like a point value. There's some sort of like thing where we have to see how they function. I can see that. There's some interesting design space. So like this, I know there's some recent ones, but like there's the Potionomics or Racketeer from earlier. Well, yeah, like so Shopkeeper. Dungeon Pets. I know the game exists. Have not played that one. Bargain Hunter. That is a game I'm not familiar with, but that sounds cool. I mean, just because the game exists doesn't mean that we can't do a different take on it, or that there might be a better way to do it. There's a lot of games that are, especially on the older side, that design philosophy has moved in the past, 20, 30 years. And
hello there.
Hello. Just had a few more events, a few more ideas.
Okay, so Terror Whisk, Escape the Haunted Kitchen.
Literally, like seconds after he stood up, not a cult.
A fucking course.
Of course.
I mean, that's not a game. That's my life, where I have to scream at people. It's not a cult.
But what if it's a game so other people could experience the same thing?
No one needs Will Simulator. You don't need this.
So Will Simulator.
Oh.
I'm not saying anyone needs it, but other people might say that they need it. So
it's a drinking game for one. Okay, Cult-tastrophe or Cultatastrophe. I do like Cult-tastrophe.
There's some appeal of like a game where like you have a cult and you don't want a cult, but you sort of have one, and you have to like figure out what you do with it.
Trying to get rid of it or get away from it.
Like you're just trying to like your goal is to do a normal person things like wake up, go do your job, have dinner with your family, and your cult is like trying to get you to sacrifice virgins and summon elder gods, and you're just trying to like not.
Scott, thank you for the bits, by the way. Like that's how I get fed. So let's see.
Or that's true. Maybe your goal is to disband the cult.
But if you anger them, then you get moided. So you can't just be like, right, feck you guys, I'm out.
Yeah.
God. You're all criminals. You're all criminals, and I will be taking you all to the Shadow Realm myself.
Yeah. So I think there's a lot of interesting territory to explore with that.
Okay.
Looks like we've got about a minute left, so if anyone else has any last minute ideas, literally, this is your time.
Yep, speed round. A comp cap threw in Break Mech.
Isn't that just like BattleBots?
Guess so.
Okay, 1 Minute Mech. I like 1 Minute Mech as a name. That's
Okay. I definitely like that more than Break Mech.
an ultra fast mech racing game.
All right, let me just zoom in a little bit because I think people weren't able to see all of the notes and details. There we go. That should help.
Yeah, okay, I can see that. Yeah, so real time. So I'm on board for doing real time. It's a little bit tricky just because.
Sorry, just before the klaxon. Cultimate Frisbee. A Frisbee game where the better you throw, the more followers you get. Fuck, that's good.
You're that rad. You just attract people. Full 80s aesthetic.
All right, I'm calling Cultimate Frisbee the end of. The air horn is being sounded. Air horn sounds. All right, concepts are done. Now we got to make a short list and start voting. Okay, so one of the things that KET is doing with the Laminated Productions Patreon is the idea of like anybody can get involved. There's going to be a forum, so you can join up and chat and banter and make suggestions. But when it comes down to vote o'clock, that's where the Patreon element comes in. Because Patreon's great for doing like votes and polls and stuff like that. So we're gonna, I guess, semi-emulate that one. So I think for Twitch we need, is it 5 max? And then we can vote on what the concept will be.
Okay, so we need the top 5.
We need top 5. All right, so just to go through it again for everybody, we have the Wild Punch, Geese Game, Too Many Sharks. We'll just call that one Rain World, the board game. We have the Boulder Betrayer.
Semi-co-op Boulder Scene.
Yep. Dragons. Bee Dwarves, aka Mountain Hive. Dwarven Tavern Fight. So Via Kill, Sticks and Stones. Don't Poke Medusa. Sorry, Don't Poke the Beast. We need to settle on one beast for that one.
I mean, I feel like...
Because whilst it has expandable properties, we need to... For the purpose of pitching for this...
What's a good beast? Like, I want to say Beholder just because it's a giant eye and you want to poke the giant eye, but we've had all the issues that we've talked about with Beholders.
Mm-hmm.
Sure, dragon. Let's dragons.
Yeah, Don't Poke the Dragon. Favor 6, Don't Poke the Streamer. We're not supposed to talk about the fact that streamers are in fact mystical creatures. We're not born so much as we just spawn into existence on empty couches.
Medusa, that's more a character than a game.
Yep. Karmageddon. So good. Then we've got Vagabond Valkyries. Dogs to Daka. Sorry, Dags with Daka.
Or Oops All Daka. Some sort of dogs Daka themed thing.
Yeah. Terra Whisk.
So it's spaceship deck mechanics. So
yeah,
make ships and then squish them against each other and see what comes out on top.
Okay. Cards of Heresy. Now, Cult-tastrophe or Cultimate Frisbee. Let's choose one of those two. Because they're both good, but we've got to... We can't have two cult games going up against each other.
I feel like you're trying to, like, thin the competition, reduce the odds of you ending up with your face on a game.
No. And I came into today knowing that I would have to basically be like the visual reference. Because I can't design a board game. Like, we're talking video games. I know enough to understand the construction and mechanics. But when it comes to board games, the fuck do I know? So the only thing I can offer is basically being the box art. Like that's what I'm contributing today.
Okay, so right now it's looking like Catastrophe is getting a little bit more love. I'm happy to go either way. I do lean that way a little bit though, just because the Frisbee versions sounds like it wants to be a dexterity game.
Yeah. Okay, so Catastrophe. All right, Catastrophe is first on our short list because I know I'm not going to get away with having no games. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, so.
Okay, I guess the Wheel Simulator that's basically Wheel Simulator. I'm just gonna pull that off.
I am going to remove mead pointage. Just because the dabs are still broken.
A machine gun for armies currently run by dogs.
No, say that that's totally true. Like it could be hand-managed drafting. I'm not saying that it would have to become, but just if we have a Frisbee themed game, especially if it's using cards, I'm gonna want to throw them. Like you cannot give someone a card that has Frisbee on it as its name and a picture of a Frisbee and ask people not to throw it.
Yeah.
Like that's just not going to happen. Those we're going to end up in just going all over, which is fine if it's intentional, but it's just that's sort of why I slightly lean there. And I think it'd be a really cool game, but I would say, but yeah, I think it's a different game. That would be harder to develop this way.
And so numbers, thank you for the bits. A machine gun for armies currently run by dogs would count as parody. So while I'm sure Zalavir would be charmed at the idea of people making parody board games, we wouldn't need to ask permission in that one.
Like we wouldn't need to. I definitely would, just because.
Oh yeah.
Cool. Yeah. Be nice, cool dude. Why wouldn't you? But also, yeah.
Okay. Now. Of all the dragon concepts we've had,
Wait, did we get through the entire list, or where we at right now?
So we made it. So we had Happy Gloom.
Cult.
So we did Catastrophe. That's been the first one we've chosen. Happy Gloom. Maybe I missed the pitch on it.
I like Gloom, like the card game, but Happy, which I think it's cute, but I don't know there's enough there.
Well, also that's Gloom's physical element is a big part of it, and I don't know how easy that is to replicate.
It's not. I would have to double check on how to do it. It's definitely possible to do. Table have to have transparencies.
Okay, so I mean, again, friends, this is what KET'S going to be doing. If there's any ideas that don't get picked today, that doesn't mean they won't get picked tomorrow. Because Sadlin had the same concerns I did, and that sounds like you'd need to do a bit of research for transparency on cards.
Yeah. So I've done it before. I had some transparent elements so I know it's possible. I'd have to just sort of refresh myself. Also, my templates aren't set up for transparency, so I have to go in and mess with their templates, which is not a big deal. I just, for something that we're doing right now on the fly while people are watching, I don't want to. Even though it is an accurate representation of board game design, you watching me go through YouTube tutorials or trying to find sketchy documentation is not probably the most interesting Twitch watching.
I'm trying to
Bloom
find...
is...
Oh, sorry, go for it.
So again, for the idea, Bloom instead of Gloom is cute as long as you mean Bloom like oversaturating the light, not the flowers.
Yeah.
Well, that would be pretty cute.
So then we've got a card game called Smithy. Build weapons and sell them. Solid.
So, games. It's very similar to games that exist, but it's a big enough area that there's definitely room to do cool things.
Then we've got 1 Minute Mech. I mean, obviously, I'm going to vote for 1 Minute Mech because, I mean, hello.
Do it. Do it. This is your stream. You can abuse your privileges and just put it on the short list.
I can! Haha! Right. Second game. 1 minute mech.
Yes, Damien, we are making board games.
Yeah.
Well, a board game.
So we're doing the short list for concepts before we start like the actual design and setup.
Numbers, I have played Galaxy Trucker, but it's also been like 15 years, so my memory is sketchy.
Okay.
And then we said we got only one cult game. Well, I'll let you get away with only one cult game. So we've got 2 short lists. We've gone through the first pass.
Also, Ket, if you haven't had a chance to meet them, Damien is the developer behind Purgatory Dungeoneer and a whole bunch of other fascinating RPG Maker titles.
Ooh, okay.
Because I don't know if you've met Damien at like Judas or anything.
Maybe, but I haven't been to an event since pre-COVID, so my memory is like a sieve. So I apologize if I bet you forgot. But I'd love to meet you now.
Cool people and cool people, so making friends. Okay.
Okay, so
Bee Dwarves. Bee Dwarves was such a good concept.
I'm not for Bee Dwarves. I think so. I think Bee Dwarves is interesting. Yeah, so I think Bee Dwarves could work.
Mountain Hive's a pretty good name, but it's just the idea of a bunch of like, drunken dwarves with little bee wings floating around being like, "Oi! More meat! I got to build a bloody hive! Let's fucking go!" 1,000 little Gimlis all bumping into each other. That's funny.
Sure. Okay, so before we let's say that's number 3. So we've got 2 more slots, and just going over the things that sort of people seem to have interest in. So like, early on there was a lot of interest in geese punching, so like that seems like a good candidate for one of them in some form.
But that came from me. I don't know if we can say.
I mean, the one thing is like that's what I'm saying. Like, it's like this is a first pass. I'm not saying we do this is. I'm not saying this should get one of the slots. I'm saying like these are the ones that at least there was some. Yeah, people don't like geese. It turns out.
I dislike swans more.
Sure. Okay. So yeah. So that's kind of things. People don't talk about sharks too much, so I think you might get away without the sharks.
Mountain Hive, Nectar of the Gods. See, Navi, if you just screamed, "I love geese," that's a fucking concept for a game. Sadly, the klaxon has already sounded. But if someone makes a board game called "I Love Geese," where it's despite geese being assholes.
So what I think you do is you make a pair of games. You make "I Love Geese" and "I Hate Geese" as like 2 companion games.
Ooh, yeah.
I don't know if they'd be somehow like interact, but like I feel like that would be just I'm thinking like on a shelf you have like how you can buy the playing cards where you have 2 decks next to each other.
Yeah.
It'd be like that. You have 2 decks. I love geese. I hate geese. Like opposing colors. Yeah.
Oh, and so Danny was saying Mountain Hive sounds like a reverse hex crawl.
Yeah, I think. Yeah, like there's some like.
Okay, see.
Yeah, hives and mountains and.
Though Salem was suggesting that Mountain Hive is going to make him think it's a themed version of the game Hive. So.
True. Especially if we do go with hex tiles.
I do like because we said Bee Dwarves. We could just go with "Let's
Reactor
Be
online.
Dwarves."
Sensors online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
Where everybody is Bee Dwarves.
What ho? I am completely neutral to geese.
Wow. I don't know
impressive.
anyone that's. Yeah, I know lots of people with strong opinions. I don't know anyone that's just fully 100% neutral. Like
that takes effort. Like to walk the true balanced path of the goose. That takes a lot of effort. Also, thank you for 6 months, you legend.
But anyways, sorry. No, getting sidetracked all, but so quick high level. So like geese, there was at least some conversation about. Let's see, dragons. I feel like there's a lot of conversation about, or dragons ? Or wyverns.
Okay. I definitely agree with you with the dragons, and I wonder if we should just like pick the best of the dragon trilogy. So we had dragons, just dragons ? We had Don't Poke the Dragon, and there was one more, wasn't there? Where is it?
Was there?
I thought there was one more. Am I just Is my brain just constructing dragon games? Oh yeah, there was Wyvern.
But I think that sort of was the sub.
Okay, yeah.
Okay. So I feel it's okay. So geese, dragons. I think karma was a lot of interest. I feel like people into that, and then I feel like those three, probably two of those three should probably get the last two slots. Would be my gut. 6 and 7 is cute. But I feel like the Ptarmigan, dragon, and geese. Like, does that seem reasonable? Like 2 of those? Are there any others that?
I do like Carmageddon of all of the monk-based peace ones.
Okay.
Wyverns, Becosalisk.
Okay, so I guess as much as like geese, I would vote Carmageddon and dragons because I feel like those two. There's some really interesting space. The catchy titles.
So we've got Carmageddon, and then
Hey, Night Valen. I live a bit. Been in busy weeks.
Okay. Yeah, so... Oh, okay. Are we adding... Oh, no, because we did have, like, a Dwarven block.
What are you
weighing
thinking?
up all the different piles of ideas. So currently we have Cultastrophe, 1 Minute Mech, Let's Be Dwarves, or Mountain Hive. I was playing around with it. We have Karmageddon. That's a pretty good spread. But I guess a dragon one is needed. I think Dragons ? Is the best name.
Yeah, no, I agree. I think like the Don't Poke the Dragons got like solid, but I feel like Dragons ? And also I love the fact that they both have the line, but like Don't Poke the Things is cool, but Dragons into like the Wydra is like such a strong like series of names.
Yeah. Okay.
So I would say those would be I think let's start with those 5. Well,
okay. So friends, this will be the concept that we're working on today. So now is your time to begin voting. Your choices will be Cultastrophe, 1 Minute Mech, Let's Be Dwarves, Carmageddon, or Dragons. You get 1 vote apiece, so make it count. And that's what we will be working on. So yeah, let's fucking go. You got 5 minutes, and we'll just we'll pop on over to here. Yeah, because it's fancier here. Oh. So to those of you who've just joined us, Watto and welcome. Lovely to see you. This is the semi-official launch party for KET'S new project, which is Laminated Productions, a bespoke board game company making making board games. Fuck, I'm falling at the first hurdle.
So again, also, if your ideas didn't make it on, or if you like one of the ideas that didn't get voted, you could just go to the Patreon and submit it again. So like, and also this is things like this are why I'm trying to locate this all on a forum, is because there's a lot of great ideas here. I don't want them to disappear. So in the forum, there will be a post and they'll be immortalized as long as, internet persists.
These could absolutely, some of these additional ideas could absolutely happen.
Totally, 100%. Also, as I say, for structure, I'm planning on saying 1 per month. But if it happens to be like maybe there's a month where like multiple projects all finish at the same time, I'm like, oh shoot, well I've got no more things, I might take 2. Or if it's like, okay, well this is a game that's pitched like, this is like a really tiny game that I'm pretty sure is going to take a couple weeks, I might take 2. So like, it's 1 per month is sort of the baseline, but it could go up, it could potentially go down if people say they want a CCG. I'll make a CCG, but that's going to take more time and more resources.
Yeah.
And if that happens, basically, what I'll say is we can vote on a thing, but if we vote to add a new thing, we're going to have to drop something else. So then it'll be 2 votes of like, do you want to add a thing? Would be 5 options or whatever. Plus, don't add a thing.
Mm.
And if don't add a thing wins, then nothing happens. If add a thing happens, then there'll be a second vote of, okay, what do we stop doing to add the thing? So there's it's going to scale to workload basically.
I mean, also these little live sessions are fun. Like, I'm not saying do them every month, but like, I'd be down for another round of nonsense.
Yeah, no, I don't mind doing it. And again, this is like, because I'm doing it for the people that want it. Like, if most of the people end up in here, I don't mind just if this is sort of what happens. Like, hopefully it grows bigger, but you know, it's sort of also. There's still a couple minutes, but looking like there might be a cult game.
There's 1 vote between it. Kaitish was actually saying that "Don't Poke the Dragon" did sound a little like one of those very gimmick-heavy games for Wians, like, you know, Don't Wake Dad and stuff like that. Damien is having to weigh choosing between dwarves and mechs.
It's a hard choice. We could have
Recently,
it like
researchers were able to calculate
probably
the
hard
weight
to
of
get
the rainbow.
mechs into Let's Be
figure is
Dwarves, but if
still
it's
being
1 minute
reviewed,
mech, at
but
least the mechs
scientists are
could be
sure as
made
the
by
rainbow
dwarves.
is pretty
Could be
light.
dwarven technicians working on mechs. So the Don't Wake Daddy, like, so like popular with kids, also they're really popular with like college students. What?
Sorry, no, I'm just dealing with Sadlin dropping.
Oh, let's see. I'm behind in chat. I'm looking up.
Excuse
it
me.
is pretty light.
Why are you like this? Why?
Numbers. I have no idea if you can retract your vote. I'm not sure how this voting stuff works.
This is merely the Twitch.television. 1 person, 1 vote. I could let it be mead points, but with the dab economy broken, I feel that would be a mean-spirited maneuver.
I feel like I'd be down to doing it, but what you do is you announce it like well in advance. Like, say, like, if we say next month we're gonna do another one, to let people know, then you can spend them, so people can save up and, like, you know, watch a bunch of streams, get a bunch of points, do a tier 3 sub to get even more points. You know.
All right.
They want to have a little bit more influence.
So currently it's yeah. We should have known. Winning out by a single vote. Cultastrophe is what we're going to be working on today. With the rankings then be after Cultastrophe, Let's Be Dwarves and Dragons. So, hey, at least you've got like a backlog of stuff to kick forward with should you want it.
Yeah, or if, I mean, I don't know what would stop us from going forward with this, but like if we couldn't do the Cultastrophe, now we know what would be next.
Okay, air horn sound, cash register sound.
Okay, so now, okay, let's.
Halo GT is very excited about this. I'm gonna grumble through it.
I mean, I'm gonna rely on your expertise for a lot of this. I don't know anything about certain cults.
It's not cult.
I don't know anything about starting not cults either. Also, you'll have to tell me all about how you don't start cults.
Okay, so what was the premise for Cultastrophe?
So okay, I think it's some level of you have a cult and you don't want it.
Okay.
Also, fun fact. So I don't think we're locked on the names. I think I'm open to like the names shifting around. So I think as we develop this, like, think about it, and maybe later on we'll have like another vote on like Cultastrophe, not a cult.
I mean, Scott, thank you for the bits. Fucking yo. But yeah, so now we have the theme, we have the rough name, we can tweak and change it, but the theme of today's game will be Cultastrophe. Thank you, guys. You know what? I should have known. I'm just glad it's not Oops All Sharks. All right.
Yeah, I feel like you got out honestly fairly light compared to what it could have been. Okay, so.
All right. So let's start brainstorming this goodness.
Okay, so we've got. You have a cult and you don't want it. I guess so the goal of the game is to get rid of your cult.
Essentially, so like a discard style game.
Something like that. So it's good a cult. So you win by. It turns out I can't talk and type, but. And then how do you lose? Do you lose by not getting it fast enough? Do you lose because they kill you? Like, also, hey Moose, long time. Let's see. Okay,
we've got a lot of good ideas here. So numbers.
So caffeine.
Oh, go for it.
I say so interact with the game. That's like the second question. Like right now, we want to figure out what are we doing, and then we'll try to find, because again, like sort of as well, talking about like discarding sort of fits with like losing stuff, but maybe there's a different way to represent what we thematically want to convey. So we want to sort of like figure out the themes and then figure out what mechanics best fit those themes.
Yeah, it does seem like everybody's going for the same setup of you have it and you don't want it. Like, you've either found yourself in a cult or in control of one, or the unwitting and the idea that, there is only so long, you only have so long to get rid of your cult, or you can be the first person to get rid of it to win, works. So, there is a great big, conjunction happening where all the Eldritch gods will pop forward and snack on their followers. So your goal is to get rid of your fucking cult and make a run for it.
Okay, so it sounds like we're talking about then a competitive game where it's like a race to be the first person to get rid of your cult, or if you want to be kind of funny, don't be the last person with a cult.
Okay. See,
unwitting cult leader. I guess where there's a will, there's a way.
I'll feck off puns. Feckin' you, but thank you. My heart of hearts, I want to say it's the first person to get rid of theirs and everybody else gets nommed on, because that way it scales with multiple people and you don't end up with the sad Uno mode.
Sure. And this is
But again, you're the expert on this one.
So this is one of those things where there's lots of it depends. Like there's no hard and fast answers in game design. Like it's,
okay.
So like again, for a mass audience, one of the things is like hobby gamers, people that you generally think about going to hobby game stores buying expensive games.
Yeah.
They generally don't love a lot of take that elements. Like mass market, they love it. Like,
what's a take that element?
So like basically something that like directly like if you played Munchkin, like where you directly go screw with somebody, that's sort of like a take that versus winning because you're making them like you're actively hindering somebody else versus just like progressing yourself. Like it's in a game like Monopoly doesn't have a lot of take that for the most part because like you're sort of doing your thing and like other people will
run into your things. Monopoly's entirely I'll take that money from you.
Sure, but I'm just I think better like I just think a good mass market. I guess like it's like Dominion, like the card game, the deck building one, the first one.
Yeah.
Like most of that is just sort of doing your own thing. But there's a few things like the witch was very much take that and like, oh, screw you, here's some curses. It's like the witches and the things that directly go after the other people, those are the take that elements.
Okay.
Oh, well, Legend of Men is perfect. Draw 4 is very much a take that element. it's a personal little fuck you to like you're trying to do a thing. No, take this.
Okay.
So like it's like the monkey wrench in people's plans. So hobby gamers tend to like be able to make strategies and plan things out, and take that element's often completely blows out of the water. You play Uno.
Okay.
You had a plan of how you're going to win all your cards. I'm going to play my skip, and then this, and then this, and I'm going to be out, and then go, oh, no, forget your plans. Draw 4 cards, skip your turn. And so, if you're playing a 2-hour hobby game, it sort of makes sense that if you make this plan, you don't want someone just blowing it up randomly. But for family games, for a more casual audience, they love it.
Interesting.
Sorry is still a popular game. So, if I was making a game for mass market. So I'm also completely ignoring chat because I'm talking with my hands.
No, we can come back to.
Take that.
Everyone's making great points. We can come back to them.
Yeah. So if we're making a mass market game, then totally take that. Last person standing is the one loser. Like a lot of these things, play elimination generally not a great thing in hobby games, but casual audience is really generally pretty cool with it, and it's a viable option. So. If I was just to be making this as a game I'm trying to sell, I'd say maybe. But because I'm doing this here, making a game for the people in chat, I can just say, do you like take that stuff? Or do you like player elimination?
That's a very good point.
So like that's sort of like the power of a bespoke game is like I don't have to make a game for a nebulous average game player. I can make a game for these 10, 20, 30 people. And that's
So then it comes down to friends. What do you like?
Exactly. So I think like that is not a question that a question we need to answer at some point, but is not like pivotal to like which direction we go now. So like basically, you want to be the first person out. Maybe not. Maybe the second person's okay. Maybe it's not. But like, give it a all your cold.
Yeah.
So that's great.
Okay.
And then you're trying to so I think mechanically, so cards naturally work, especially if we're like I'm thinking like Old Maid, where you pass your cards back and forth. Don't be the last person with the cultists, or be the first person to go with the cultists.
Yep.
Probably not quite the framework I'd go with for this one, but like BS, or I doubt it. Like you're trying to bluff stuff, get cards out of your hands. Again, try to get rid of stuff. Some hidden information sort of fits with the cultist things. But so I think cards is a solid. It could be that you've got like sort of like a starting set of like a tableau or something of like objects. Like it could be like sort of like a Monopoly in reverse, where we've got like, I've got my followers, and I got like the organization. I'm trying to like sell off the cult building. I'm trying to find jobs for these people, and sort of try to place them. So it could be like more of a, you have a bunch of stuff that you're playing with and trying to get rid of, rather than more like a playing card game where you've just got a handful of cards that you're trying to get rid of. So like the different ways.
Okay. So how does because one thing that sprung to mind is the idea that rather than the cultists being a card in your hand, it's a stack of resources. So we start and we both. Oh, Numbers likes the third idea.
Which one's the third idea?
Whilst Numbers is articulating on that one, so the idea is like you have a stack of cultist tokens. We have 20 cultists each. We want to get rid of them. So I'm like, look, the idea that I say, like, look, I'll take a few off your hand in exchange for this thing. The thing ends up being not what I said it was, allowing me to kind of bluff you a mystical object that means you have to take more cultists. So I say, like, look, I'll give you my fucking cult building. Actually, it's a mystical chalice that makes you the chosen one. So more people flock to you because you have the chalice of, I don't know, fanciful beverages.
Okay, so that implies like you're not just trying to give it a cultist, you're trying to do something else. Because if you're just trying to give it a cultist, like why would you take anything from people, right? So it has to be, I want to give it to my cultist, but I want a thing.
Which means then a thing is required. Oh, and
yeah, it's exactly. So it's like
the thing that Numbers was saying was the tableau.
Gotcha. Okay. So it could be like I'm like, maybe you're trying to build a small business, your small stream of of wholesome followers playing fun, family-friendly games, and
You're all assholes.
So it could be like, it's like maybe you got a deck full of cards, and maybe some of them are cultists and some of them are streamers, and it's like, so just off the top of my head, like maybe it's sort of like, you played Magic. Do you know Fact or Fiction? So there's a card in Magic. It's called Fact or Fiction, where you take 5 cards off the top of your deck, and your opponent chooses them and puts them in 2 piles. It could be 1 and 4, 2 and 3, whatever. And you choose one of them, and you get those cards. That's sort of the very classic, you split, I choose.
Yeah.
So it could be something like that, was like, okay, like, you got to divvy out things that you need, followers and stream stuff, but they're also like, well, I'm going to put the really devout cultists in there, so if you take the cool stuff, you also get the cultists. There could be something like that.
Okay. Again, this isn't my sphere of knowledge. I was just throwing some ideas to spitball there.
No, I think that's like a great idea. Like,
because like Numbers, Salem, and Damien all have some really good articulations on that.
Yeah. Not to say it's not like most ideas can work. It's just like you have to understand how to make them work. So it's like throwing out ideas is great though. Like there's not. Yeah. So Damien's talking about this. So resources to craft higher skill of cultists. Okay, so you need to. Let's see. Okay, so like, so then so with going off Damien, so it sounds like cultists are going back and forth, and you're trying to like create an engine that lets you just permanently trash them out.
Yeah.
Let's see. So numbers saying what's a worker placement, we're trying to unload the resources, and you're keeping more. Okay, so it's like so rather than moving workers to places to collect resources from those places, you have resources, you move workers to places to deposit resources. Okay, that's cool. I was actually talking with another developer who I'm doing a project with, and we both agree like there's a ton of space in worker placement games. It's just not been explored. So that would be like a fun one.
Okay.
Let's see. So going up reverse order. Oh, it's a favorites here. Okay, yeah. So you're basically like you've got cultists. You're playing like a job placement agency almost, of like trying to pawn your cultists off on other places. Just like you basically tell them to get a life. Like just live for your minimum wage fast food job rather than. Oh, so each person generating resources, but cultists generate more than good followers.
So things get harder as you approach victory. I'm sorry, I'm being a terrible co-host here, because, like, y'all are having some fucking great ideas, and I'm just here just being like, doop-doo!
No, that's...
Hanging out with the Sphinx. This was a gift from a friend. It's fancy. It's fancy Sphinx. Got questions.
Yeah, so I think these are some all great viable ideas. So I should actually. So this is what I'm following on my job. I should be actually writing these down. Okay, so.
I'm just. Yeah.
Okay, so let's see. Some numbers. Okay, worker placement game. I think sort of the it's a cool sort of reversal of the worker placement. Let's see, so Damien's.
So Damien was putting together the basically the sacrifice engine.
Yeah. So
build a pyre, burn some cultists.
And then Favor has the job placement.
Yeah. Sadlin saying that the cultists continuously sneaking into your audience makes me think of like all players drawing from a deck. So if you're drawing each turn, you may be drawing resources, you may be drawing cultists.
Sure.
And so then the thing you were talking about where you put 5 down and ask where someone draws 5 and then you split and take or what have you. you have no idea if the person has a hand of all cultists or all good stuff or a little blend of.
It's tricky to do it in a way that feels fair, but I can imagine drafting, but like, you start out by drafting the good cards, but then at the end you have to draft the cultists. So then the person at the very end just gets stuck with the absolute worst. So it says couple of so hand off resources to the players. It's great.
But yeah, so Ragnar, I think we've all generally settled on the theme of the goal is to get rid of all of your cultists. Get rid of your cult.
Legend is getting to sanity, and now we're getting to like Call of Cthulhu, straight up sanity as a resource. Lovecraftian.
Which isn't awful. I mean, there's a solitaire style game in this theme that I played a lot of. Hang on, let me dig it out. It is digital, but it is essentially like this kind of concept, but a solitaire. It's called Underhand. And the trick.
I think you sent me to that. Yes, go ahead.
The trick with that one is to maintain a little bit of everything resource-wise, enough money to be able to handle problems if they arise, enough cultists and or kidnapped victims, and ultimately you try and follow story paths through. So, if you want to go out to the jungles of Peru, you need enough resources to do it, enough people to send, and then maybe a mystical artifact at the end to open the shrine. It's weird and tricky. It doesn't necessarily apply here, but it was the idea of the balance of all things.
Mm-hmm. Cool. No, I think let's see.
Okay.
Of these,
what about this?
I mean, so there's the card hand. I definitely like the reverse worker placement thing. Like the worker and resource placement is interesting.
So what each person is essentially using their faux workplace environment to move people around.
So my thought is, okay, so the way that would work, well, one of the ways it could work would be like each turn you get workers, and then you have to go to places and spend them. Like you got, and I guess you have cultists as a resource, and then you've got like workers that you can place as something abstracted time effort. So the different locations will give you different effects, and the better effects cost less cultists, and the worse effects cost more. So there might be do nothing but lose 3 cultists, or there might be lose 1 cultist and get 2 money. So basically losing, even though you're spending them, losing the cultists is one of the benefits from going there. And then you get.
This sounds banging.
Yeah.
What I wanted to suggest, and to try and streamline it a little bit. So cultists you want rid of, but they are also the resource you use to affect. So kind of like the Uno draw system. So if I have a bunch of cards, and it costs me 5 cultists, which is a lot of cultists, to build a pyre, I can then put together a pyre, and the idea is they all jump out and go, yay! However, I need to gain 5 cultists and have that card at the same time. If I can't play anything that turn, I have to draw.
Okay, so then the challenge is, getting low is easy, but getting to 0 is hard.
Yes.
Okay.
So, yeah, getting rid of a big chunk of cultists is easy. There also could be the inflict as well. So the first thing
I think about that is some of the Uno is maybe you've got a couple different flavors of cultists. So it's the pyre maybe is the red cultists will just happily jump on the pyre, but the blue ones and the green ones won't. So they'll need to get a different thing. So it's you can do sort of build the engines of ways to deal with different types of cultists.
Different gods. So acquiring multiple of the same kind would be useful, but a spread puts you in a really bad bind.
I mean, maybe, but maybe there's this, non-denominational pyre which takes one of each cultist or something. I don't like. That doesn't have to be bad. It could be.
So we have like an eldritch fire god, an eldritch water god, and then theming around their different. So we have the drowned temple where we drown temple people, but the fire cult's not going to be about that. So they've just got to do some, regular old-fashioned Flavor Aid special or something. Wow, this got really dark really quickly. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to steer us into Jonestown, but here we are, I guess.
I mean, you start with getting rid of your cultists. Like, that wasn't how I was planning on it, but, it has been shown to work, I guess. So I have not played Cult of the Lamb. Are we getting into Cult of the Lamb territory? We're talking about now, like, shepherding the cultists?
I think Cult of the Lamb is about growing your cult.
True, okay.
Like, with Cult of the Lamb, it's about, like, sneak them in, convince them it's a good idea, and if anyone's a little bit naysay, then you eat them.
Okay,
yes.
So no, I was trying to...
Lizzie is correct. For tax and legal purpose, the Longship is not a cult. Okay, so there are a lot of good ideas going on here. I wanted... would you mind if I left you with these lovely Mother Hubbards to scheme and cook? Because I actually think that I'm detracting from... Also, I have a sandwich waiting for me in the other room. I want to go grab it.
I see. The real... No, go for it.
Okay.
Well, I will need to take a break in a minute too, so don't take too long. But
okay, yeah, we'll do a quick rotaty potato. Although Damien's saying that the different type of cultist sounds good, especially if the areas you can get rid of cultists each turn has a capacity. So that means that it's if you're unable to do something, you're drawing, and
I like the idea of if you like after the round of like moving around and placing things. If at the end there's like, if you've got each person, like the person either it's the person with the most of each cultist has some effect happen to them, or like just like they have some ongoing to like that make you like more like a cult somehow. So like if you don't manage to get rid of them, there's some potentially negative, potentially positive side effect of like, maybe if you've got 4 more green cultists at the end of the turn, you get 2 more green cultists.
Okay.
Just because they call their friends in, and you're farther from winning, but maybe that's good because you have more things. But
Okay, so
yeah.
I'll be back in just a second, but I think we're hitting on it.
Yeah, I mean, so Elizabeth's saying that each person could be a founder. Like, kind of like a founder implies some intentionality, which, maybe it's still accurate. I don't know.
Well, because
yeah.
I mean, the title is, what is it? Cultastrophe.
Well, and the title is up for debate, I think. I don't think we're tied to one.
I do like the idea that it's all about being saddled with a cult that you never wanted.
Like, what if you inherit it? Like, it's like that you got that weird uncle who dies.
But instead of getting a farm like in Stardew Valley, you get a fucking cult.
I mean, you do get a farm.
And an eldritch deity that's going to eat your sanity, eat your entire brain if you don't get rid of this cult and fast enough.
Well, it's a farm, but it turns out it's also a compound.
Okay, yes, Lizzie, I'll go get some food. All right, I'll be back in just a second.
Okay. All right, let's add that to the team because I feel like that's something. So okay, so you. Well, I mean, Rhymes, this isn't just Stardew Compound. This is Stardew Compound, but also you don't want it. Like, the probably is. I mean, I think like Stardew Compound is Cult of the Lamb, isn't it? Like, 'cause that's again, I haven't played it and haven't really looked too close, but you're trying to build your cult. Yeah, no, I mean, hey, I don't think we're gonna stop. Like, Will's gonna go handle food, and I'm gonna go run off after he comes back. So like. The show will keep going. Okay, so because I'm thinking, I'm going to go a little deep just to sort of explore. This is not to preclude the option of other things, because people are discussing lots of cool things, but I just want to sort of explore the thoughts. So, okay, so sort of cult, you have multiple colors of numbers. I looked at. I've not played Keyflowers. I watched the Dice Tower review of it once, and it was interesting, but I don't remember the mechanics, honestly. But there are multiple colors of cultists that you're trying to that you use as replacement, but also get rid of. Okay, so if you're doing that, there's probably so that means we'll probably have a okay, Elizabeth, good to see you again. Yeah, take care. Try to be around a little bit more. Okay, so you have a limited number of placements just because you don't want to be able to use the workers. I figure I will take a break when Will comes back to keep people entertained. It's fine. This is. I'm still going good for now. But we want to. It's like more elegant and nice if the workers are the same as the cultists, just rather than having to deal with. Okay, these are the people doing the work. These are the cultists that we're trying to spend, and it's squishy. So if we can be elegant, so workers are cultists, but that means if you've got 20 cultists, we don't want you placing 20 workers because that's silly. So the limited number of placements where maybe you can place more than one cultist at a time. So it's like it's one location per place, but multiple cultists potentially. So if we explain that, then it's you place them there, they take an effect. Sure, maybe 1 to 3 per spot. That's like a specific enough that it sort of depends on. Yeah. Also, I thank you for the vote of confidence. Yeah, I try to not self-destruct. I have many tools for hydrating, so I'm doing good. And I had some snacks before, so I will be good for a while. Also, I'm on the place I'm living has lots of food readily available, and I've got some snacks on hand, so I will not starve. Okay, so we've got multiple cults of workers. We're going to place them. Locations will take multiple workers. And then with that, you'll get some other resources, I guess. So there'll be. You get some other resources and probably do some game actions that affect other people. Halo, so this is right now we were talking about multiplayer. Excuse me. So this is a competitive multiplayer game. The race is to be the first person to get rid of them, and then the competition at the very least will be competing for spots because standard worker placement probably. I think there's also will probably be some element of some of the spots and some of the things will let you give workers to other people because that's just kind of funny. And it's like mechanically interesting because like you're giving them more power to do things, but also putting them farther from winning. So as Immortal Len was saying, so cult of victory points, so that you can do that. So it could be you could just be like hearts, spades. Yeah, it is hearts where you go. High scores are bad. It's like maybe play multiple rounds or something, and at the end of it, it's like first time the game ends when someone crosses like 100 points, and then there's a winner. Or it could be like when the game ends, they score 0 and other people score points. Could also be like some of the other rules where like the winner has 0 points and scores what's in everyone else's remainder, and then the people that are not the winners score the difference between themselves and the others. So like it'd be possible to get second place and still have a positive score. So there's some ways to handle scoring. So Ragnar, so buildings need a number of cultists to build. In each round, you sacrifice in the building. Astute, yeah. So it could be like golf for hearts. Yeah, same thing. So it could be just you aiming low. So it depends. If it's a big game with one end, it could be. If the goal is to run a cultist, then the person that wins a cultist would have 0 and be the winner. If you have an end at like, if you play 5 rounds and then the person with the least wins, then it would be like lowest score wins. So it sort of depends on the game end, how we do the scoring. So I'm going to go back to Ragnar's points. So buildings need cultists to build. So the question is, what are buildings? Because we're doing worker placement on a board. So then our buildings like a tableau that we're building ourselves.
I apologize.
So that doesn't mean that we've got.
I apologize for leaping and leaping back out again. The dog's just been sick everywhere. I'll be a second.
Go take care of that. Yeah. So let's say regular. So right now I'm trying to figure out the structural of things and not specifically like the details of exchange rates and things like. So I'm trying to think of like the flow of the game. So like on your turn, it'd be like one big shared turn. People take turns placing workers on locations. Some numbers, very number, and then on locations you take actions. Some of the things you can do would be messing with the workers that you have, just getting rid of them. Some of them would be messing with other people, presumably, because I expect a little bit of take daddy things in this cult game, because they're playing cultists. But if you're making buildings, it's some that sort of building your own tableau. The question is like, what are those? Could be like, well, there's a water deep where you're building a shared tableau, so like you build it and everyone can access it, and that sort of extends out the game. It could be you're just getting special actions that only you can access, and that's sort of an interesting thought. Trying to think. And the other thing is, if you're all, this is from a structural thing, if you're all placing these different colored workers out on the board, you're placing resources, you're not placing your own workers. So it's once you place it, it's not clear who placed them. Normally in a worker placement game, at the end you pull all your workers back, and they're like, oh, these are my colored workers, I take them back. But if it's all the workers are sort of generic, everyone's using the same shared pool of different colors, there's not the clear everyone takes it back. So if it's a worker placement game, I don't think you, so I guess so, Haley, so you could do that, but it might be more elegant as maybe you don't pull back your workers. It's when you place the workers, they will say like, exactly, so sometimes you get new ones.
Okay.
So like that might be part of the conversion. As you place them, it says, okay, you place these, now you get some new ones, and do some effects. So like it could be like a simple place could be like you put 2 red workers and you get 1 red worker back, and that's all it does. Or there could be one that says like you have 2 red workers, you get 2 red workers back, but you also give someone else a red worker as a thing. So that could be, and then at the end of the round you just sweep all the ones off. Oh hey, it's fun.
Also, Watto and welcome.
Yes, welcome.
Apologies for the wait.
Yeah. So numbers mentioned Keyflower. That's a game that someone mentioned to me a few years back. I looked at the Dice Tower review and thought that was cool, but I don't remember anything about it. So,
Reactor online. Sensors
that would be
online.
something.
Weapons online. All systems nominal.
Hey!
About 53. That was the limit. Like that's a lot of months.
Good news, cult membership has been renewed once again.
Oh,
Why
is there a
continue
prompt for
to
my
do
info?
This, you may ask. Because I can. Viking 64 friendo #cult life.
Now I'm gonna watch. We'll mime this out.
So firstly, Dom, thank you. Also, feck you. However, so what we are doing today is we're making a board game live. Ket has just started a Patreon for bespoke board games. So what we are doing today is a thing that you can continue to do. Hang on, this side. You can continue to do with Ket. And Dom, you're gonna fucking love this. Do you know what has been voted on as the first game, the first topic. It's called Cultastrophe, and currently the goal is to get rid of a cult that you've been saddled with. I wonder where the inspiration for that came from.
Yeah.
And to Navi, nope, that's the wrong button. There we go. To Navi, here is the deets and information. Oh, Numbers was quicker on the draw than me. I was trying to do too many things at once. It didn't work. So yeah. The current theme seems to be kind of like a resource.
Conversion a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So. Yeah. And so part of what I find helpful is it's sort of repetitive, but like talk your way through what does a full round or turn look like.
Okay.
And then you sort of that makes you answer the question of what happens next over and over. And then if you do that long enough, you generally end up with, something that you can play and then go, okay, well, these are all the things that we forgot to mention when we just talked about it. But like it gives you at least like a first thing.
In video game spaces, this is referred to as the gameplay loop.
Exactly.
And in video games, there's usually the difference between like the moment-to-moment and session-to-session gameplay loops. So, for example, like Sea of Thieves, the moment-to-moment is an FPS with different contextual elements. The session-to-session is going on adventures, gaining rewards, improving your character and your ship, so on and so forth, like visually. Also, to those of you that haven't experimented with board game design stuff in the prior, a very, very good friend of mine who is a very, very experienced game designer often says that board game design is something that if you have an interest in video games, you should look into and study, because this is all mechanics and all design and all concepts with no computer to just fucking handle it for you. The enjoyment is purely derived from the rules and pieces you give the user.
Yeah.
So,
you can't cheat and put stuff behind you. You have to every system has to be done. So you can't just throw complexity at the problems the way that some games do. Which, some of it you could say is a design flaw. Some of it, your Paradox game, people want complexity. That's what they're there for. But the board game, if you want to do a system, there's a cost of players' mental load and time and things, and that is at the direct expense of doing something else, which is not the same as board games or as video games. So yeah, and also the other thing is it's, you can make a board game very quickly. You want to change it, you get a Sharpie, you change it. It's the time to getting to something playable and proof of concept is so many orders of magnitude smaller. Damien, so I actually have not done RPGs. I came at this from the board game side, so I respect RPGs and I enjoy them and I've got lots of books, but I'm not as familiar with the the design side of all the considerations, because I am not a great writer, so it does not make sense for me to try to make an RPG, because I can give you some systems, but at the end of the day, you're going to need to write a book. And that is not my skill set. And even if it is your skill set, that's a hard thing to do. It takes time and effort. And
with tabletop RPGs, you're making rules that are meant to be complementary to an improvised experience. That's a very different beast.
Mm-hmm. That's what it is. It's skill requires practice, which I've I would say min-max, but I've definitely focused on the design side. And also, even if you're good at it, it takes a lot of time to write a thing. Books take time. Okay.
So whilst I was dealing with nonsense whilst trying to make a sandwich happen, so what's the general vibe? What's the loop that we have right now?
So right now it's so I'm interested in turn-based where each turn is a discrete thing, and you just do turns as done. Turn-based worker placement games. It's a little messy. We could go there, but for now, just for simplicity, we'll say round-based. So it's everyone takes turns for a round, and then at the start of the round and or the end of the round, you do like cleanup and other stuff. So it's like, everyone places the things, and then at the end you execute, and then you like sweep them and do cleanup, whatever. So it's different trade-offs. Like I like each turn is discrete because that's like it's simple. You don't have to like learn the individual structure of your set of time, and then the bigger structure is just your structure.
Okay.
But so assume for simplicity, it's a big structure. So on your turn, there will be some number of spaces, worker placement style, that are shared. You will put one or more workers. You'll be able to put multiple workers on a space because the workers are your cultists. And you'll either do effect right away or maybe wait until the end to do the effects. But you'll go around placing workers, and the effects on those workers will do things, including most of them probably give you some workers back. And then at the end of the round, once all the workers have been placed, or however many workers that are going to be placed have been placed, all the ones that have been placed get swept off and go back to the pool. Because each of the workers is going to be one of these different colored cultists, but not necessarily tied with you. So it's easier if we just put them back in the pool and give you new ones rather than try to keep track of whose are whose. With like, so again, like someone mentioned like you use tokens or something, which is possible, but it'd be cleaner if we didn't have to. But yeah, it's, because so people sort of, that's what trying to, we're on the same page, looks like ish. So right now the thought is like, so sort of playing off what Will was saying, like the idea is that it'll probably be easier to throw lots of workers at problems early on because we're playing like Uno style. Whereas you get down to the end, it's like, shoot, I've got 2 workers left. How can I get rid of exactly these 2 workers? Is a much bigger challenge. So like, shoot, where does it go with that? Fully lost my train of thought. I guess, but anyways, based off that, there's gonna be spaces where we put stuff on. I guess like the question is like, what are the things? Like some of it will probably give other people things. But like, what's the game arc look like? Are you just losing them? Like, are you building up your own tableau, where like do you spend resources to buy something that gives you initial power that only you have? We could do like Lords of Waterdeep style, where you buy a thing that goes out to the table, everyone can use it, but when you buy it, you put your little mark on it, and when anyone else uses it, you get some benefit. It's like Lords of Waterdeep, like if you get a thing, it's like the space where you put a worker here, you get 4 resources, but if someone else does it, you get 1 of those resources without having to spend your worker. So it's just like you get to play landlord and tax them. So Destin, so color for type was one thing. I think Will was saying like it could be colors for different gods. So like, this is your Cthulhu cultists, and this is your I can't even remember all the other elder gods. This is
we'll make some up.
Yeah.
Flamey Punch Lord.
Yeah. This is your angry cultist. This is okay. You got your Nurgle cultists. You got your Slanish cultists. You've got your Khorne cultists.
Yeah.
And they all got their own thing. And so like the different cards care about them, maybe. And also at the end of the round, I think also equals after all the things happened, based off of the cultists you have, stuff happens. So like if you've got a bunch of, Skaven cultists, you get more Skaven cultists. If you have like, maybe for every Skaven cultist you have, you get 1 more. So you just double your Skaven cultists. So they just, if you don't keep on top of them, they just go out of control.
So,
or
what I'm imagining is that your hand is your cultists. We are constructing as much as we can in the center, and we're taking turns and putting things together until that is cleared, and then the next round continues.
I think most of Lovecraft is Pokemon. I don't trust me on that though. Look it up, but yeah, we can find. That doesn't matter. Yeah, it's not irrelevant.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that was the thing I was going to ask you. Is like at this point in the design phase, how important is thematics? Because
like everything, it depends. So like, yeah. So like, if you give me like, okay, I got to make the Golden Girls board game. Thematics is really important because like, if it doesn't feel like Golden Girls, like, if I'm making a game based on the theme, I never want it to be like feel like, oh, you could have just swapped that out for anything.
Yeah.
Like if I Funko Verse, because I gave it like 3 years of my life. Like if I give you the Batman character with Funko Verse and the Joker Funkoverse character.
Yeah.
And remove all the names. I want you to go, oh, if one of these is Joker, one of these is Batman, I'll bet this one is this one and that one is that one, just based off the mechanics. And so like I want the theme and the mechanics to be tied closely. So in that sense, if there's like a theme going on, I want it to be tied pretty closely. In this case, the different gods that you'd be dealing with would probably be either generic and it's just like, cosmetic, in which case, it doesn't matter. And we're not worried about the theme on that level. Or if they are different, it's very difficult to say why Cthulhu's different from Punchy Fire Fist dude. Because we don't have enough of the mechanics down. So like it'd be
okay.
At that point, I would just say, okay, we're gonna have different gods. We'll get more of the mechanics locked down, and then once we've got these locked down, we're like making cards. We're like, okay, well, based off of the things that we're seeing, these are the mechanics we got to play with. So like, okay, well, like one of these waters, like we've got like water spaces. So like, okay, well then Cthulhu cultists are good at water spaces for whatever reason. Like then we can start bringing it in once we know what we're working with.
Okay.
I'm glad to be. Yeah. So go ahead.
So numbers were talking about like players owning buildings, and I had a thought, alongside with drawing and placing varying machines, varying buildings and whatnot. The idea that so you have your cult hand, you have no way to get rid of like all these red fiery guys because the only building we have will take one blue and one green and spit them out and like churn through them. But it's got to be those two together. We've got all red. So we want to draw a building that will allow us to get rid of more cultists. But where are we getting these resources from? Well, it's because our cultists are going out and bringing us stuff. So we have to draw more cultists to be able to draw buildings.
Okay, so I'm not against this, but does not sound like a worker placement game.
Okay. I'm just trying to think of ways in which your hand is essentially the cultists and or workers that you have. And anything that processes them is visible to all players.
So like I say, so in the worker placement game, often you don't have a hand or your hand is just like one-off special action cards. So
okay.
In a version of this game, it could be just like your hand is just like a pile of cultists which is in front of you that everyone can see.
Okay.
Not to say that there could totally be a version where it is more hand-based, and it's like that. Also, let's see. So regular. So in this game, you are an unwilling cult leader. So your whole point is you don't want to summon the big one.
Yeah.
You want to get rid of your cultists before they do it for you, and so the goal is to. The idea is like you get rid of yours quickly enough, and then everyone else's cultists summon the big one, and they have to deal with an elder god in the backyard because. I'm very, very excited.
They're super keen for it. You never asked for this.
Yeah, so I mean, so I do think it could be kind of funny. Like one of the consequences of having lots of workers at the end of the round could be like, okay, well, if you leave too many cultists sitting around, just like Rhymes is saying, was like, if you leave 5 cultists around, maybe they summon. Like, not the Elder God, but like one of the little horrors from beyond space and time.
I mean, there is also the idea of like successful momentum, although that feels like it might punish the players who are failing. But the idea that if you have too many cultists, they find more.
Yeah, no, totally. And I think so. Like that's interesting though, is because if it is like you can place multiple workers in one place, and placing more workers gives you more effect because you have more labor available. So it's like the double-edged sword of. Actually, it's like we talked about. I doubt it. BS. Are you familiar with that game? So it's a very simple card game.
Yeah.
Playing card deck. Shuffle up the cards, deal them out to all players. One person starts with ace, and they have to put down any number of aces face down. They say one ace, and they put it on face on card. And you keep it in order up to king, and then you wrap around, and the first person of the cards wins. The catch is, you might not have the cards. In which case you have to lie. So you put down whatever cards you say. You might say 2 aces, and it's like a 5 and a 12, or a 5 and a queen. And if no one calls you on it, you're fine. If someone calls you on it, then you reveal it, and if you're telling the truth, they take all of the cards that have been played up till then. And if you were lying, you take all the cards. So it's a bluffing game of, trying to get the cards out and line it up.
That would work very, very well.
But so that's a game. So like when you have a lot of cards, you're a long way from winning, but you've got a ton of information about what people is available, so you can more power to call people. And when you play cards, you can play out 4 cards. And you can say 4 aces, and no one's going to call you on it because you've got all the aces, and they all know it. So you're farther from winning, but you have more power. So that's what I imagine. You've got more cultists, so you got lots of information, you got power to do stuff, but you're also so far from winning.
Okay.
It probably wouldn't happen quite the same way, but so going back to numbers, you're saying the event cards. What was that in reference to? I missed that. In rhyme, so different types of cultists could totally do different things when they're sitting idle. And I love modular games, so this could even be a thing where okay, this game you only play with 4 types of cultists in any one game, but the game comes with 6 types, so you can swap it out, and then that changes up because modular stuff is fun. Event cards for idle workers.
Okay.
I could see that. I'd have to think about it. If we have multiple types of workers, so I like the idea of the different workers doing different things.
Okay.
But then that's a lot to put on event cards, because then it's each event card covers all of them or only one of them. That's a little weird. So that would make me inclined to be there's just an end of turn board that says a chart that just says if you have three red workers, you get a Shoggoth. If you have 5, you get 2 of them. If you have every red one, you just get another one because they just breed like rabbits and so on and so on. Because that's a little bit more predictable, and you don't have to put all the information on each event card.
Okay.
So that'd be my initial thought, but that's again one of those things that's detailed and nitty-gritty enough that it could change or not be a thing.
Sorry, I'm nodding along. Yeah. This is fascinating. This is out of my wheel. And this is just
yeah. So similar to the complexity talk before. Generally, the way your game is you've got a complexity budget. Given the people playing, you've got X amount of complexity, however you factor it. So this, end of turn, these different cultists do different things. That's really cool. In the vacuum, it's good. But it might turn out that okay, well, this game has got more complexity than we like, or this is cool, but there's other thing that's even cooler that would be about the same amount of complexity. So it makes sense to simplify this and sort of shift that complexity to somewhere else. Maybe that's the difference between each person having unique power.
Mm.
And we say okay, so you playing with different player powers is cooler than the cultists having their own end of turn thing. So we're just gonna do that. And then over the course of design,
I'm usually against player powers just because it puts new players on a weird off-footing, and no matter how good your design, there is always one that's best for a certain style.
Oh sure, so other soapbox, balanced games are highly overrated. Balance is cool, but a lot of times what you want is a fun game or an engaging game or a game with big exciting moments. And I will happily sacrifice a little bit of balance for a game that's got some really cool swinging wild cards.
Okay.
I mean, think about Magic cards. There's a lot of your favorite Magic cards are probably not the Magic cards that are the most balanced ones. For a lot of people, your favorite Magic cards are the ones that do something kind of stupid and maybe is really good, or maybe is actually dog shit awful, but does something really silly. It's just when I play this card, 90% of the time I lose, but 10% of the time I win in a really cool way, and it's awesome. and it creates a big moment. So anyway, so I guess so complexity budgets, and then so player powers. Or is it put? Definitely can be an issue. Like Root is one of my favorite games, and each faction is fully different. That's sort of the extreme version where you don't know what the other person's doing unless you played the faction. It's very confusing. Immortally, exactly. Goblin game, or like Warp World, or like a lot of red sorceries. Honestly, big red expensive sorceries tend to be a lot of fun, and make the game interesting. And you may win if you build a deck for it, but often you don't.
But you're having a good time getting there.
Exactly. But yeah, so I definitely think like new player unfriendliness is definitely an issue. I think the flip side is one is you can try to design for, some numbers, like people like Cosmic Encounter, like that game's been printed a million times. If people want Cosmic Encounter, I will make them Cosmic Encounter. But I say so like one thing is like there's ways to do it better and worse, or more accessible, less accessible. Also, again, this is one of those. In general, it's the thing I've been worried about. If everyone here says we want player powers and we're fine with that level of complexity, and the people that want to play the game most are involved in the whole process and they're familiar with it inside and out, maybe that's fine.
I mean, that's where this whole thing shines, because we don't have to design in the theoretical. We're not saying like, oh, well, what about, Grandma Shaky Knees when she wants to buy it for the... No, it's like, what does everybody here want?
Yes.
What do you all want?
Exactly. Is that with additional layer of, if the majority go direction you don't like, the files are going to be out there. Just go make the version that you like. Convince people that they should play that one.
Flip it on his head.
Yeah. So it's like that's the goal. So like, I fully agree. Player powers is something to be aware of in this case. So it's fun. So they're definitely like we're sort of going on tangents. Which if I was trying to like,
I fucking love tangents. That's where I live.
Fully efficiently just do this, I would. Like, honestly, probably the most efficient quote unquote way to do this would be for Will to talk for an hour and me to come back with something. But like that's sort of not quite what we're here for.
That defeats the collaborative experience.
Yeah.
The other thing is that like the Patreon won't be quite so quick-fire form as well. There'll be more space for discussion and deconstruction. We're only kind of like blitzing through things today because it's build a board game in a stream. And for those of you that were there for the build a video game in a stream, you know that also,
it's okay.
Just want to highlight
okay, go ahead.
We're back at it again. I just wanted to highlight what Uberdan was saying about how the only thing they've really understood is when magic is brought up. Also same, but I think this is a very important discussion, even to just be... I mean, you've seen me here. I'm sitting here with my little Sphinx and my coffee being like, yep. It's a sphere of design that we don't get a lot of exposure to in our usual day-to-day. And if we do nothing but design the same video game all day, every day, we're never going to grow as creatives, Sorry. Please continue.
I was going to say, so yes, the initial, like, just picking random mechanics and themes, that's great. And sometimes you end up in good places. But sometimes you play the first person game and you get into this really awkward situation. It's like, oh, this game is either not good in a way that's not clear to fix.
Yeah.
Or it's, I literally had this issue last week. It's like, I had this cool idea for a thing and I ended up going, I'm like, oh shoot, I'm making Exploding Kittens, which is fine. Like, it's a fine game, but the problem is like I was close enough to it with what I was doing that it was still rough, but so like Exploding Kittens is the best sort of local maximum for that thing. Are you sure what the term local maximum? So because imagine like you've got a big graph.
Yeah.
Like for any given section, there might be a highest point. But so as you're exploring around, like if you go like look at this section, like, oh, this is the highest point. There might be a highest point up here, but if you're not willing to make big leaps and a little this way, make small changes, you sort of get pulled towards that point. So like I sort of get like in the gravitational pull of Exploding Kittens, where like I was doing some similar things. So I feel like if I was trying to like do some testing and go, oh, this doesn't work, what's the best way to fix this? The solution would be the thing that Exploding Kittens did.
So every like incremental change will bring you closer to that central point.
Exactly. And it felt like there weren't going to be any easy small changes that were going to make me go in a different direction. So the only solution is like, okay, let's take a step back, look at a bigger view. What's something more different that we can do?
Okay.
So that's sort of the issue to go back to. Yeah. So if you take random themes ideas, sometimes you'll just hit somewhere that's. If you go in planning, it's easy to avoid that issue. I mean, you still will sometimes accidentally design a game that exists and is great, which is like, you know you're on the right track. It's just someone else kind of beat you to it.
Yeah.
Yes, that's true. Yeah, exactly. So Vega, pleasure having you, and yeah, I mean, hopefully next time you come around, there'll be a game they can play.
To be continued, Fred.
Okay, so bringing back to what numbers were saying. So central board or players boards with focus spaces. I think to some degree we want a central board just because if you don't have a shared general board, then the worker placement competing for spaces thing we lose, and then it's like quite different. I think the bigger question is there a player board of some sort, or what does that look like? I think
I'm usually a fan. I'm just for ease off. I'm usually a fan of the cards that know where they go, rather than having a core board just for ease of, if you're playing on a kitchen table, if you're playing on the fucking floor or what have you, you're like, okay, so this building card goes down here, this card locks onto it here, or attaches here, or just goes in the general middle space.
So like you like Illuminati. Have you Steve Jackson Illuminati, like it's a board game from the 90s. Someone like drop a picture in or something, because it's like you sort of build it and you literally build out your thing. This giant, it's a very cool visual thing for okayish game. Oh, so then, so I do not have a copy, and like whenever I've seen a copy in the thrift store, it's like $50. I'm like, I'm not going to pay $50 for this game. But yeah, that's it. It's a cool thing to experience once, at the very least.
Okay.
But sorry, so going back. So, okay, so we're talking about so card being again, and like I like cards. So like I like boards because they're like nice and big, and you can put art on them for games that can do that, and people like boards. Cards are cool because they're modular, so it's like you could have you can say like these are we're going to randomly choose the 10 starting locations for this game.
So Quasi, just to quickly jump on that one, like absolutely, but we don't have.
I don't need a copy of Illuminati. Like it's cool that it exists, but like I would like say like this is cool, and then I'd put it on my shelf, and then I'd never play it. So like, yeah, no, I like Will, if you would like a copy of Illuminati to check it out, if that's a thing that sounds interesting, like go for it, but not on my account. Let's say exactly like it's like honestly, I honestly recommend just like watch a video on it. I'm sure there's some good ones out there, and that will give you the feel and see what's going on without having to own a copy of it.
See if Shut Up and Sit Down and put a day on it or something. See,
I'm onto Quasi. Like I've again, some numbers is going to hopefully come and take some of my board games off my hands. So this is like sort of like pass the buck.
Well, so one of the things that I had to do was, sorry to tangent a top tangent, but I had to stop buying board games because I loved board games with fascinating concepts and never played them. I would talk about them all which way, never played them. Now I just add them to a mystical, like mental shopping list that I'll never buy.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I had so many board games when I moved out of New Zealand, and 95% of them were unplayed. Opened, certainly. Played, no.
No, it's just like collecting books and reading books are two different hobbies.
Right.
Yeah.
Sorry
just as soon as this pandemic's.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, the pandemic gets in the way of board games a lot. It sucks.
That's probably where, like, tabletop sim's seen its great big resurgence, because it's not the best made piece of software, but oh boy.
Yeah. Oh, is that the recent Vampire Masquerade board game? I saw it that was coming out somewhat recently, and it looked interesting. I've not checked it out. So yeah, I've not bought them, but yeah, I also have a big list of games that I would love to play at some point.
Okay. Oh, so I tell you what, whilst we're in kind of like a little banter lull about just board game acquisition stuff, did you still want to take a quick break?
Yeah, I should do that real quick. You can keep people entertained. I'll be back in a couple.
Yep. Because here's the thing, friends. I can tell you stories about playing board games, but when it comes to like the depth and complexity of design that you're all getting into, like, again, I'm as much use as this cuddly slug cat. I'm just here to look a little bit goofy and make funny noises every now and then. So Quasi, wait till Ket gets back, because I wasn't familiar with worker placement as a style of game. I thought we would, when we said worker placement, we're just talking about like the thematics of putting characters into places where they may or may not, fuck up. I didn't realize it was a whole like mini subgenre. So, well, grumble, grumble, grumble. Favor 6. I've got all 4 of them here. So Quasi, like, I mean, we've talked about this a lot. Like, as you get older, you've got to choose, like, where you spend and dedicate your time. Like, apart from maybe 1 or 2 people, I know more about video games than most of everybody. But that comes at a cost, and that cost is, I don't know, board games. I don't know what's coming out and what's not. I don't know what's around, I barely pay attention to movies that don't contain bears and cocaine. My music knowledge is whatever autoplay algorithms throw at me, So, I think that was the thing that was happening with me with board games, was that I was becoming obsessed with the conceptual mechanics and not actually having a love of the get everybody together, sit down and play it enough to push through, It is also why I love games like Armello and other titles where everybody starts off on an even keel, which I don't want to use in this conversation because it feels horribly reductive, but I've described those as, board game philosophy, because the idea is at the start of the game, everyone is on the same footing. There's no, accounts necessary. There's no like power levels or, raid gear score or anything like that. And that's something that I'm really starting to look out for in video games. But as I was saying to was it Uberdan? Yes, was that like this is a very, very interesting conversation, and there is a lot that you can learn even if you're not in the space. I just feel like a little bit of a, like I said, like a dorky cartoon animal. Like, I don't want to interrupt yourselves or Ket, like, because you'll know this shit, So yeah, I don't want to be the one speaking with any kind of authority. Alright, Immortal then, have a lovely rest of your weekend, alright? Oh yeah, and the other thing, like, we've done this multiple times, but, like, this is a thing that you can be involved with, either with or without the Patreon element. Oh no, that was a terrible fucking pitch. I'm so sorry. So Uberdan, Watto and welcome. The TLDR being, Ket has started a Patreon for exactly this. Like, bespoke board games made specifically for the people who care about them. And if you are enjoying today's conversation, if this is something that you are having fun with, if this is something that you care about passionately, get involved. Like, oh, okay. So, Salem was saying that Armello is 100% a digital board game. That it does things that would be tough to do in a physical game. No. So I absolutely agree with that one. The point at which I've been, I don't know if you'd say misusing, but discussing board game philosophy, is games where prior gameplay is not required for cohesion. So let's take The Division, for example. If we all start playing The Division at exactly the same time and shooty gun banging our way through a frankly ridiculous scenario, we'll all be roughly about the same place. But if I invite you to come shooty gun bang with me, if I've been playing it for the last few months, literally, either I must start again, so either I have to basically hobble my experience from what I have, or you just end up being stuck with somebody who's just super powered churning through everything. When I've used the term board game philosophy, I mean, forgive me for the hyperbole example because, we played it yesterday, it's fresh on my mind, but things like Sea of Thieves, like, whether you have played for 5 minutes or, 50,000 hours, mechanically you are always on the same footing with another person, so from that point it's more like knowledge and experience. That was what I meant in that regards. Welcome back.
Yes, what did I miss?
Me explaining that I had to give up buying board games because I like the idea of them, but not necessarily the get everybody together and play parts. Oh, and this is the Vampire Prince City. This is the board game that Salem was talking about before you went on a mini break.
Yeah, this one I'm not familiar with, but I'll check it out.
I'm trying to see when it came out.
It says 06.
Oh, God.
It says up top, this board game geek is... it's fine. It's very functional.
It's fine. It's very functional.
Yeah.
That's a hell of a review. Sadly, however, friends, it is not based on the daytime TV special, which was unceremoniously cancelled after, I think, 4 episodes.
Not familiar.
So Sailor was saying, every action in the game allows you to recruit other players to assist, and for everyone they have an option to betray others for their own gain. Oh yes, and friends, I will bring up the live-action Vampire the Masquerade TV show every chance I get.
Tell me about the live-action Vampire Masquerade TV show.
Yeah. It is like... It feels like someone took like a daytime TV cast and put the Buffy the Vampire Slayer filter over it. It's so bad. I think they only produced 4 episodes. Kindred the Embraced, thank you. Oh, okay, so Saban says it was prime time and it ran for 8 episodes, not 4. Well, fuck. That's
was
4
it bad
too many.
Was it bad in a fun way or just bad in a bad way?
Oh, it's bad in a fun way. Like,
okay.
I would definitely watch it with friends for a chortle.
Totally.
It's
yeah.
It's not as bad in a fun way as the BattleTech cartoon, but that's another story.
I need to watch that one. I've seen lots of clips of it. And I believe it's seen it. That's like on YouTube in its entirety. I think.
Oh yeah, we did BattleTechmas one year where we watched all of it in a day, and we got very, very drunk.
Sounds like that'd be important part of that.
Okay, so
where we are. So we were talking. I don't know where we are. So I was sort of start at the top. So yeah. It's very repetitive to the loop. So, on your turn, you've got lots of meeples that are of various cultists, and players will take turns choosing a location and placing some number of meeples on them.
Okay.
Maybe effect happens then, and maybe effect happens at the. Probably effect happens then, just because that way you don't have to track who placed things. Because sometimes. Worker placement games, you place all of them and then you activate all of them. But that requires knowing who placed what, so we can just say,
Okay.
as you place them, you take the effect immediately. That way, you've got no memory issues.
You don't have to doing math. You don't have to do upkeep. You don't have to keep track.
Yes. Okay, so on your turn, I'm going to take turns, choose a location. I think at least these will be central locations because worker placement, competing for space is an important element. So place on a central location, take the effect, go around until either all the spaces are full or all the things have been placed. It's tricky because the number of many worker placement games, each person has got 3 workers or 4 workers, or some very specific number. But because we're using cultists, and you could have lots of cultists, or you could have a few cultists, or then you could go back up to a lot of cultists. Like, there's not a predictable amount. So, like, yeah, they offer worker placement games. Like, the start of the game, you've got 3 workers, and then at some point you get like a 4th worker or a 5th worker or something like that.
Okay.
And there's like the very predictable, ramping up. Here we don't have that. Yeah, so there's another thing. So small number of spots and go until full. That's interesting. Then there's also, it puts pressure on people with lots of them in a way that's more interesting because you might not get to place all of them. So then it's like there's some prioritizing and brinkmanship and things about placing, and then probably because you place until they're full, and then once they're all full, that's the end of the round. Sweep all of the workers. Maybe since we already did the effects, maybe there's something special there, but we might not need to do anything special beyond just sweep the workers and go back to the top.
Okay.
Let's see. So based off that, I feel like growing out the middle would probably be the most interesting. So like when you build the thing, it goes to the middle, so there's more options.
Okay.
So let's see. Yeah, so the thing is, basically everyone's saying, yeah. So for as far as the limited spots, my thought is you choose one location on your turn, and then you can put however many you can put onto that thing.
Okay.
So like, if the thing says it takes pairs of blue and yellow meeples, if you've got 6 of each, just choose it, just pour them on. But and then so have those, and then expand it out slowly. So Waterdeep has the ownership where like the reward for building a thing is that it you get a kickback every time it's used.
So there would need to be another resource or another mechanic, because at the moment we take meeples, we put meeples out.
Yep.
The buildings are in the central plot that's visible to everybody. So I guess that's the question, is what is the other resource and how does it benefit? Because, I mean, I'm always all for the, like, here's the thing I need to acquire, here's the thing I need to get rid of. I want to get rid of these fucking meeples. I want to make cash money dollars.
Okay, yeah, so so I think some extra resources could be interesting. So I think like if you just can put meeples through meeples, it's like tough to like. So having another resource or 3 in there makes it much easier to like have an intermediary thing. So I said, so one that's interesting is the reward for building things could be the fact that you spend meeples to do it. So it's like building this thing costs you 5 meeples, and that's some degree a good thing. So let's see. So Numbers had an interesting idea. So if I understand this correctly, so you've got all the locations. They each take 1 meeple per turn, and you don't ever sweep them. It's just once they're maxed out, the full, and you can't put more things there. So like it sort of things get used up, and you have to keep building out. Is that no? Okay, so I'm not. the numbers will tell me what they meant. But I think that could be an interesting thing because then you don't even need the sweep mechanism. It's just like you put a meeple somewhere, and it's just like they just build up, and then you get resources and use resources to build out, and so it's just like they just live on the board.
I have an asshole idea. You finish a building, all the meeples on that building go to the others. So I place.
Sure.
So if I'm the one that finishes this little like office building here of meeples, I then get to take that stack of meeples and give them to everybody else, but in an amount of my choosing. So I could just go fuck
Sure.
Ket and just be like meeples on you,
Yeah.
or I could share them between everybody else. So
And this is where like to take that, some games that is 100% correct to let you just choose one person to just completely screw over, and some games you want to be fair.
all right, it was just an idea. It was just an idea.
No, I'm not against it. I think that's reasonable.
Because it allows that point counterpoint, and it also allows the emergence of villains.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, like the one thing that I am sort of keeping in mind is that right now the game doesn't inevitably end at some point. Like if you're putting people's out and you get them back and people are giving them to you, like there's no function here that inherently ends the game. Which, to be fair, games like Uno don't have. But like, I like to have a safety valve of saying like in some way the game can't go beyond this point. Like there's an event deck that you flip through them, and most of the time the game ends because someone wins. But all else fails, magic. Like if all else fails, eventually someone runs out of cards.
Yeah.
And unless that's intentional to your gameplay, and that almost never happens. But like, it's like sort of like it's the fail safe. I like to have some sort of fail safe. Like the game has to end because of thing. So okay, so we'll go back. So numbers is idea. So it's Spot can take a limited number of each. Place one per turn. So numbers like.
This is fascinating,
Yeah.
like I said.
Yeah, I'm just thinking through like so I'm saying so rather than choosing place any number, you always place one meeple at a time. My concern is then each payout, because payouts are instant, like upon placing, each payout has to be worth one meeple. Like you can't say like this payout's worth two meeples. So it makes it harder to balance in that direction.
The infinite meeple generator.
Yeah. No, what I'm saying is, so like if somebody track fills and then, I'm curious to hear more about that. Like it's fun. So a space that functions as a clock, I think that's definitely can be helpful. Like put a meeple here to get the first player marker, and meeples that you place here just are removed from the game entirely, something like that. Like it could be a simple mechanic that like return meeple to boxes when you spend here. Also, that was 1 sec.
Oh, no worry. Sorry, friends. This is a complete tangent atop a tangent, but it just struck me. I wonder if anyone's done Meeple Gear Solid. It looks like no one has done Meeple Gear Solid. Although they have done Power to the Meeple. I'm a Meeple person, and and some other terrible puns. But no one's done Meeple Gear Solid. There you go. You can all have that for free. I'm not even charging. Maple Gear Solid, a solid snake thriller set entirely in Canada. Sorry, I was just realizing that no one has coined Meeple Gear Solid yet.
You could be the first person.
I might be. But I mean, I've said it to everybody now, so... No, and Greybeard, that's what I'm saying. A weapon to surpass Meeple gear.
That's true. So actually, so Rhymes, the summoning track that counts as a clock. So actually, that's pretty cute. No, I see.
And if it
could...
So if you haven't gotten rid of all of them, it's whoever has the least cultists survives.
Yeah, or maybe is eaten last or something. It could be something like I think Clink does this, where Clink is a game like it's a deck builder where you go out and bench and do stuff, and there's like you have to get back to your base at the end of the game.
Okay.
And if you get back to the base, you get a bunch of extra points. If you get back to the first half of the map, you're fine. And if you're on the far half of the map, you just get no points and you're out.
Okay.
So it could be like maybe like as long as you've got under X number of meeples when the old gods show up, you're okay. And ideally you have no meeples, but if you've got too many meeples, then you're just toast. Like
the idea, that the gods start eating whoever has the most meeples as it gets closer towards like the I don't know, the cult apocalypse or otherwise.
So Fred has got a very interesting idea. So main goal is to get all your cultists, but if something happens, you want to have the most.
Ooh.
So basically, it's like there's a shoot the moon sabotage.
If I can't be first, I'll be last and win.
Yeah.
Oh. Getting rid of all your cultists creates a victory scenario. Otherwise, you want the most so that everybody else gets eaten. So like, if you ditch all of your meeples, you can just peace out. Like, you've won. But if nobody's gotten rid of all their meeples, yeah. Mm-hmm. See, this is why I like hanging out with you lot.
I think either a random endpoint or endpoint that's controlled by players, which can sort of be the same thing. Like if players have an ability to if the end is triggered by like if all the meeples are taken off of this track or put on this track and people have the ability to put them on or take them off, then it's like it's not random, but it's hard for any one player to know. Okay, so I'm gonna write that down and like so I like that idea a lot. So unless someone has a compelling reason not to or another compelling reason, I'll probably steal that. Or not steal it. I'll probably use that.
Fred's saying, or maybe some kind of mechanism we use naturally to get rid of cultists just happens.
One of the places on the board that you give to cultists could be like the temple. Where it's like, you pawn them off the temple and, you don't have to deal with them, but every time you put them there, one of them goes into the special cultist track that ticks up. And maybe it's even like, so you put them in the temple, and you put them on the board in the different colors, and like whichever color has the most on the board, that god shows up and wrecks people. So it's like maybe the person, so 4 cultists, cultists, let's say, and you put them on this thing. All the cultists here go onto tracks. If the track fills up before someone runs out of cultists, that gods are summoned before the game ends. The cultists with the most, the god with the most cultists on the track is the one that's summoned, and the person who has the most of that cultist wins.
So it's either get rid of all or have the most of one color.
Of the one color that's on the being summoned.
Okay. But I do like that because one of the things I can find with these kind of games is that once the tide shift starts to happen, especially if you're not the most experienced player at the table, like it really can feel like, well, I'm just fucked. And I haven't encountered many games that have had good counters for that.
It's hard because you got opposing priorities of like, if you do well in the game, you should want to win, which is reasonable, but also opposed and like, yeah, it's basically like you want to reward people for doing well because if you don't, that feels weird.
Yeah.
But also you want people to be in the game and not check out.
Yeah.
And it's
like I've played loads of it. I I would say I enjoy it, but like the good old Game of Thrones board game was a great example of like if you're not first, you're last, and if you start being on the downslide, there's basically nothing for you to do until the last few turns when suddenly you get to start being kingmaker. Like suddenly you're of value when people want to be the last person on the throne and shit like that. I'm sorry, I'm going off on tangents here. But yeah, I like Fred's swing axes.
Yeah.
I'd almost be inclined to push for just most overall. Because it feels like it would be harder to acquire just a fuck ton than it would be to like focus on a specific color.
I mean, I can see both ways. Like, this is what I think. Like, it's specific enough that testing would, you could just test both and see what works.
Okay.
But part of me appeals to the like, if you see the track filling up and you think that's going to fill up before someone's going to win, like suddenly the value of those cultists are very high. It's like it becomes like almost like a stock market game of like you want to have a lot of stock in the thing that's going to go up.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
like,
I can see that.
But that's like again, that's getting into nitty-gritty detail that we don't need to quite yet.
Yeah. Also, so Greybeard, I'm sorry to say that you did miss the naming and concept stage. The project we're working on right now was one of 5 we shortlisted and then voted on. But if that is something you'd like to suggest and do in the future, like this is literally what Ket is doing from here on in. Like, check out Ket's Patreon, go have a look, get involved. Will you excuse me for just a second, good sir? I guess it's because, like, I'm just ornamental right now. I don't know why I said that. Sorry. God, I've been all over the place this week.
It's been a heck of a week.
It has. Fucking has. I'm genuinely enjoying being essentially the equivalent of the color commentator. And it's fascinating to see the back and forth on this design process, which is one that I'm not involved in. So
yeah, and I mean this is part of why I love board games is like I know the skill, but anyone can just make a game, and it might be bad, but like you can have an idea and just try it.
Yeah.
So like,
there's a lot of, as much as I love video games, there's a lot of barriers to entry between like I want to make a game and having something that's playable. With a board game, there's nothing.
It's like, do you have a Sharpie and some paper? Like that's enough for a game.
Job's done.
So
yeah, Lizzie, it's been a hell of a month. It's only 4 days in. I know. All right, I leave these lovely Mother Hubbards with you. I'll be back in just a second.
Yeah. Okay. So no, I'm bored for having the split end game condition of either win by running out of cultists or win by track, and that fills the concern I had, or not concern, but just like the open-ended problem that needs to be addressed in some way of how does the game not go forever, because that's always a concern. Okay, so that means, I think the best this way with the current setup is that there is a location on the board where I see that's where excuse me. Okay, so there's a location on the board. One of the things that you can put on the workers, they place it there, go to a track, and that track, when it fills up, gods come, game's over. There's one winner. That was almost certainly not the person that was going for the win off of no cultists. I'll go a step further and just say I can tie that to the location that chooses who goes first, just because I feel like it's always easier to have that be a thing that people control, so that way it's like if people care about going first, they can put a worker there and they get to go first, and that sort of solves the who goes first thing. And there's a lot of work placement games use it, so I feel like if that's desirable enough, that sort of it feels like an appropriate place to put the put that. So dead numbers exactly, yeah, something like that. Okay, so that's we got the first location. That's handy. Just for this ease of prototyping, I'll just say no board. We just use locations for the cards, which lets us do modular setup. If we want to have the board later, it's easy enough to adapt, but it also saves me having to put it on the board. Now, trying to think. So, okay, so back to the top, just to walk through it one more time. So on your turn, got a bunch of workers. Assign as numbers. Idea is interesting, and also the sort of the thing I thought was interesting. But I'll stick with the basic one for now. Put any number of workers on that place, going around until either all the places are full or all the people are out of workers. Taking the actions as you go. End of turn, sweep off all the workers except for the ones that go to the countdown track. So that repeats. During the turn, some of the things that we're doing is acquiring resources, losing / changing workers, probably building and adding new locations. So the different locations will have different requirements. So like it might be, this takes red ones, and if you have a split of like 3 red ones, 3 blue ones, 3 green ones, and 3 purple ones, you won't have that many of any one specific color. There might also be just like a hard cap on them. It might be this can take up to 5, or the effects might be like 1 plus. If you put 1 worker here, you get 1 money. If you get 2 plus workers here, you get 2. So it's fine. So maybe, but I think that doesn't. It can't happen for all of them, because like workers are how you get resources. So you don't want people to get in this awkward situation where they don't have the resources, so they can't play workers. So Moose, so that is exactly it. So you only play to one location. It's choose the location, and then you can play multiple workers to that location. I think Numbers was more concerned about like if the location says like play a red worker here to get a money, and you've got 20 red workers, what stops you from choosing there and putting 20 workers there and getting 20 money? So the limits is 1 is you'll have probably a diverse set of workers. 2, there might be hard caps on the locations. 3, if there's enough spaces for all the workers, that you get to choose that place first. So maybe if everyone has 20 workers, if there's a red place, you could say, I put 20 workers here and get 20 red things, and then people go, okay, cool, you're done for the round. Now we're going to go take all these other spaces and get a more diverse set of resources that is equally good, maybe better. So maybe even letting people do it is okay. That sort of gets us to the question of like how much do you want to protect people from themselves. Like maybe it's strategically bad to do that, and you might put a limit in just so you sort of signpost people away from doing things which are bad and make them lose the game and feel bad. Which is sort of another discussion about communicating. But also, yeah, I think 20 workers is probably more than what people have, and it might be there'll probably be some outlet places where maybe it's like put 5 red workers here and you get 2 red workers back and you get some effects. So it's like it's only usable if you've got 5 workers, which is a lot. You get a cool effect, but that'll quickly let you get back down to a smaller number. So I think between all those different things, there's some levers we can play with, some balanced things, and I'm not too concerned about that, but it is something definitely to be aware of as design goes forward. Okay, so on turn, you'll be putting the main way you interact is like taking your work tokens and putting them on the different locations. Locations will give you resources to say money, sanity, generic resources, whatever. They will give you more buildings. So numbers. So that is true. You have a big pool and you try to shed them, but like the place that gives you workers, it might be like place a red worker here to get 1 money and a red worker. And also, I forgot to mention, so the workers that you get, I think, would go to a separate pool that you don't get access to until the next turn. So it's like you've got all of the things you're trying to spend, basically as many of them as possible to get rid of them, and then you won't be able to like spend them, get more resources, immediately spend those resources, and like chain to help ensure that like you spend down. Also, Will, if you're talking, we cannot hear you.
Oh no, I was trying not to be like.
Okay.
Ah!
That's all good.
You were in the fucking paint, and I didn't want to like interrupt.
No, it's all good. Yeah, so exactly. Say them like you've got like a special card or something like a new recruits zone where you put them so they're not mixing. It's like when you go to a casino, you have your pocket where you put all your money, come in with it, and in your pocket you put all the money you win, and like you go one way, not the other.
Hi, I'm a one pocket player.
Some people say it helps, but yeah. Oh yeah, sorry, it rhymes exactly. So yeah, it's so I much prefer having the location that is go here to get a big advantage and go first. Okay, so you're gonna go first, and that way players can decide how much of an advantage it is and how much you want to prioritize it.
Yeah.
And there's ways like if it could be like one of the games I worked on that Numbers has played quite a bit is Pan Am worker placement game, and the way they do it is there's also like a priority access where you put your workers there. It's just a place, and at the start of each round, the people on that space move the workers from there and get to place them wherever, and then the person who goes first goes around. So like you can sort of like save up a worker basically for the next round. So like there's different ways we can balance out the first player advantage. So it's fine. So that is an excellent question. So I was using that just because that's easy, but there's definitely a world in which, because it's not collecting, there's like a way where like you play it there, you do the effect, and then it just keeps going. The question is, how do you clear? And one solution was sort of, I think what I thought Oshin was saying, what the Numbers were saying a little bit was, maybe if the spaces just fill up and you just have to keep building out, so like the center gets used up.
Okay.
Maybe there's a way like, maybe there's a location like when you place here, like it clears things out, or maybe some sort of positional thing. Because I think I mentioned when you're gone, where rather than having a board just to make things easier, we'll just have all locations be cards and we'll just play them out. Maybe it'll be a thing like when you put at one location, it removes a worker from a adjacent location. So like there's some sort of something there.
There's some strategy towards the way the way in which you're
relative
structuring your buildings.
Yes, yeah, exactly. That means rather than just like what buildings out being important, it's what buildings out and how are they relative to each other. It makes that a whole thing. So this one's saying, so you said where workers never clear off, but if you have a group of exactly one more than the current pile, you can grab the pile off the tile and fill it with yours. Oh, interesting. So you can just sort of keep escalating. That'd be interesting. I could see something like that.
Okay.
I mean, again, this is getting into the weeds, but like maybe there's a version where once a building's full, like that's where you can get the level 2 buildings and swap them out. And so like, okay, or you flip it over to like a better version of it.
Okay.
So like maybe that's like sort of, and then those are discarded. So like there's no automatic sweep. It's just like when you want to then like expand and build up. So yeah, so I think there's definitely, to go to Isfan's point, is like right now is just sort of going off the generic, just sweep it because that's easy. I definitely think there's some really cool stuff to do with other things. Excuse me. I'm not sure how much we need to think about it right now. Like to some degree, it ties into the design, but a lot of those are things that we could just sort of go with, assuming that we're just sweeping it as we develop and then retrofit in without too much issue.
Okay. So I guess the next big question is like, how far are we off of actually putting some pieces on putting some pieces down? How far are we off of actually starting to try experimenting with these?
Honestly, not very far. Like we're at the point we can start creating locations and assets.
Fucking yo! All right.
Yeah, and this is not to try to like end design talk, but it's more just it's easier design talk when we've got components we can push around.
Well, yeah, you know what, Salem, that's a better way of phrasing what I was putting is like, you know, how far off of, you know, minimum viable product are we?
Yes. So number welcome to TTS. I think for this session, it's probably just gonna be me and Will just to keep things fast and easy because we got the setup.
Yeah.
But actually, the first thing is we're gonna go over the spreadsheets, which is my favorite thing. So.
Hey, I mean, all the producers in the room just went, fucking whoa! Spreadsheets! I fucking love it!
I'll tell you, rhymes, yes. So that is true. The sweep phase is sort of a natural point where cultists that you're holding do bad things to you. Even without sweep phase, there's still ways that we could do it. Just because, like, if we have if we're not doing round base, we don't need the first turn marker. But like maybe there's a building that, as the workers accumulate, every time they hit like a threshold,
I got the sheets
bad
and
stuff
they're all
happens.
spread out too.
Sorry, Wolfcrad just with, I got the sheets, and they're all spread out. Oh.
Sorry, stacking.
That's all good.
Yeah. You want to switch over to spreadsheets?
Is it spreadsheet o'clock? All right.
I think so.
So that is Longship Game.
Yep.
Which we now have a title for.
That's true.
I don't think I can rename it, but I'm definitely there. All right. Not only do you have our faces, but check out this spreadsheet. By the 9.
Okay, so for now, I'm just gonna keep it simple and say rounds. This is not at all settled, and my preference is only for games that don't use rounds, if possible. So
okay.
But so now, so we've got 4 colors of meeples. Those don't gonna need any special components for now. So the main thing we're building is locations.
Okay.
It's anything other than locations that we need to make this game work. I can't think of any off the top of my head.
Everything else is reactionary. So, like, in the event of, I don't know, in the event of X happening, whoever has the most of blue meeples doesn't get eaten.
True. Yeah. Okay, so then I guess... Okay, so we're not going to worry about names because I'm terrible at naming things.
However, friends, we're in this together, so both the names and art are going to be entirely viable. Now, as I said earlier, I don't mind being the improvised stock footage for this operation. So if we need a card art, I'll just pull some wonky faces. However, this is peak Photoshop territory.
Yes. No, that's yeah. I've got placeholder art that I can use, but if people want to use things, go nuts. I'll happily.
It's our setup. We're allowed.
Okay, let's say 4 colors for now of people.
Red, blue, red again, and green.
Oh, I thought I said yellow. Oh.
Sorry.
No, that's good. We like red.
Yeah. It's the Fire Nation story.
Okay, so because assuming we've got sweep, so do we say 4? Sure, for colors. Yeah. Also, just go all out. Is red? I don't know if red loop colorblind is a thing. Probably is. There's a lot of them, but we can do values. Okay, so first player marker, and then to the.
Okay, so take the first player marker.
So just there'll be a token goes around, and just easy. Whoever has it leads, and then when we sweep it, move the meeple to the yeah. And so move to the countdown track. Simple. And then and then let's say it costs. We go magic style. So let's say it costs 1 of any, and then would be this is a little. Okay, fine. We're gonna go to magic, so that's okay. So different colors. So this costs, and then. Okay, so this will be the text of what it does. This will be what you have to put there to do it. And then maybe here's the limit. So limit is just 1.
Okay.
So keep it real simple. I'll say red gives you money. So, okay, Fred, catch you later.
Right,
Always
to be
good to see you
continued.
online. Yes.
And again, this will be available to feck around with later if anybody wants to return to this.
So gain money.
I mean, that's going to be the hard thing, is not going back to all of these different concepts and being like, I'll just modify what I could.
Success, assuming success down the line, I can see like add a 1 year marker and like which ones do we want to revisit, and like rather than do a new one, going back to the old one or something. But
yeah.
But yeah. And also, again, hopefully, if people want to do that, they would do it for me, because I love it when other people do my work. So, okay, so here, okay, so we've got a card that says get a money and a red token. So you put a red token. Actually, so probably should put the costs first, because that's so. So okay, so you put here. It's put 1 of any, take the first player marker, and then sweep it.
Okay.
So so that goes out of the game. And here you put a red down, get a red and a money.
Okay.
And there's a limit of 3 red.
All right. So like just a teeny tiny little work factory.
Exactly. Yeah. You send them off to work factory, which is, and they probably like it. They're cultists.
Oh yeah.
Okay, and then I guess from here it's just a few of ideas. Feel free to throw them out. Numbers? No, we don't. I think one of the things we want to do is we're going to have more buildings coming out over the course of the game, because that lets us sort of expand it. So I think that would be a place that we could charge money. We could also have money be part of the costs. So it could be like put workers here and spend money. So it could be just like, there could be like an airplane, airport, which is like put any worker here and $5 and they just fly off and just go away forever.
So like 5 seems like it's a big expense, but that means it's just fucking gone. So there we go. Cost 5. Remove any meeple. Remove any color.
Actually, okay. So this will be. I'm gonna do quick. That colors is gonna be C.
Okay.
So okay. So I'll say 3.
I don't know, mate. Airfares are pretty expensive these days.
I mean, it's relative. So okay. So it's just do nothing. And it's no limit. Like as long as you can afford the tickets. So, and then
the text is like remove one of any color, because that's the thing. You're flying your little meeple off to, I don't know, Hawaii or somewhere.
Well, so actually, no. Then the cost is $3 in any meeple, and you get nothing. No, it would be because like it'd be a CCC for 3 workers, which is not obvious specifically. So anyway, so we say what do you call some of that you build stuff? Let's say maybe 2 in a black and white, and you get one of any. Let's see.
I mean, construction site seems spot on.
Okay, so this one randomly, so it costs you 2 money, a black and a white, and you get one of any. I see we don't have generic. Let's just say you get a red. Also, Will, if you have any ideas, you're welcome to just dump them in
I was
there.
trying to not boil it in. So the thing that I was thinking of is balancing specificity with numerical. So like the idea of if you want to start building on a specific color, what you can do is say pop any color in, but you get 2 out. And I was trying to think of a way to keep that from creating like an infinite ramp of sorts. Because the idea being is like, the goal is to get rid of everything or to have the most. And so like handing in a token to get 2 back is expensive, but it could allow you to do some late ramping, to compete with other people. But I don't know how that... Again, this is one of those ones where I'm way out of my depth. I'm way out of my depth.
So this is one, like, I mean, a smaller person than me can probably go, oh, based off of my vast experience doing this XYZ, I just do it. Like, just... I'm not thinking too hard about this. I'm just mushing stuff together and looking at the thing. Actually, because I'm feeling very lazy, I'm just gonna go down to 3 types, and then I don't have to worry about.
Yeah.
I mean, so it's fun. So, like, what do you mean by behind the meeple race? Do you mean the behind the race to get lots of them when it goes out, or behind the race to run out of meeples? Because there's victory available at both ends. So that's the hope, is that, like, if you're on one side or the other, it's just, okay, well, maybe you gotta...
Yeah. So if the goal is to be the first person to get rid of all of them, and you're losing, you can just switch strategies and just fucking ramp up.
Yeah. Yeah, so if you're behind the race to run out, then maybe you want to stock up and also try to accelerate the game. I guess based on that, this probably needs to be more ways than just like a once per turn push button to advance the game. But we'll think about that. So it needs to be.
Okay, so I've got a cheeky one. Put in 3 of any color.
Okay.
No, sorry.
No, just don't worry if it's good. Just say whatever was going to make.
So the idea was essentially counter to what we've been doing. So put in 3 red and get 1 of each color.
Sure.
So the idea being is that if you're going for specificity, you're going to end up in a complicated situation. And if red's kind of becoming like the workhouse special, that means the other 2 are kind of your fancifuls.
Sure. Okay. So let's see. I think something else that could be fun is, okay, talking about other things. So, like, say, again, let's just crib off batch more. So black is the one that helps you get rid of your guys. So, like,
okay.
Yeah. So I can see 2 ways. Like, on one hand, like, having like a sort of a symmetrical rotating thing for colors is cool. But part of me does like the idea of like leaning in, like there being like some strong flavor associated with each color.
Okay.
So like, so like, so red gets you money, black lets you kill it. So black and any, and you end up with just a black. So just like It helps you feed them through the meat grinder.
Okay. Oh yeah, so your little black meeple takes somebody and throws them into
Exactly.
the shredder. Okay, so then like thematically, so your red is your rank and file, hard-working cultist. White is kind of like your believer, your holier than thou, and your black tokens are your the shadowy knife in the dark.
Sure. So like I said, as I say, you go going with that. Maybe you get you convert, and then you get a baby because sure.
Yeah.
So one goes up, one goes down, one gets you money. Right now this is just gut, but I feel like there might need to be another axis. I feel like the gameplay might be a little bit too one-dimensional. There might be like something else going on. So like right now you're just swapping around tokens and so I'm just don't think much about it, so.
Okay. Well, so like anything that results in a building needs cash. Anything that is meeples affecting each other is just gonna be meeple cost.
So have you played Lords of Waterdeep? Okay, so Lords of Waterdeep. So it's got the board with the locations. They've got base locations, and then you can build and add more ones.
Yeah.
And you're going around, and then as the numbers point out, it's like, and then there's quests because it's a D&D game.
Of course.
And so you use the tokens you have, and you spend them, and you complete these quests. And so like that's sort of like the other thing, and like we don't really need an outlet, but I feel like there still wants to be an additional depth to the game. So like right now, I think you're competing in spaces like worker placement. I think the main way to directly mess with people might be to either give them workers or take workers from them. So right now, there's just like I got thing. Also, I think having the equally balanced winning by calling in the gods or winning by winning out is probably not good. Probably wants to be weighted towards one way. So one way is like the normal way a game ends, like 70-80% of the time, and the other way is sort of the shoot the moon 20% of the time. Just because like it feels like if it's even, then like there's like to this point where like people end up playing fully different games from the start, and that's like it feels kind of weird. And it's just like one of these sets of players is just not gonna have a chance because they're like it'll be clear that like So I don't know if I'm gonna go, but I think that generally I would lean towards trying to have one. So I was just looking here because like right now, one of these buildings gets you +1, one of these gets you -1, and that's quite balanced.
Yeah.
So what I want is, I feel like whichever one is the backup one, it should be like shooting the moon, where like you can go for it, but it's hard, and it's like it's your last such effort, and it's hard. If it happens, it's really cool, but like odds are it doesn't happen. This shouldn't be a strategy where you're competing to do it in a way that if only one person is doing it, they get a big edge. Oh, so yes, exactly. So, yep. And also, so Isfan says, yeah, so the decision tree blowing up is definitely a thing. Normal replacements have, if you have one worker you can place and there's, 10 locations, that's 10 choices. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so yeah, even one person goes for it. You don't want that. I feel like because of the way like running out requires you to like get to low amounts, and then perfectly nail getting rid of all of them, I feel like that would be the shoot the moon one more likely. Does that make sense?
Okay.
Even though that does shift the theme a little bit, because then it's like you're trying to call the old gods, unless you're doing a really bad job of it, in which case you try and just peace out. So that's the one, like, so that's what the thematics design would be slightly at odds.
I mean, let's be honest, the wanting to get rid of a cult is just this lot fucking with this. If it works better where that is just a get out, like, if that is the as you were saying, the shoot for the moon strategy is like, you know what, fuck this, I'm getting rid of everybody, I'm getting out of this cult business. Like, if that works better mechanically, then we can always... What's the other thing? We can always bend the thematics.
I mean, so it's, on my hand, that's definitely true. On the other hand, like...
shocking.
On the other hand, like, it is like a cool... Like, the theme is worth something. Like, I think there's like a decent number of games where, like, you know, you've got old ones you're summoning and playing with, like you're doing unspeakable, unknowable things. I mean, I don't think there's anything with, like, you're doing them, but you're trying really hard not to, and you're trying to get out of it as much as possible. Like, I think that's like a slightly... You're not trying to fight the evil, you're just trying to not be involved, and that's...
Yeah. It's
a little bit more novel, so, like, to me, like, that, the theme is a little bit more interesting that way. A little bit more unique.
Okay.
So that's why, so then... It's based off of trying to preserve the theme. That means basically sort of a hidden trader. If you think you're not running out, you want to ramp it up. But that is, yeah. I'm just Quasimodo saying, like, so best worshiper is sort of like if you have the most of the right one. Least invested is if you're just out. Okay, so this one says, so yeah, running out of cults for the hammer tricks is hard if you're trying to do it from turn one. Would it be possible to shift strategies partway through? I think so, because it sort of mentioned, like, there might be a card that says, like, you know,
Okay, how about this? And I'm kind of stealing this wholesale from one of the backstabby modes from Magic, but there is a specific way to win. The specific way to win is to get rid of everybody that you've got, and especially with you know, white and black tokens being incredibly hard to get rid of. Like, going through everything takes a lot of luck on, because you need money to draw buildings. Without buildings being placed down, nobody can get rid of anything, and you're just stacking stuff up. However, what we want to do is create a once in a blue moon scenario, a complicated let's make it happen. So what if it is possible to acquire like an Uber temple, a building that is placed down that makes it very clear that that person is going for a ramp victory. So you not only have to draw it to have access to it, but then everyone else around the table is given a very clear denotion, like, oh shit, this person now needs 10 white meeples to summon the Kafuck you from the galaxy. You know, something that will take a long time to do, something that will be very obvious to the other players, or other player, that isn't just a surprise, like, hello!
Mm-hmm.
So the goal is still primarily get rid of all these fuckers. But you have to ramp enough to clear what you have. If that makes a weird sense.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So, also numbers, yeah, you could start with only one color. Like, that's totally...
Yeah, in that, if it was starting with red, I'd probably get rid of the airport, so that you need black meeples to clear out the ones that you have. So it's not possible to start getting rid of cultists until you've built enough of a machine to do so. But then in that tipping point where the machine is built and then it's about how you play them, that's the point where someone would be like, actually, I'm going to start building the temple of the giant hand so we can squish us all with a finger. Is that... Yeah. Am I getting too heavy-handed, too heavy strokes?
So, like...
Again, this isn't my field, so I'm just...
Yeah. Like, so, like, when I think about, like, so... So like right now, I'm not actually loving the just like it gradually ticks up, and when it hits the cap, it's game over because that's very predictable. Like honestly, the one I'm now thinking like is like, what if the game has a D20 in it, or maybe a D10, let's say.
Okay.
Something that has a dice in it, and like once the track hits like say you've got a D20, and once the track hits 5, every time it hits the threshold, you roll the dice. And if you roll underneath the number of tokens, game's over. So it won't happen. There's a grace period where like before this point, it will not happen. And then once you get to a certain point, then it's a threat. So but it's not guaranteed. So there's like it's uncertainty because I don't think you want it to be perfectly predictable because if you see people going for it, it's like
So it's River Beta Terror.
Ooh. Company.
Yeah.
I think we're always good with Dagos on stream.
River, come here. River, come here. Come here. Come say hello. Look at this little face. Look at this little face. Hello, big girl. Oops, hello. Sorry. Back to board games.
So I think that's sort of what we're doing is like these are the cultists when you spend them on this thing, they're going off forever, and once they build up to a certain point, that's when really bad things start happening.
Yeah. So it just means that the game has to have taken enough momentum rather than it being a turn timer.
Yeah. So I guess my concern about like just like saying someone has to put in a bunch of work to trigger this thing is that if you have to put in a ton of work, that means like if you're doing poorly, you have to make a call pretty early on of saying like, I think I'm going to need to do this alternate win condition. I'm going to have to stop. If I wait until I'm sure that I can't win normally, it'll be too late to go to this. Like that's sort of my concern about like a big build-up thing.
Okay.
Which like, I think it's like again like, or maybe it's like it's a whole other component, which is nothing. But like maybe you've got a deck with 20 cards, and one of them says "Game's over, old ones show up," and it's shuffled, and then there's a button you can push that says "Draw a card."
Okay.
So if that's your game plan, it's like okay, now you're just gonna push that button as hard as you can, and eventually it'll happen, but people will see it coming, and you don't know when it's gonna happen.
Okay.
And so like that's sort of like it gives you the tension, some excitement. It keeps it an option, and if you plan for it well, you've got a slightly better shot. But you can only plan so well for it, and also, even if you do it late, you still have that shoot the moon.
Okay. So
that's sort of like the, I know some numbers does not love dice, but like that's the sort of place where like a dice or some sort of like extreme randomness where the randomness is partially intentional because you don't want it to happen all the time and be consistent, and partially because
sorry, numbers be like, I don't hate dice.
Okay, so this is where you use a dice cube. You just roll like 36 dice, and if there's enough, you pretend you're playing orcs, and just like just get a bucket of dice.
The only people having fun in 40k.
So any card that has 2 6s on it dies. Everything else is fine. It's just roll your dice on the table. But no, yeah. So like it's random. It's long shots are possible, but you can plan for a little bit, but not a lot. High excitement. That sort of. And so I think that's what like maybe accumulating the cultists and somehow like.
Oh shit! Jay just brought in a massive fucking raid.
And your youngest just scared himself farting.
That is a fucking twofer. So Jay just brought in 30 people. Jay, I will explain the wild shit we've been doing today. And yes, Amos just scared himself by farting.
He was trying to jump on me.
Farted,
and then he turned around and looked at his own butt like, what the hell?
Who among us has not? Who among us has not farted in excitement?
Like this.
Yeah, but I've never farted myself surprised. Like, oh god, what was that? My booty. But yeah, so Jetman J, how are you doing? How was your stream? Sage and Mast Quick. Watto and welcome. Hello.
Would you like to do the honors?
Fuck yeah, I want to do the honors. All right, so friends, planes, miscreants, and varying Vikings, what ho and welcome. Today we are doing something fucking wild. We are making a board game live. We've been cracking on this for a few hours now. We initially did like a little brainstorming of different names and thematics. We landed on Cultastrophe. The concept is you are an unwitting cult leader who has to try and get rid of all your cultists and bug out before the old ones show up and eat you. And we're now in the actual like guts, core, making up some rules and shit section. I will be using mostly my own face for placeholder art. How are you? Jay's been playing Risk of Rain 2 drinking game. Made up on the spot. Yo!
It seems like that could be dangerous depending on exactly what you drink on.
So, me and Christian did this 1,000 years ago. And this was Risk of Rain 1. But you know how the threat meter increases in Risk of Rain?
Well, that's... Oh, no.
You flip it, and that's how much of the pint glass you got to be keeping up with. It got very drunk that night. Like, very.
I mean, as well as like...
It's on YouTube somewhere.
Oof.
Yeah. So, Jay, not only do I know this, I have done it and I approve.
Oh.
Actually, Moose, we called it Crisps of Rain, but by the time we were thinking of names for it, we were already shit-faced.
Yeah.
To this day...
I've not gotten to make a drinking game before. I kind of want to make a drinking game at some point.
Drinking games are a curious one. There is actually there are bolt-ons to turn games into drinking games, and one we've done is called Suddenly Drunk, and it slots into any game where you draw on the beginning of your turn or your action. So you can play Drunken Magic the Gathering, you can play Drunken Monopoly, whatever. That one is fascinating.
So Jetman J is saying, so shot on regular enemy death, which, ouch, and then drink on boss.
Yeah.
And then, does Risk of Rain 2 have Twitch integration?
I do believe it does.
That is playing with fire. Like, Twitch integration plus drinking game, that seems like a recipe for getting completely trashed.
Yeah.
Oof.
Though I will say that I'm going to steal an idea from a friend. I don't know when we're going to do this. We might do this next week. But basically, me versus the Longship. But with Twitch integration. You had drinking in that. So basically, the goal is I have to finish a thing within a stream, and the Longship are allowed to push buttons and stop me. It will be probably Sonic Adventure, the original.
Ooh.
Yeah. Might be 2, just so Escape from the City, but it's going to be messy. I was just like, combine drinking and that, and you're onto a winner.
Yeah, well, I'm going to bet on chat preemptively. That sounds like a...
I mean, Quasi, yup. The Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles intro. Hey, that was specifically for a good cause. The level of misery you could inflict on me for that was something special. This would be more of a versus. So you wouldn't be able to just push the reset button, but you would be able to mess with like.
It would be a game. Like there would be a game.
Yeah, and because the thing was, it wasn't that.
So you forget many of us consider you a good cause.
Yeah, no. It's more like Cirrhosis speedrun. Similar to speedrun.
Well, Quasi, I am very grateful. And yeah, I think you're right on that one. So Get to the Boat, I like it, but I think, it's a cirrhosis any percent speedrun. Cirrhosis of the liver is a condition from overdrinking. For those of you who don't destroy and pickle your bodies like I do. Okay, so Jay, get water, get food. I mean, you're an experienced drinker, you know. But thank you for dropping your crew off here, friends. To those of you who are staying, this is going to be total fucking whiplash. Because we are literally in the guts of this board game, designing like the core pieces. Also, the reason why we're doing this, is Ket, if you haven't met, is an absolute excellent friend of mine, and is very responsible for the fact that the Longship even exists today. Because back in the day, where I got in a shite situation with the American government, Ket let me live on his couch whilst I got my stuff sorted, and let me use his PC during the day and stream with you all, and that led to this, and so here we are. Oh, and Lizzie's... they can see me copy-pasting the Patreon over. But yes, Ket has started a Patreon for bespoke board games. If you're enjoying what we're doing now, if there are ideas you'd like to see get made, or if you just want to be involved in the process of making a board game, that's what... Hang on, I keep leaning to the wrong side. That is what Ket is doing, and I am very happy to be able to support it. So, I didn't have it into that sentence, and I'm falling down the stairs.
I just want to appreciate, like, the fact that your shirt has come out. I keep appreciating that your shirt is now the right way for us. Like, everything else is backwards. But your shirt is right.
Oh, no, it's right for you.
Oh, it's only for me?
It's only for
it's because
you.
I'm on Discord.
Yeah.
Right. So everyone else...
Yeah.
I'm sorry for everyone else.
It is in backwards, but it does mean that every time I'm looking at you, it looks like I'm looking at you. Whereas before, I'd be chatting to someone on an interview, and it would look like I'm doing this the whole time. So yeah, friends, settle in, buckle up. Please check out Laminated Productions on Patreon. And alright, so to bring you all up to speed, so as I said, the game is Cultastrophe. The goal is to get rid of the cult that you were unwittingly given. You do this through a modicum of means, which we are working out now. So far, we've got the idea of... you have three kinds... Oh, go for it.
So the cultists are in the form of little meeples of wooden figurines that you have, and you'll be placing them on different locations to take actions that will eventually, hopefully, result in you having less of them. So you're working them, taking advantage of their labor while you try to pawn them off on other people or do what have you.
Yeah. And Zeke, if you'd been here earlier, like, there was a suggestion, I think it was called, like, 1,000 Sharks, like Oops All Sharks or something.
I think it was like Oops All Sharks. And also, there was, I don't know, so we actually have that document still, so like, you just look. But, yeah.
But Zeke...
Sharks was an option, but it was not voted on.
Yeah. I didn't vote for... Like, I didn't choose the Cultastrophe topic. And I think it was between this and the Dwarven Bees one, wasn't it?
I think it was this one, and then Bees, and then Mechs, was it? No, which was it? It's 876. Like, it's a close one.
Oh, here we go. Board game of the day, view results. Yeah, so it was Cultastrophe, then Let's Be Dwarves, and then Dragons?
Oh, it was Dragons, that was it.
Yeah. Both 1 Minute Mech and Carmageddon only got a single vote.
I was surprised. Carmageddon, like, I like it, but I'm surprised that Mechs only got one vote.
I can only do so much.
Are you sure that's not your one vote, just to, like, make sure I got on the board? Okay.
Oh, well, you know what? I'll accept Moose's suggestion. So could we please change Meat Grinder to Shark Tank?
Sure.
Okay, so currently, thematically, we have three kinds of cultists. You have the red cultists, kind of like the entry-level workers. You have the white cultists, the holier-than-thou, believes in the cause, and the great elder gods above. And then the black cultists, who are kind of the shadow in the dark, stabby, stabby, stab, stab. Pig farm. Thus the phrase, as greedy as a pig. Got to take all the hair and teeth out though. Wreaks havoc on the piggy's digestive system. Sorry, just randomly quoting or misquoting Snatch.
Yeah. Let's see what we.
So Numbers is suggesting that the 3 reds.
Oh, sure.
Only gives you 1 of each. So the idea that 3 men enter and 2 walk out.
Sure. Yeah.
Because I feel like it's the whole thing of like it's much harder to get rid of white and black meeples, but they are necessary to get rid of everything. Does that make a weird sense?
Mm-hmm. But we do need to have a way to get rid of them because that's the goal. So right now, the way we have is we've got the airport is a way to get rid of your last one.
I mean, that's kind of fun. Like, your last cultist, you're like, all right, you killed everybody else. Here's a plane ticket now. Fuck off.
I mean, so something we could also do is that we could give you 1 more wild meeple and say, this is you. You can do whatever the heck you want. And you don't have to go to yourself. So it's not good of all of your meeples. Get it so you're just your meeple left.
It's just you.
This is like what was it, 12 Little Indians. Agatha Christie? Wow, you don't even know your own nation's cultural heritage? That's probably one of the most popular Agatha Christie.
Mate, if I studied every racist thing the British had done... I'd be very old by now.
It's like, I don't know if it's the most famous one of her works, but it's one of the most famous ones. It was also, I think she changed it up because it was
Murder on the Orient Express is her most famous one, right?
I mean, that is a famous one, but I don't know. I would have to ask a scholar that knows more about her works, but it's definitely up there.
Problem is, I now keep thinking of the famous Fallout character Agatha Fisty. They just punch.
Yeah.
You're welcome.
Yeah, I mean, that's true. The British were revolutionary when it came to just ways to be awful to people with different colors of skin.
Yep. Introducing Have You Got a Flag?
Okay, so anyway, so we just need a bunch more things. So, actually, I'm going to probably, I think, let's just say that everyone has their own meeple, because I think that cleans up a lot of things, it smooths out a lot of things. If we basically say you've got a wild. Although, okay, if we're doing sweeps, that's fine, because then each person has their own colored meeple, and then we play out, and then when we do the sweep at the end of the round, everyone gets theirs back. So there's still... That works. So then the shark tank can be used to get rid of your last one, because then you say, okay, I will feed the person into the shark tank myself personally. Yeah, it's bigger and it's a different shape, and yeah, so like your own meeple can be special.
That does mean that you have like one that you can apply to just about anybody. So like, okay, so the workhouse is a money generator. If you do the first shift, you then gain a red. Then you have a red that can keep working, but you need more. So, oh no, because then you put another person in the workhouse, you get money, and another worker, because they're blabbing about how great you are at work. So the money generator is also the meeple generator of reds.
No, if you put in a red worker, you only get net plus 1 money, because 1 red worker goes in. You get the money in the red worker, but the red worker doesn't come back out.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so the costs are basically going to be lost forever.
Okay. Sorry, I was misreading the cost in.
No worries. Yeah. It is a slightly unintuitive thing.
I like the idea that money generation also creates an additional complication. Maybe that's because I've been playing so much of Underhand, where anytime you do something that is good for you, it also generates something that's negative, unless it's stupid expensive. So, like, the only net positives are the airport and the shark tank.
I mean, we say net positive, I mean that reduces the number of workers you have. I feel like we probably want more than that.
Well, I mean, just in our current tool set.
Oh, sure, yes. So I was thinking, so like, I was actually just tweaked the locale. So now it is sort of what you're thinking. So now you put one worker in, you get 2 workers out.
Yeah.
Maybe just keep the 1 money. Okay, so it's a number. So like right now, I think we're thinking about each color has got its own flavor, so we would not need a workhouse for each color. I think. I mean, again. So okay, so Lords of Waterdeep, the different colors of cubes have assigned to different classes, and this is just unbelievably cringy. Like, so orange ones are warriors.
Okay.
Purple is what are the purple's wizards, I believe. Black is rogues, and white is clerics. And the clerics also happen to be worth about twice as much as a rogue. And it's just like, you could have taken different colors. Like, it's not awful, but like if you just look at it and it's like, oh, so it's not even quite 3/5. Like, really? So it's just like they could have done it slightly differently. But anyway, so but yeah, so in that game, I don't remember what it was called, but yeah, like they've got the different flavors and they use differently. Oh, but yeah, I'm not done. I honestly, with 5e and 6e coming, I have no idea what D&D balance is like. But yeah, basically, for here, I think having them be different, I don't think we need to have each one have all the tools. Also, just because then if we want to be symmetrical and have all the access to everything, that just means I can like have a ton of different things. So I agree. I think having some sort of role for each of them is nice. Okay, so we need to get money. We got spend money. So 5 gets rid of somebody. Actually, I mean this. I'm trying to think. So I'm trying to think what's what we need. So we got takes down, takes up. We need more stuff with money. Like both gets money and uses money. Yeah, either give it a bunch of white or like convert white into something else. But yeah, maybe it's a pilgrimage. Let's say. I mean, this. I have no idea if this is too good, not good enough, just awful.
Yep.
So you got a bunch of pilgrims, just shove them all out the door, you get some money.
Just fucking go!
It's like, you know, go to Jerusalem, bring back some stolen artifacts, as you do.
Okay, we don't have any way to generate black meeples currently. Oh, yeah, no, we have the 3 workers in, 2 out. Okay, yeah.
But
Sorry.
we probably want a little bit more. I don't know. Also, technically, with the wild one, the shark tank can generate black ones. But I think, I mean, let's say... oh, yes, conversion. I did not even try for that one, but I'll take it. A factor that reduces interface ability to go to cultists. I'm open to the idea. I'm not immediately coming to mind what that would be, but I'm open to the idea.
I'll be 2 seconds. I'm just grabbing another water.
Renowned and family. It's like to get tokens and then. Or like when you would gain a token instead of they like cancel or something. So it's like I owe a token, and when you get a token, it just explodes, and vice versa, or. Um, okay, so we're getting. We probably want to get black. Okay, so I'm saying so. So if you're more known, so more well known you are, the more people want to join you. But if you're doing, so I guess thematically get that. How would that mechanically show up? So like either you've got like some karma tokens or a track or something that goes up and down, and then if people want to join you, does it mean like when you get people, you get additional people? And like what is people being aware of following your orders look like? Does it take additional ones? I mean, I'm not against the idea. I'm just trying to sort of figure out exactly what you guys have in mind. I'm just going to put down that as like.
Okay. They haven't sponsored me yet, and it's criminal.
Seriously, gotta get on that.
Liquid Death. I'm your target audience. Let's go.
Once you make the Gundam, like just send a picture and say money, please.
Money, please. That's my pitch.
So yeah, so right now, Moose and Numbers are talking about like potentially having a reputation, like that's a track or something that if people that you get known for doing good things or bad things.
I mean, reputation just as a general, how visible are you?
Like something we're talking about, like maybe things are more expensive to do, which could actually be better potentially, or worse, maybe.
And also, again, if the goal is to get rid of cultists, like reputation would gain you more ambient cultists. So essentially creating like a speed up mechanic as the game progresses.
Yeah, was if they don't like you and you have to send more of them to get things done, that could also be good because that means the cultists leave you because they don't like you.
Yeah.
So like I could see there being some interesting things going on there. Let's see. Yeah. No, that's interesting. Okay.
I would say that if we were with like the idea of summoning the old ones, I feel like again that thing you were talking about earlier about how you just draw it from a deck, I like that. I've played a lot of games like Cultist Simulator, boo, but also like Snapdragon and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And especially like Underhand. Seriously, friends, if you wanna, it's still playable on Android and iPhone. Look up Underhand. It's free. It costs no money, and it's solitaire. This, except for the goal is to succeed as a cult, not to get rid of it. Oh, Quasi, because the guy who heads up the Cultist Simulator studio is a piece of shit.
Yeah. Which I was really upset to because like I enjoyed some of like his like Twitter commentary about writing cool things, but yeah.
Yeah.
I know it sucks.
What I will say is that mechanically, Stacklands is better and more fun, and just thematically different.
I've not actually played Stacklands yet. No, it's on my radar.
It's so good. And all the expansions and additional content are free. It's got... No, Stacklands is just very, very good. You will thoroughly enjoy it, mate.
Yeah, no. Unfortunately, Weather Factory. I don't know if they've done anything since, but
What, since Cultist Simulator?
Yeah.
Let me have a look.
Anyways, but yeah, so I think the red fishing is really cool. I think I'll probably not try to fit it in right now, just because that's like another layer that's not core. Like it modifies core gameplay, but is not core gameplay. So my goal is to get enough locations for core gameplay, and then sort of add that on. Try see how that would work once we have a more solid idea of what the gameplay looks like. Okay, so we got, I think, a way to get rid of lots of white ones.
As an FYI, they just spammed DLC for Cultist Simulator for 5 years, and their next game is coming out this year in June. So,
that is a thing to know.
That is a thing to know.
Okay, so we got a way to get rid of white ones, a way to get rid of black ones, other than Shark Tank. No, this is a way to gain black ones, because we didn't have that. It's because black ones can always get rid of extras.
So at the moment we have 3 people enter, 2 leave. So 3 reds go in, 1 white, 1 black comes out, and 1 guy dies. And I like that one because, yes, it reduces your reds, but the white and black are harder to get rid of. Like, you've got to have a Shark Tank to get rid of the... or a shit ton of whites can all go on a pilgrimage, and then the dark meeples can then assassinate each other till there's 1 left.
Yeah, I'm gonna try like maybe what's a slightly more efficient. This is something because this is right now we're doing worker placement, so if we're competing for spaces, if there's 4 players. Right now, we've got. Right now, I guess there's very little duplication.
But the construction site would gain you additional buildings. So it's almost like your turn, put building down until it's done, or something along those ilk. The construction site allows for additional construction of.
Yeah.
And I feel like the construction site should just be cash.
It needs to have at least 1 worker, just because otherwise, like, how do you... Well, actually, that's interesting. So maybe you don't have to place a worker there to activate it. You choose it, you pay money, you spend no workers. That's actually interesting.
Because if you're in a bind and there's nothing that you can put down building-wise, the punishment is taking more red workers.
Well, it's in the construction site should give you workers?
At least that's what I was suggesting. So it's kind of like I don't have a play, I have to pick up a card and So yeah, I don't have a play, I get a card which will let me do something next turn, but I also have to take a penalty, which is more meeples.
Okay, so again, this is not to say one is right, one's wrong. Again, so in my mind, construction was you take a card, you add it to the middle, and now there's a new place that anyone can build on.
But if on your turn you don't have a card that you can put down, there isn't anything you can do. Having an action...
Like you don't have cards in my version right now. You just have meeples to place, and then if you use construction, you just basically build a new building, and maybe there's some benefit because the downside is if you put out a building, other people can use it before you can.
Okay.
So like that, so the penalty is that, and so like right now, if you're paying money to do that and you do it, like there almost needs to be an upside. So maybe it is. So it costs 2 money and a red to build a building, and they go off and build a building, and you got rid of your red.
Well, the reason what I saw it as is okay. So rather than so on your turn, there is nowhere for you to put meeples. So you spend 2 gold, you put down another thing. Oh, cool! It's a workhouse, but you gained a meeple because. I mean, I know it's not thematic. It's more like. You basically spent to increase the different kind of things you can do. So if on the previous turn all the workhouses have been used up, there's nothing that you can do with the current meeples you have. You're spending cash to put more stuff down so that you can then do something. But to stop you from basically being able to just spend all of your cash to put out everything you need to just win. There's a residual challenge, essentially. So, I couldn't go turn 1, workhouse, meeples out, Will wins! Do you know what I mean? Okay, well, I know the workhouses then generate more red, but you know what I'm saying.
Well, again, so, in my mind, when you spend your turn to use a construction site, you add a building to the middle, and that's it for your turn. And then the next person, it's not your building, you don't have any special ownership of it right now. It's just out there for other people, so it's not... Generally, it's just a disadvantage.
Okay.
Because you gave other people more options in exchange for your turn. Also, thinking through the processes, I think maybe the rule is you can play on things other people have played on, but you can't play past the limit. So if you put 1 guy in the workhouse, I can still put up to 2 more to the cap. So that way we don't need to worry about every turn. Not every turn will remove a location from play for all the players.
Okay.
But yeah, so I think this. So then we need to have buildings. Okay, so construction site. Let's say that's. Actually, I don't think there needs to be a limit on that one. We can let people that one as much as they want. So you can use 3 enter 3 times because 3.
Yeah.
As numbers, sure. If you have, that probably is good. And that might be a thing that needs to be tweaked. Yeah. Okay. So we've got. We don't need that anymore because we've got slightly different. Oh wait. So yeah.
Yep. And then 6 new workers go into a room and you get the expensive stuff.
Yeah, so I feel like still I haven't quite solved so so if you do that, you get a bunch of more, you get +3 red workers, and then the next turn you convert those 3, that's going up in number, right? And the goal is to go down. So what is the advantage of going up when? So I guess maybe some things that go down need to just be really big, like the pilgrimage. So if you go down slowly, you use the shark tank, and okay, you spend a thing to go -1.
Yeah.
But if you can use the pilgrimage, you can lose 4.
Yeah, which is a shite load. However, the speed at which you gain money means that you can't just pay to get rid of all your reds. You've got to convert them if you want to get rid of them.
Yeah, so you can.
And then, so you have the light and dark meeples. The light meeples go off on a pilgrimage. You get some cash. They never fucking return. The dark meeples, 3 men enter. Basically you snap a cue stick in half and throw it in the room.
Mm-hmm.
And then you're left with a single dark meeple, and the dark meeple can get rid of reds. So
let's see.
in its current setup, that one can. That's what you pay for, assuming you've made enough money from the red meeples. You then send your dark meeple via the airport, and like, I know that's. We'd want more variations. We'd want more ways to kind of unbalance the light and dark meeples, and potentially something that generates a single red. Because at the moment, the workhouse always puts out 2, which slots up real nice with the 3 enter, 2 leave.
I mean, so right now, the workhouse gives you +1 red. Nothing else generates red. So it's a. Wait. So put in anything, you get 2 red, but no money.
Yeah, that makes sense. Because that way you can't just nuke. Yeah. I guess the duplicator's more like a recruitment.
Sure. Let's see. Okay.
I don't know how I'm going to make faces for all of these cards, though.
I mean, I won't force you to. These can be whatever, but if you want to, I'm certainly not going to stop you.
I mean, friends, unless you'll want to start like mocking up some card art for these ones.
I mean,
do you have a spec template so that those of us who feel like being meme lords can start?
A spec template? What do you mean?
So for if you're popping these into Tabletop Simulator or otherwise, is there a format? Is there a spec?
No, not really. Like for me, Tabletop Simulator, basically for the cards, you combine them into a big image that's like a grid, and then you feed it in and tell it what the dimensions of the grid are. Say like this grid is 5 cards wide by 3 cards tall, and it just like divides it and then puts the images on each. I can literally walk us through this.
No, okay. Then we'll focus on this. I don't want to pull you away from that. It's just.
Well, I think this is good enough for now. I will do some placeholder art for now. Let's see.
Okay.
We've got. So we've got 11 things.
And Fred, welcome back. We've got the construction of a solid turn.
Okay, so. Hey, Vip. No, Vanderbeest has been being a little hateful. Excel's the best game.
Your tables need to just shut down one.
Oh, did I? No, I totally did. Wait, because I...
Boosh.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for catching that. I would not have, and it would have been marginally confusing. So, okay, so I'll download this. And would you like to swap up modes? I'm about to jump into.
Are we doing this?
Yeah, we're gonna.
All right.
We're moving from Excel to publishing
Tabletops.
software.
Yeah, Tabletop Simulator. Let's fucking go.
No, we're not Tabletop Simulator. We need to actually make the cards first.
Oh.
Yes.
I won't be able to see your part of it.
I was gonna say, but did we not figure out that? Well, you'll watch me show you how the cards came together.
That, from what I saw, was something running on your end.
Yes, I thought that's what we were trying to figure out how to.
That was the one thing I couldn't do was screen capture at the same time as all of this. So if you
got you, okay. So then we will keep you entertained. Well, I will try to do this very quickly.
Okay. Interview mode.
So, what would you like to talk about?
So while Ket is doing this, the quick mock-ups, we touched on it a little earlier, but like I said, the thing that my friend used to say was that in terms of video game creation, board games are fascinating because there is no game engine underneath. There are no visual systems. There's no fugazi. It is just the user and the rules that you give them. Sure, cards, boards, etc. are fun and do add to it, but literally, you give the user everything, and you just have to step away. You know, and that is one, terrifying, but two, it's very true to the design experience. You can't sit over somebody's shoulder and say, oh no, that's not how you do that. You do it like this. You can't always be demoing. And especially when it comes to like a lot of the bigger experiences that often gets forgotten, but the wrong way. We were talking about this yesterday about how like I'm trying not to, but I've become very almost anti-AAA of late because they have very little faith in how users are going to interact in the space, and I've definitely been rallying against that. I don't know, like maybe that's one of those things, you know how like people who work in like music and stuff professionally can often get into weird hyper subgenres because they're exposed to a lot of like commercial products. Personally, I have been exposed to so much AAA stuff that my ability to stomach a lot of the standard AAA design philosophy has pretty much gone out the board. And maybe the problem lies with me. Board games are a fascinating one because you're not only constructing the single user experience, you're creating the framework for interaction. And one of the things that was really interesting earlier on was when I suggested like giving meeples to other people and like that moving back and forth of resources. Like that was a very negative response from a lot of people. And I hadn't considered that even in a competitive game, like a game where there can only be an winner, that the idea of like active and direct sabotage would work poorly. Now, obviously, that's because I don't have a lot of experience in board games, and in a multiplayer video game space, the actual manner in which those things are done is very rarely... I'm trying to think of the right word. It's very rarely handled outside of the existing mechanics. But again, friends, forgive me if I'm getting too, like, arty-farty into the weeds here. And numbers, it's... I know... I see what you were saying. I'm glad this has evolved the way that it has. I mean, you can still mess up somebody's day in this because you can consume the building that they desperately needed to finish off their setup.
And also, like, there's no reason why we can't have something that will, down the road, let you give somebody, you know, meeples. Like, we're not precluded from doing that. We just don't have anything to do right now.
We've got a good, solid core loop, and we're going to see how that plays. And sorry if I'm just talking absolute nonsense, dear friends. It was just the thing that Kyle said last night about indie games are essentially my job. I don't know. That's been stuck in my head and it's been kind of rattling around. And it's really hard to internalize that and then apply it to another medium. Because, like, it's super cool, and thank you again for bringing this to our little corner of the internet. Like, I'm having a fucking great time. But I do kind of feel like the little kid with the spinny hat. Like, I don't know what the fuck is going on. I don't know what an indie board game space looks and feels like, in the same way I do with video games. So,
to be fair, like, I'm coming at this from like the equivalent of. I mean, so games are weird because there's in board games. Like, imagine if there was only indie games and mobile games, where you got the little ones that everyone talks about, and the big ones that nobody talks about.
But everybody plays.
Yes. So some of the games I worked on, like at a mass market, like 50,000 units is like pretty standard. Like they're about, you might do another order or two if it does well, might not. But like compared to at a hobby store, like if your average, not big name person makes a hobby game and sells 5,000 copies, that's like reasonable, decent. So like just the scale is so different that I'm coming from a very mass market perspective for a lot of this.
Well, and also what's been fascinating is like essentially this is taken on the digital distribution model as well. Like outside of tabletop RPGs, I've not really encountered a lot of people in that experimental space. I'm not saying it doesn't happen, that there aren't people that download those, like, drive-through RPG tabletop games and play them. But yeah, the only ones I've encountered are people downloading, like, experimental roleplay games, or that time before Cards Against Humanity took off, but everyone was talking about it, where everyone was just downloading and cutting the cards out.
Yeah, that
was a weird time.
It was, yeah. And I sort of don't care because it's an awful company, but I don't know how they got to where they are. Like, why did that one, like, did they do some really clever marketing, or were they just really lucky?
I'd have a feel that it's a little bit of all of the above. I mean, as soon as someone said, so it's apples to apples, but you can say fuck, and I was like, piss. Sailor says, we want to play Dune the dice game. The print and play dice must roll.
Oh, I want to play the Dune board game, the new one.
It's supposed to be fucking... Well, okay. From someone who watches a lot of Shut Up and Sit Down, it's supposed to be great. Because this is the thing, I'm so arty-farty with a lot of this nonsense. I get so into the thematics and the ideas. I don't think about, like, a larger portion of the rule sets and how they apply. There's a few Shut Up and Sit Down episodes I've watched repeatedly, and one of them, sorry to bring it back to tabletop RPG stuff, but there's a tabletop RPG with a built-in fail state to every character, and I thought that's brilliant, that there are multiple health bars, and if any of them reaches 0, your character dies. The whole point is you're part of a drow uprising. And so you have like a physical health bar, you have a social health bar, like all these elements. And if any of them reaches 0, your character dies, but you get like one last big narrative action on death. So, if your social standing reaches 0, that means that the secret police know who you are and they are coming. So you get one last thing. If your fiscal reaches 0, you are beyond destitute and you are dragged away either to the secret workhouses or just turned into like sellable organs. And I mean, health's pretty self-explanatory. But you get one last action in all of those. Plus, it solves the infinite RPG campaign experience because it means that no matter what happens, this is the tale of how your character dies. In the service of something greater, in the service of something good. But you don't walk out of this. You don't get to Les Mis this at the end, singing One More Day.
There's no.
Also, I got obsessed with the what if X but Legacy, as a lot of people did. Because we played Risk Legacy at CA and had a great time with it. But then I realized that it wasn't that the game was any better, it's just because we were all drinking and friends.
So I find Legacy games fascinating. Again, worked on one of them. I definitely, on my sort of high list of things to do is, what's the smallest, most accessible game you can make a Legacy version of? Just because most Legacy games you buy are like, oh, this is, you're going to play 12 missions, and each of them is going to be multi-hour games, and this is a $60 box, and it's, relatively big investment. Like, what if we have a $10 Legacy game that you play 5 times or something? Like, what does that look like?
And I think that's a fascinating way of looking at it. I also, the thing that I think Legacy games succeeded in is, even if you've never played, and even if you aren't good, you will always have some kind of contribution. Risk Legacy was great because at least in those early games, you got to name a country.
Legacy tic-tac-toe.
Back off, Vanderbeest. Vanderbeest threw in Legacy tic-tac-toe. Alright. Yo, I don't know if you've seen it, Ket. We found multiplayer squad game tic-tac-toe.
Was that the one that you zoom in and zoom out?
Yeah, multiverse, noughts and crosses.
Yeah, I mean, you say that, I think, again, you have to add some rules, add some depth, but I think, Legacy tic-tac-toe could be a thing. Maybe, every time the game ends, the board shifts over or something, and, you, have to play for bigger and bigger stakes or something. I don't know.
Or change, previous timelines.
Yeah, okay, so I have a game up. I got things.
All right. Oh, and Moose was mentioning 10 Candles as well, which has been recommended to me so highly, and I have yet to play it. Okay, so what do you need me to do, dear friend?
Well, you get to get into Tabletop Simulator.
Okay.
And then I can send in an invite.
Just pause our smooth jams. Am I going to make everybody listen to the Tabletop Simulator music before I change it? You fucking bet I am.
Music revenge.
Yeah, this music was driving me insane earlier.
Okay. Well, I have a thing in now. I can actually look at chat again. But no, I'm if you want Legacy Tic-Tac-Toe, I will make Legacy Tic-Tac-Toe. I think that is doable.
Joining a game! Alright, just connecting. Okay. Password in. Alright. Board game mode. Alright. Ooh, I get to choose a color.
Right. Let's fit this down.
Yeah.
So rhymes, yes. So Oaths is also something I think that's, again, for a mass market game, I think that's a much more palatable way to do it, because asking people to destroy their games is a hard sell. So I think some sort of Oath thing where you've got a running campaign would be probably how I would do that sort of legacy.
Okay,
game.
In board games, is there a defined term for something that users love conceptually but hate in practice? Because one of the things I found really interesting was when talking about legacy games, I would tell people you actually get to tear up cards and destroy things. And the thing was, everyone would always go, fuck yeah, that sounds awesome. And then when they get it, they'd be like, yeah, I don't want to tear it up. I've got it now. I bought this specifically to disfigure and destroy. And now I don't want to.
I mean, so it's kind of, the thing is, so one, it's not single use. Generally these things are you play this 12 times and over the course of it destroy some percentage of the components. So it's not, the specific component is limited use, but the game is still usable. Also, the average number of times most people play a board game is very low single digits. Most board games get played I'm gonna guess 2 or 3 times, on average. Some games get played to death. Some games never get played. Will was talking about how many games have you bought that have gotten no playthroughs?
Yeah, it's like I said, it's why I had to stop buying board games.
And so, how many games do you think you have that you played through once or twice? Of the
overall,
ones that you did,
most of them.
So if you had to, obviously you'd feel different, but if on that last playthrough you tore up half the cards, it wouldn't matter if you're not going to play them again.
Yeah, but this is what I was asking about. It's because we had the same discussion about permadeath in video games, that people fucking love the idea of permadeath runs until the permadeath comes a knocking, and then suddenly they're like, oh no, I don't like that. That's not fun.
I don't know if there's a term for it, but I think, humans are wonky like that.
Good old part of the good old human condition.
Yeah.
Actually, should probably just be zooming in on these.
I mean, listen, that's part of it. It's amazing marketing, because it's you're doing this weird subversive thing that you're not supposed to do, because board games are mostly paper, which is notoriously easy to damage and destroy.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's okay. It's yeah. So every game has the potential to be played many, many times. So you are sort of limiting that from yourself, but it's it's viewing it more as you watch a movie once, and then you rent a movie, you paid money, you watched the movie, and then at the end of it you don't have the movie because you only rented it.
Yes. Thank you. Yeah. Guess who's got spam fried rice? Me.
Ooh, fancy.
I know. That's the power that's going to let me win this.
So we didn't really talk about how much is out during the game. I guess what is essential? So go first is essential. Just because if we want, I'm thinking out loud. We've got a construction site. I feel that we're going to want to test at least a little bit. That means we need to choose some buildings not to have access to.
So the workhouse we're going to need off the bat.
Yeah. No, it's listen. I totally agree. And I think it's lots of things human brains are really, really good at, or they always weight loss much, much higher than is rational.
Yes. So it's the thing treating a quiz game like it will always be there forever, despite the fact that if you play it too much, you just learn the answers.
Sure.
Is very different from the idea of, a quiz game where once someone gets the answer, you tear up that card and that question never comes back.
Oh, and so Caffeine, again, so I bought Frosthaven. Part of what I bought is a removable sticker sheet. You can totally do that, and I think Oath is sort of something you don't. It's got the legacy elements, but you don't destroy the thing. So that's definitely a thing people do, and it helps preserve resale value and all that stuff. So I'm not trying to say it's good. It's just yeah, that's why there's some appeal there.
Because like I said, we did Risk Legacy 1,000 years ago, and everybody loved drawing on the cards. And getting to name cities and countries and stuff like that. I love how I don't know if it's the same for a few of the other legacy games, but at the beginning of a session you have to, everybody who plays the first session signs the back of the board.
Yeah.
And says we who are about to agree that our actions will have consequences. But let me tell you, the first time someone had to tear up a card, feckin' yo.
Mm-hmm. It's all the artists who destroy famous paintings or do wacky things. It's it does add weight.
The auto-destroying painting will still be my favorite of that one.
Or was that the Banksy one?
I believe so.
With the frame that just shredded the whole thing right after someone bought it. That was real good. Also, I love that Banksy exists. And that a lot of people know who Banksy is, but just no one says.
I still think it's Neil Buchanan from Art Attack, but apparently he says he's not. But get to the boat. You're with me on this, right? Art Attack equals Banksy.
I have no idea who Art Attack is.
And that's okay.
So, like,
alright, so we have cards, we have tokens, I have spam fried rice.
I'm envious. I will have to find food at some point. Okay. And I will... The most important part is to get my notes ready, because...
Okay, you do that.
If you play a game and don't take notes, it's like you didn't play a game.
Shout out to all the note takers.
If it's not written down, it doesn't exist. I'm sorry. I don't write the rules.
You literally do! That's literally your job!
I didn't write those rules. I write a lot of rules. Okay. So, before even actually playing, the first thing I'm looking at is this game is very deterministic right now. Like, the random elements are like the cards that have not been played yet. But other than that, like, there's no random elements.
Yeah. So right now, it's just a gameplay loop.
So it needs some... So it's some random element to reduce the amount you can look ahead or plan or what have you.
Now, my video game brain says if we were going for... There'd be a lot more different building types, there'd be a lot more different cards. And in the event that you don't play something, then you suffer a severe penalty. So, for example, if you don't place a single meeple in your turn, you get, I don't know, 3 reds back or something like that. Something that's just the wrong number to throw off any kind of strategy you're planning. That way, it's always beneficial to play than to not.
Like, I think it's interesting that, to me, that doesn't, like, that doesn't add unknown elements right now. There's, like, I guess, so I'm not saying that's not necessarily good, but it's not necessarily addressing the point that I'm thinking about currently.
And the reason why I add that in relation to unknown elements is then we start adding buildings that have a neutral or negative output. So right now, we have the armory. The armory is a positive. 1 red goes in. We get 1 dark meeple and 1 cash. For the workhouse, we put 1 red in. We get 2 red out in cash. So that takes our odd number to an even, which makes it easier to get rid of. Shark Tank, we're just getting rid of. But there's nothing here that has a negative.
Sure.
You see what I'm saying? Like everything is in the positive curve towards no meeples.
Sure.
A neutral would be converting light meeples into dark meeples, or I guess we don't want anything that turns light and dark meeples back into reds, because then that would make it very easy to get rid of.
I mean, maybe. I wouldn't want to make that sort of stupid claim when we're still like nailing things down.
Okay.
I guess again, so like my concern right now is that all information is currently known except for what's in the deck, and then so like that's. I don't like that you can plan out so much at this point. And then like even though there is like this one unknown thing, like once it flips out, then okay, well now there's a ton of information and it's all known. And like so I want some more hidden information that's either like we've got personal objectives, which are like if you do this, you score extra points, and if I do this, I score extra points. Or I'm like, maybe my meeples in a big, and I draw out 3 meeples, and then I play them, and then you draw out meeples and play them. Like, so like you don't get to choose the order. Like something that alleviates me from any sort of feeling of like I should try to figure out everything that's going on because it's possible. It's like, you know, if there was a dice, it's hard. Like once you hit the dice, like that certain future gets so uncertain that you don't have to predict it because it's, you know, it's. Excuse me. The harder it is to predict, the less you need to. But if it's perfect information. Oh yes, for numbers. So like, I just point out like again, probably a bunch of red meeples. Okay, how about we both get 16 meeples?
Okay.
And then maybe, probably a couple of each of the colors, just so that a bunch of locations aren't unusable. And then you've got your personal bishop, which is
your own personal meeple.
Exactly.
Yeah, we know what's up. Plonking ourselves nice near the construction site. Also, friends, do let me know if it's difficult to see the detail on the cards. You know, I want to make sure you're all getting the core info as well. Because I can see just fine.
Okay, so I guess I'll just lead off. So I'm just thinking. So right now, because we've got a bunch, there is the time to, like, if there's somewhere you want, you're probably going to fill it up as much as possible. Which sort of is your advantage, but using it one at a time means it would take a long time to use up all of the things. Just because, like, so like it makes me almost wonder about maybe there is a little bit more like maybe there's not the sweeping. It's just like you just place them and then once the full something happens, you can like upgrade it or replace it or something like that. Like maybe you can always activate each one. You can activate it once on your turn, and whoever does the last one clears it and gets a bonus or something. Like, so maybe like I would do this and I do this, and then if you do it, and then I do this, I do the thing, and then I clear it because it's at its capacity, and I get $1.
Okay.
I just wanted that just because I'm thinking like the amount of time it would. Again, the amount of time it would take to do it individually if we have to go around and around and around and then sweep them all is a lot. Also, got some go pieces for money. So why don't we say? I guess yeah. So like on your turn, you can pay the cost once, and then the limit is over time. In that case, we lose to go first.
Okay.
Because now it's a continuous thing. So it's my turn. Move these over here. Actually, let me build some bags. Okay.
Oh, shit, we've got bags!
Okay. So I didn't want to deal with giant piles. Okay, so I will... go here. Get one of these, get a money.
Oh no, that's the armory, so you get 1 black token. Oh, you get one of the dark meeples.
Sorry, so Go ahead.
All right, so workhouse just costs 1. Getting 1 cash, and then I take 2 meeples, right?
Yep.
Okay, you're coming home with me.
So white and black. No, sorry. 3 red. White and black to you.
Okay. And we decided construction site was 2 cash plus a red.
Yes. So it is a way to get rid of.
All right, then this little bugger's going to the workhouse. Oh. Wait.
Just quick drag. Click and quick drag.
I'm trying! There we go. Steal my shit. All right.
Get another money. Another one of these.
My turn?
Yep.
Alright, so 1 red and 2 cash, which I'll just put back in there. And then so we get another card.
Yep.
So what's our new building? Ooh.
That. Numbers, message me afterwards. Yeah. Let's see. White and black.
Time to start. Time to start killing some of the little red guys.
As often happens.
They gotta go. They gotta go.
Let's see. So let's do this.
It almost feels disadvantageous to clear one. Do you know what I mean? To clear one of the cards. I don't know why.
Sorry. And then I say we get the money. It's like interesting.
Mm. So yeah, what I'm going to do is then I'm going to clear the armory. Which gives me another token. And I need another little dude. Okay.
So it's like, I think mathematically, like, I mean, it's always available and you just get, like, no one ever loses access, and to clearing it, you get a money.
Okay.
But that, I mean, that doesn't mean the field's not real, and if it feels disadvantageous, even though it is advantageous, like, that's something wrong with the game. If something that's good feels bad.
Okay.
Yeah. So that's not that your feeling's wrong, but that, like, if you feel that way, that means there's something with the game. Also, these are all.
Also, for people who've been watching along, like, what would they need to be able to play this themselves? Like this particular prototype?
What you would need is for me to either share it over to you directly or upload it. Which I will do, I guess. And I can upload it. I'm already having many thoughts about things changes, but like if people want to play this version, I can just upload it and it'll be available. And I'll post the link in places.
Okay.
And yes, you would need Tabletop Simulator. It's my turn. I'll spend 2 and the red, and
Yeah. So that means that my turn, I can put 3 in there and get 1 back. Ah! Ah! You can tell I don't spend much time with tabletop sim, can't you?
Again, it's like if you hold it slightly too long or not long enough, or it's all just changes how it works, and it's
supposedly it's great in VR. Everything's got that kind of that grabby movie.
I've heard it's not pleasant, but I've not tried it.
Also, same. So,
it is possible that much. Let's see. I'm trying to think. Go ahead.
Okay. Oh, sorry. I forgot to take it back.
This, then. Go ahead.
Boosh and boosh.
It's again, like I feel like this is very predictable in ways that I don't love. Construct, spend, whoops.
But if there's anything that people take away from this right now, it's that we feckin'... Oh, I say we. You all did it.
No, this is we. You were definitely involved.
But
this is all a team effort.
Yeah. I forget, what was the title again? It was like Cult Apocalypse.
Well, so the thing is, like, with board game design, like, so it's obviously, one, it's a highly collaborative experience, like all the other things. And so often, like, if you have 2 people, it often feels like one person does 80% of the work, but the 20% of the work that the other person does makes the game, like, twice as good. And so if they weren't there, even though they only did a little bit, that little bit is, like, really, really important. So definitely, like, if you're ever involved in this sort of thing, if it feels like you just sat there and talked and none of your ideas got sucked into it, yes, Clank Crusher, that's what happens.
Yeah.
Also, there are no pawns-ish. Like, these are like mover pawns, not like pawns. These are bishops.
Yeah.
But anyway, so yeah, so like, you can spend all day brainstorming, none of your ideas get used, get in, but still be invaluable to the process. So, like, definitely not somewhere where you can, like, just, like, count up the output and say, oh, you know, because my things didn't make it into the game means I did not help with the process.
Okay. But the thing that I wanted to highlight was that, like, this is a playable prototype. This exists. And this did not exist this morning. I can definitely see on your face that you've already seen the bits which you want to change, articulate, add to.
So again, this process, I have many thoughts. I'm sure you've got a few thoughts yourself. So we're probably not going to finish this game. We'll probably maybe play another round or 2 and just sort of feel it out. But then, you know, we've gone on, we've played it, we'll have thoughts, we'll take them down, and then so once this is going, we try to get into a loop of, like, basically sort of like a 3-part of, like, play game, take notes, like, play game and take notes in the game, make a bunch of changes, and then create a set of notes of what I want to test for the next time. So, like, after this, I've got lots of changes I want to make, and I'll also just, like, make more content, make the end of game timer that we, the other half of the way to end the game.
Yeah.
You know, make all that stuff. And then once I do, I'll probably have, like, okay, I want to test this thing, this thing, this thing, this thing. And then I just cycle through those 3 things until hopefully the game is done.
So I tell you what, I just need to nip to Lou again. This is the one problem about actually being healthy these days and drinking water to be like a racehorse. But if you want to go through some of, like, the immediate things that you've noticed, like, now's the time.
Yeah, I'll go through some things, and then afterwards, I would love to hear what you think and what other people think. So right now, again, so there's just the stuff that's missing, like more content, the track to for the shoot the moon. Allergies or something kicking in. Right now, game places. I think the turns are too small right now. Like when you've got 20 pieces and you put 1 or 2 down, it just doesn't feel very exciting. Like most worker placement games, like when you place a worker, something really cool happens. You feel excited, and also other people are like, "Oh shoot, they got that perfect space." And here, there's neither of those because other people can move in. Like if I take the space, there's no tension there, so that's an issue. So let's write this down. So no tension fight over space. So many pieces plays feel small. Yeah, as I mentioned, there's like no unpredictability. Like until someone builds a new building, like you just see everything that's going there, and you could sit down and think, "Oh, this is the correct thing to do," and do it, and that's it. I mean, even if there was a little bit more competing for space, it's like, okay, well, these are the things that you should be doing, so we fight over these the best way we can. And so, like, Worlds of Waterdeep, you got the special cards you can draw. You've got the quest. The quest is all special cards. I can't remember, but like, you've got your hidden identity. Like, there's multiple elements of hidden information and randomness going on that help people have different priorities and not have to plan so far. So there needs to be something there. I think something to give each person different priorities would be the big thing. And then add randomness. I think that needs to be okay. Numbers. Well, thank you so much. Yeah, I'll catch you later. Give me a poke. Can I say, what do you mean if you can't choose your location? Like right now, the plan, assuming things work, is that you'll be aiming to drop, which will be the same one for everyone, and then if that fails, you're going to be trying to shoot the moon somehow for the long shot Elder Gods win. I don't think there'd be special win conditions for people. It'd more be special powers. Like, maybe one person gets to burn a red every single turn, so like they're incentivized to like convert things to red, and so they can burn those. Maybe some people get extra money, so for them money things are a better deal. Yeah.
Hello there.
So what were your thoughts?
Immediately there's a best way, and the speed is... So, because I didn't immediately play, 3 Enter early on, so I've now got a surplus of red meeples. I've exactly how many light and dark that I want. So, like, I have the 4, so I'm waiting for the missionary pull so I can get rid of them. Mm-hmm. And the brawl, I can use those 3, plus once I have enough cash for the airport, I can fly off my last. So then the rest of my gameplay would have just been getting rid of these reds, which I probably might not have been able to do as quick as you. But then I don't know if you would have had any problems with, like, acquisition of money to then make happen. Because the thing is, Shark Tank is a really good way of generating cash, because all you got to do, 1 red, 1 black each turn, the black comes back. But you're slowly getting rid of reds. Mm-hmm. And you're getting 1 per 2 turns. If that makes a weird sense.
Yep. Yeah, no, totally.
So yeah, it feels like we're kind of playing like a bit of a math race initially.
Yeah, 100%.
And I think that's just falling in line with what you were saying about there not being enough chaos, enough random.
Either chaos and randomness, or hidden information, or things that make us have different priorities. Like again, going back to much of the conversation of special powers, like if your power was once per turn you can spend the money to remove a thing, that means money is really valuable for you, so you're going to prioritize getting money. Whereas I might, if I've got a better rate on some conversion, I'll prioritize that.
Yeah. Also, like, construction site is only good. So, like, ramping towards what I need is only a good thing right now. Now, Kaiish was suggesting... Moose was suggesting... no, wait. Sorry, I'm catching up now.
Same. Yeah.
Hidden objectives were suggested, and I always like those, but I'm not usually a fan of, like, the stark Secret Hitler style, where one person wins if they fart on a cabbage or something. What I do like is hidden goals as modifiers. So the idea is like, so if I've got, what have I got? 6, 12, I've got 15 red workers. So if I get 20 red workers, I can pull off some bullshit maneuver. And that might be some bullshit maneuver that harms you or helps me. But it's not an I win button, but it's a ha-ha!
Sure, like a special cool card.
Yeah.
Like, spend 20 red workers found Soviet Union.
Yeah.
Sure, no, I think that's reasonable. Like, it's a cool hidden power, basically. And that would be these are one-shot ones that could be special ones that could be. Well, the Waterdeep has ones where like you scored depending on what sort of quests you've done. So like, like maybe if you've got this one secret thing, like you score extra for like rogue quests and magic quests or something. I don't know. And so that means when you're looking at the quests and compete over them, you value those higher. So even though maybe in the abstract one is better than the other, it's like, but my thing says I want this one.
Yeah.
And so that sort of adds a whole layer. So I think having something that changes your priorities, that lets you play a slightly different game, totally. I think that's a good way to do it. And so my other thoughts. I said, did you have other thoughts? I want to take away from your platform.
Nothing for the right now. I feel like the timing of clearing cards might need to be something that's tweaked. Like, I still can't work out if you should be, if it should be good or bad for clearing a card, because I feel that would change flow. Because right now, clearing a card is only good. Like, if you're the person who fills it up, you get cash. It's flipped over. Continue.
Mm-hmm.
And I wonder if it was a negative thing, that might mean that I could bully you into not doing the thing that you want to do. So say you want to use Shark Tank, and I go, nah, so I put my 2 on there, and you can still use it, but it comes at an additional cost. I don't know if that's a fun thing for board games, if that's unfun, but like...
Sorry. Sure. Yeah, I mean, so who's just saying they want up both? Like, yeah, there could be more things. Like,
Pokken los dos.
Yes, I think yes. I definitely agree. Like, I think there's arguments for both and ways you could make both interesting.
Man, we're getting all the raids today. So we have a full-on ara from the head of the Librarians of Mystery. Sorry, head. Is it like head of the head librarian of mysteries, or the head librarian mystery, as in what happened to the head librarian? I feel
like it's the second one.
Okay.
What could be the head librarian, mystery, as in the name?
Oh, head librarian.
Because mystery would be a really good name for a head librarian.
Yeah. Fuck. And this is why I like working with you.
Yeah,
Right.
Punctuation's hard.
To those of you who have joined us, Watto and welcome. I'm Will. This is Ket. And today, Ket has launched a very cool thing, which we've been doing. Ket has started a Patreon for bespoke board games. So this morning we came up with a concept, and we have been working it through all the way through until, as you see below, it's like proper play-testable variants. It is called, is it Cultastrophe?
It's Cultastrophe pending some more discussion, because there were some other decent alternatives floated, and I wanted to give that a shot, and especially since, again, I will continue developing this. This is not like the end of it.
Yeah.
So people have time, if they've got some inspiration, to get some ideas in.
Yeah, so if the idea of custom board games intrigues you, if you like the idea of being involved in the process of making games in this manner, then you feckin' can. Head on over to Ket's Patreon for more information. But you do not need to be paying as well. There will be forum discussions and otherwise.
Yes.
And it's been a lot.
I want to get people involved. If they can pay me money, that would be great. But if they can't, I still,
Yeah.
I mean, I think it's like the same with your stream, right? If people can contribute, that's great. If they can just contribute to the community, then great.
So yeah, we've been playing this for
we've been doing this for a minute.
for
we've been playing
minute.
this. We haven't been playing this too long.
No, with we've just kind of finished, I guess, first playtest.
Yeah, like we made a prototype, we played through it, and then now we're discussing. And this is normal. It's often that you sit down, you play the prototype for like 5 minutes, and then you spend an hour talking about all of the things you learned, because you can talk about things all you want, but like 5 minutes of playtesting will tell you so much about.
Yup. You can theory craft as long as you want, but nothing beats actual hands-on game time.
Yeah.
But sorry, to all of the unrequented library, how was the stream? What were you all up to? Tell me your tales. And yeah, once again, please check out KET'S Patreon, because it's going to be fucking cool.
Yes.
And
I will not tell the head librarian of mystery books about any shameful lack of knowledge of British mystery books from a British person.
I can't, as I said earlier, I can't be expected to know every terrible thing the British have done. That's a lot of things for one person to know.
Also, it rhymes. You might recognize some of these tiers from other places. I am all for reusing assets.
Oh yeah, waste not, want not.
Yeah.
So, do you reckon we're done with this particular playtest session?
Yes, I don't think if we played more, we could probably find some more things. But there's so many changes to make. It's like the value much lower. So
as my guest and today's glorious sponsor, you get to flip the table. I'm not
sure if I might have disabled it. I'm not sure if I can.
Whenever we do Sea of Thieves, it's traditional at the end of the evening to set the ship on fire and set it off on its way, like a Viking funeral. The same is true with Tabletop Simulator. If you don't flip the table...
Okay, I'll try it. Are you...
There is a button for me.
Oh. I mean, well, actually, so you should try. I don't know if it'll let you.
All right. But if it succeeds, flip the table.
I failed the strict check.
Viking Blonde tried to flip the table, but is too weak. Do I get another... Do we have to take turns? Do I get another roll?
No, I think it's just a cute way of saying you don't have permission to flip the table. I wish that it actually, if you rolled good enough, it lets you do it.
All right, well,
but
you got it.
Okay.
Hey!
Yeah.
Get fucked,
I
people!
Appreciate if you're gonna give us a physics engine, you gotta let us do the physics.
Oh yeah.
Physics engine. Okay. Cool, but that was okay. This is super helpful. I've got a game.
I think this is a good place to at least bring the stream to a close, because I think the rest of the details need to be more direct and worked out.
Yes. So I think it sounds like there's some interest in checking out this prototype. So I will upload this particular prototype, I'll post a link. But also over the next couple days, I'll put some thought into it and make a new version, make some posts. Like basically, this is the kickoff, sort of the kickoff of the Patreon. My plan is to also, like in a day or two, run the submissions and votes, so anyone that's joined can have another shot and you can go through the system. So we'll have this game that's in development and whatever game people vote on, because there was a lot of really good ideas that did not get through, and I'm sure people will have some more.
Oh yeah, we were absolutely not hurting for ideas today. And as we were saying earlier, like the amount of time it takes to go from 0 to playable is so much simpler than video games. Mm-hmm. Like even game jams can't compete with this kind of speed, you know? No, not even a little bit. And like, this was us going kind of slow. Like, if this is a game jam, we could have got here much faster. We want to just make decisive, get a bunch of ideas, 5 minutes, talk them out, vote on them, go. No. I feel some do. I mean, there's like board game jams and board game contests are totally a thing. But yeah, so like, it's all right. We've only been going for, well, technically because we start now already. We've only been going for 7 hours. It's fine.
Yeah. But it's like I think like normally I could get here in an hour or two. Well, I get this a game at roughly this level, and so like if you have like 2 or 3 days, you can get a pretty polished thing.
Yeah.
I mean, tabletop's invented games. Period. So like, I gotta assume that sort of the jams happen first.
Fearless, that's because you donated an inordinate amount of cash on Thursday. Like, you've not been unseated. You kicked a large numerical amount of ass. That's why you're still Jarl. Okay, so is there anything you want to cover before we bring our adventures to a close this evening?
I mean, not like, so most information should be between, like, there's a little bit of information on the Patreon, more information on the forums, obviously direct questions. I'm there to be asked. But yeah, I'd love to get people involved at whatever level they're interested in and comfortable with. If you just have a game you want and don't have a lot of time, if you just want to like just submit an idea and let me go, that's fine. If you want to get involved, it's there. I just want to reiterate, like, the work I do in public domain, some of the assets might not be able to come to something, but like, so if anyone sees something they like, go nuts. And then at some point also I'll have like files and things available, but like, my goal is to hopefully get paid to do the creating of the works, not because I need to own it. So like,
yeah,
you're funding the process of the game, not the game itself. The game is just, it's whoever's it's out there, it's anybody's. So I want to get people involved in however they can, however they're interested in, and I'm very excited to start.
Hells yeah! Right, well, this has been a bloody marvelous place to kick this off. Again, the link to the forums you can find on the link provided, and yeah, I hope to see you all there. But yeah. I think that's the long and short behind. Dude, as soon as you were like, okay, I think we're bringing this to a close, I've just been like, boo. I was keeping that energy going, and now...
Cool, yeah. And also, I would love to do this again. Like, this was a ton of fun. To do like a live thing. Lots of fun interactions. So, this was great.
Okie dokie Lokis.
So, yeah, you should rest, and I should eat some food. My snacking has sort of worn off. My cookies are almost gone. I should eat non-cookie sustenance.
I need to apologize to the Longship in general. I am trying to get the credits to roll, and they are not. So once again, on another, I'm so mad about this. It keeps breaking, especially when I freaking need it to. So, seeing as the Unrequited library was kind enough to bring in their squad, I feel I should pass your lovely selves on over. I just need to find somebody to pass you to. You know what, friends? Go forth. Find lovely people on this twitch.television. There is too many good friendos all doing great stuff right now, and I am mentally toast. So, Ket, thank you for, bringing us on board.
Yeah.
Letting us be a fucking part of this. This is fucking great.
No, this has been great to have a good crew.
Right, you lovely Mother Hubbards. We'll be back on Tuesday. I'll try and be on the Discord as much as I can this weekend. And yeah, look after yourselves. Have a good weekend. To be continued.
Cool.
Okay, bye.